Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. We're back. Hope you all are doing well. Took the day off yesterday. Had a nice little day to myself, and got to catch up with an old friend. I'm in a pretty good mood. So I hope that y'all are ready for a good show. Oh man. So I guess the straits open-ish. It's very confusing. I had to look into it a little bit before I hopped on stream here, and it's really weird how it's like open, but for 5 days. I heard 10 days, but then 5 days again. Whatever. We'll get into it later. But hey, I guess that's good news. Like I wanted it open because I don't want things to be as expensive as they are. I've been seeing a lot of leftist content creators kind of bemoaning like this whole thing. And I even kind of hopped on that bandwagon a little bit where I was just like, oh God, if he turns this around during the summer, the midterms aren't as in the back. Honestly, whatever. At this fucking point, whatever. If I can't control it, then I'm not going to worry about it as much. So I hope you guys can kind of hop on that thought process, because I also had a good therapy session where we talked a lot about that, where it's like, you know what, if you cannot control it, and like outside of voting, any of that kind of stuff, just try not to get try to get more involved politically, but try not to let yourself lose yourself emotionally in it, because it's silly. If you vote left or right, you're a fucking slave. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, because no matter who you're voting for, it's on a left-right scale. That's actually one of the dumbest things that I've heard as far as somebody coming in here. Because you can't just be an independently minded person and not have a leftist or right-wing bias. That's just how literally the political scale works. I'm sorry. And if you said the party system, sure. If you said Democrats, Republicans, sure. But that's dumb. But yes, if you're going to come in here, please keep it TOS. Also, that is something that, gas is not cheap. Dude, stop with that bullshit. This was actually a lot longer. This was a lot more painful than when gas spiked under Biden, because Biden went to the strategic reserves a lot quicker, and somehow, some way, we did recover from that. So, yeah, this whole idea that you're still defending it though. Like, whatever, dude. Your guy fucked you. You look like an asshole. Everybody thinks you look like an asshole. If you wear the red hat, you look like an asshole to everybody else that isn't a red hat wearing asshole. Just plain and simple, bro. I'm sorry. You guys lost all the independent support that you had. You lost the momentum. You're almost, what is it? We're the second year in. Ugh. But dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're just ignoring reality, and then you're expecting the left to just capitulate and go, "Oh my God, they're right. Things were bad under Biden, but it's still pretty fucking bad, and he's not the fucking president, you numbnuts." Like, seriously, I'm kind of a little tired of it, where it's like, oh, but Biden. It's all you got, and it's fucking tired. It's boring. Get a new shtick, dude. I'm sorry. And you know what? I'm sorry that you have to identify with this movement so hard that you can't let go. It's the sunken cost fallacy bullshit, dude. Also, why do you feel this weird need to stand up for him all the time? Here you are, you're in a chat, and you want to talk about how we have TDS. You're the only one always thinking about how, well, this is the comeback that I'm going to use against those lefties. You're constantly doing the shower boxing thing, just oh, well, maybe I should have said this. Oh, I'm going to take this to YouTube and I'm going to test it out. Oh, dude, your lives are pathetic. Get something new. I'm tired. Like, I'm honestly just tired of seeing it all the time. Like, I don't care about like the troll aspect of it. You're not really getting to me on that end. It's actually kind of like I feel sad for you. Like, it would be funny if you guys had an idea of what a sense of humor is as well, because apparently your senses of humor, like, it's all cruelty based. It's all about pushing somebody down to make yourself feel better, which in comedy, we know that that's hack ass shit. You know, it's one of those things where if you have to punch down, it is actually like that makes you a hack. So I don't know, man. Do better. That's my the moral of the story here. Do better. And you might want to hold Trump to account on this one, man. The motherfucker's going out there today, saying inflation. What inflation? The inflation and the war. I can't get my hair right. The inflation and the war, it's all a hoax. It's all a hoax. They're talking, the Democrats are using inflation. That's all they're doing. Yeah, shut up, dude. The guy's out there doing Bidenomics. He's just Trumponomics. That's it. It's literally the same thing where they're trying to convince you that things are a lot better than they actually are. And as I can see, that didn't work out for Biden very well. That didn't work out for Kamala Harris very well. And I know, this is one of those bitches of like just trying, like stepping back and just being like, hey, the other party tried it. Didn't work for them. It's not going to work for you. Most of the American electorate is pissed off right now. They thought things would be so much cheaper. They thought that things would be easier for them. After filing their taxes, a lot of people woke up to the fact that the no tax on tips thing didn't help them as much as they thought it would. A lot of people still owe on their taxes, especially the lower class Trump voters. But again, whatever. I'm not just going to sit here and fucking worry about those assholes, because if they want to do it to themselves, they can do it to themselves. I'm not trying to save anybody from themselves anymore. I don't give a fuck. You can love that orange turd as much as you want, bro. But the fact is, you look like a clown defending it. That's just plain and simple. You're a bigger clown than anybody that stood up for Biden, which was pretty clownish because it was pretty obvious that that dude was like mentally on the outs. But you know what? Here you are. But have fun. Anyway, how is everybody doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. If you guys can do me a solid, hit that like button, except for the, dipshit trolls here. You guys, we all know how. Here, actually, let's start a poll here because we all know how these guys feel. All right. Have you liked the stream and subbed? By the way, guys, I'm under a tornado watch right now. And let's see, was it upgraded to a tornado warning? I am keeping an eye on this because, yeah, it's bad. It's fucking bad. So, yeah, there's a touchdown about, what is that? Maybe 60, 70 miles outside of Chicago here. It's right by Rockford, where we've covered this before. We actually covered a story in Rockford. So yes, I'm keeping an eye on that. Where did it hit? Here. Lena, Illinois. Lena, Illinois. Oops, I think I'm saying it wrong. But here, now there is an increased chance that we're going to get slammed by the bottom part of this tornado cell. There's a lot of tornadoes being already produced by this exact cell, so this is going to be crazy. Hopefully I don't get hit by it, but they're talking, even if we don't get hit by the tornado itself, that we are going to be dealing with the winds and possibly softball-sized hail. Yeah, softball-sized hail. So that's so much fun. I am having so much fun with this. But yeah, we'll be I'll be keeping an eye on that. But this is not a weather show. This is a politics show, I guess. Actually, it's an entertainment show. What am I talking about? You guys are here for me. All right. So I hope you guys are doing well today. There's a few chasers out covering it live. They showed two cells merging, defined a wall clock. Yeah. I think that one was in Lena. And then there's another one that was in northern Wisconsin. Here, actually, you know what? I'll just go to fucking watch mode for this. Elito. Angelito, stay away from your brother. He's in an aggressive mood today. I just saw my dog go like this. Right as the cat was like kind of edging near his nose there, which you never want that. Here we go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Of course, it's going to be weird. There we go. All right, so we got some maps.
On the bottom left. Over near Monroe, we have a
Dakota,
strong area of
Illinois.
rotation that is
All
now
right,
moving
let's see where
towards
Dakota
Broadhead,
is and how far
Wisconsin.
away that is
So that
from
is still trying to produce a
Chicago.
tornado. Going to go back to Black River Falls. I'm waiting for that update on velocities and
Oh,
whatnot.
it's moving
but this
north.
is a very significant tornado, and we'll have probably a large tornado
Okay.
degree signature in a moment.
That's good. If it moves north, that's not gonna hit me.
And we do. All right, so now we have
All right,
yet a dangerous tornado.
so I'll just keep this on here while we start the show. Yeah, as I said, I appreciate you guys being here. Also, I just overall appreciate you guys hanging out and just being part of the community. Hey, look at that. YouTube's having its glitch thing again. Yay! Yay! Because I know there's more than that in this chat just based on who is chatting. But Mitchell, how you doing? You had to go out to enjoy it. Hey, what did you have to go out? Wait, hail an hour ago was a quarter size, lasted about 5 to 10 minutes. You had to go out and enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, there's that part of me that is a little bit curious, but I didn't get my... You know what? No, we're not doing this today. Get out of here. Trying to get right behind the computer. Get this shit. He was responsible for chewing through some pretty important chords that I had to take care of. Please stop spamming the same comment over and over, Scott. It's not a real person. It's a bot. It's a bot. Whatever. I don't care. Like, as I said, bot or not, it's pathetic. It's just a pathetic person or being, or not even being, because a robot's not a being. Does a robot have feelings? We do not know. Just admit that you voted for the party that allowed the border. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You and your made-up bullshit. Honestly, even the border being open was made-up bullshit. Nobody felt the influx, you numbnuts. People were pretty happy. Your average American was pretty happy when fruit and everything was still pretty cheap. Inflation was getting a little bit better. And just overall, we weren't at a fucking war. That was a war of choice. But you believe everything you're told, and then you parrot it. It's almost like you're a pathetic, weak, little fucking minded bitch that doesn't understand how to fucking do anything but just parrot the Trump regime. Like, good for you. It is actually more pathetic than you even understand, but maybe one day you'll figure it out. Maybe one day you'll just have that moment where you're sitting on the shitter and you're like, oh God, I've wasted my life. That's whatever. Pat Pierre can personally tell you that's not even close now. They quite literally have a personal story attached to it. Oh, what's that? I don't even know what he was talking about. I'll be honest, I kind of tuned out of chat there for a second to let that happen. Join in the storm watching. What the heck? I mean, yeah, whatever. They don't want to watch the storm. Whatever. I'm just trying to stay safe here. Do that thing. But just to add, Chronic's vet visit went well. Oh, hell yeah. I'm so glad that went really well for you. Stan he's doing well. I'm a little concerned because I'm starting to feel the lump that he has. It sucks. If you have a dog that has any type of ailment, cancer or otherwise, I just want to let you know that I feel you, and also just give you the good boys and girls some love. Seriously, go love your animals. Just for me, just say come here, give them some love, and then let them be on with their day, because maybe they don't want all that attention. But you know what? Every once in a while, you got to smother them. You got to remind them, just like, I love you. I don't care if you're uncomfortable right now. They managed to get all the tumor. Yes, that's such awesome fucking news. Congratulations, Rebecca. I'm so fucking happy. Oh, but the cone of shame. I just realized they probably had their cone of shame. It's okay. The cone of shame, he's still sleeping with his daddy. Oh, you're getting me right here. Honestly, that's the biggest thing. animals and just we're dealing with a lot of abandoned animals in Chicago. I don't know what it is about um this time of year, but god damn, we get a lot of them, and the shelters just they start getting overwhelmed. It sucks, but you know what? If you guys are at that point where you can consider getting a dog, you really should. Oh yeah, bad economy equals bad animals. I know, or abandoned animals. Yeah, no, I know. That's kind of where I'm seeing it. Dude, there's all the signs are there. If we're not if we're not heading towards a recession, then we're definitely heading towards a at least a downturn, and it's going to be there for a while. Like it's the same thing as under Biden. We didn't hit recession territory under Biden, despite what any of these MAGA chuds say. We didn't. The Fed kept saying that we were going to, and we never did. And that didn't help Biden at all. Trust me. They kept saying, we're just waiting for the inflation report. We're just waiting. That recession's a-coming. It's a-coming. It's a-coming. It's a-coming. Then kind of dipped. And then, oh, it's a-coming. It's a-coming. It's a-coming under Trump. It's about 49-50%. War's over? Maybe about 45%. Hey, the Fed might lower interest rates. Who knows? It's all a game for the fucking rich. They're working us. They're stealing all our money, and they're trying to make sure that they keep us under their thumbs. I just read this Wired article that Vosh was covering on his stream earlier. Decided to back out of the stream and just read it for myself. And I gotta say, it's fucking scary. It's fucking scary what they can do. I might cover it here a little bit later because it does involve Madison Square Garden. There is some footage of the games. So I'm not exactly sure how this works, where if somebody films something in Madison Square Garden during a hockey game, even if the hockey game is not what they're focusing on, they're focusing on themselves, I'm not sure if I can cover that. So I'm just trying to be a little cautious with that one. But yeah, guys, it's scary. It is actually genuinely scary what they can do with the surveillance state right now. We all kind of knew this. Now, is it scary for me personally? No, I self-surveil. Literally, I self-surveil. I've realized that it would be silly for me to even feign some type of oh my God, they're watching me. Oh, cool. Did they like and subscribe? That would be beneficial to me. But to any of you guys out there, that especially if you truly value all your privacy, I know people that do they just don't even like going outside because they're I don't like feeling eyes on me, which I think that's a little weird, but I understand it. Hope your wife gets better soon. Thank you. I really appreciate that. She's been on the mend. She's going towards the right direction. It just sucks, man. It's taking too long. I'll just say it. Fuck this stuff. It takes so damn long. And I know that she feels the same way. I'm not sure how she feels about me saying it, but it sucks to see. And it's hard. It's not getting any easier to watch her in that, but also 420, let's go. Thank you, Bloodstone. It's my local 420. Hey, look at that. We can even see it. Hey. Oh, come on. Really? You watched the death of a vapor in the in real time there. That is gonzo. Although there's a little bit, I hate that, where there's that little bit. And you're just like, damn, I thought I had more. Well, I guess I don't. Whatever. Have a backup just for that. Congrats to Mrs. Pep. I'm so happy she's doing better. Yeah. And then on Monday, I hope you guys will join us for the special edition of the Pep Talks. Of High on Politics. Guys, I think I'm going to just do it. I'm going to call it High no, I'll just do High on Politics and then do 420 edition. Hey. Got to keep it on brand. You've got heaps of little bits. Wow. That hit me. Man. All right, guys. Time to cook and do some dishes. Mitchell, I appreciate that. I know that you'll be listening, but Hope you can join us and chat in a little bit. Pep, I gave up on the concept of real privacy a while ago. If people want to get info on a person, they can. It's awful. Yeah, it is. And it's when the government starts like, see, this is the thing. As Americans, we really didn't conceptualize how bad it would be because we thought that there was like this air of, oh, they won't use that against us. Our government, even if they're spying on us, it's not like they're gonna, start locking us up for our political opinions or anything like that. Like, it's getting bad out there. And it doesn't help when you got idiots like Pete Hegseth literally quoting Jules from Pulp Fiction, which is, when I saw that, I was like, this can't be real. This can't be your fucking real life. But it's real. It's insane. Not sure if you guys saw the SNL bit a few weeks ago, where Colin Jost was playing Pete Hegseth. It was hilarious. I gotta say, SNL, at least their cold opens, fucking on point. But it was hilarious because he was just like, God, yeah, here you guys you're playing chess and I'm playing Grand Theft Auto. Fucking banger of a line. Just in the way that he delivers that shit. He's doing a keg stand at it's just how you guys like my keg stand. Yeah, totally just pounded some Sprite. Shit was wild. Did he? Yes, he did. He quoted the Bible verse from Pulp Fiction, which is if you guys didn't know that, that is not Ezekiel 22. Ugh. That was always one of my favorite things to bring up to people that liked Pulp Fiction when I was a Christian. I'd always like condescendingly just be like, that's not actually Ezekiel 22. Ugh. God, I was annoying. It was funny. I had that realization during therapy yesterday where we were kind of talking about like what I would tell my younger self. And I was just like, I fucking hate you. You're the worst. I want to punch you in the face. And I was just like, the sad part is, I totally mean it, man. Oh, God, if I could just go back and be like, what's the fucking matter with you? Oh, man. But that's called self-improvement, because that's recognizing I've come a long way. You could see officers in the crowd cringing. Oh, really? You could? Oh, see, that's the thing. I saw a lot of people, because it was a prayer breakfast, and it was just like, they think this is real. And that's my favorite part is about Christians that don't know the Bible. So they're just sitting there like, yeah, because he says it. Pete Hegseth is a snake. He's using pastor speak in order to fucking, like at the prayer breakfast, he's just mimicking pastor speak where you have to speak and sound like you have some actual conviction in what you're saying and a little bit of a softer tone. But you're talking about the vengeance of God and how the vengeance of God can be applied while also understanding that that vengeance is love. It's fucking... I always hated it. I recognized that they were doing something that was manipulative, where I was just like, oh, dude, this is kind of like pyramid... Like, it was like a pyramid scheme. I remember going to one of those seminars when they were trying to recruit me when I was like 18, when I was really young. That trust me, that every single person I think that was 18 in like around 2005 or like 2005 to 2010, it was like a 5-year period where it was just like so prevalent where they would you would find out from a friend where it was just like, hey man, there's a seminar. If you show up in like a nice shirt, like, yeah, it could definitely like, it could be a good thing. And then it's like, yeah, meet them at a Panera Bread. It was always like a Panera Bread or a fucking Starbucks where it's like, yeah, they want to meet you. They want to meet with you. But they want to meet with everybody that they can so they can try and on board right away. It's like, on board, what? And then they're like, yeah. And then there's a seminar. It's like, okay. And I got to the seminar portion of it where I was just like, oh, this is a scam. I was like, oh, this is a pyramid scheme. Oh, shit. I mean, totally not a pyramid scheme. Timeshares. Oh, dude, the timeshare thing. Yeah, me and my wife, they got us with that one where they were just like, we'll give you, I'll never forget it. It was a Fuddruckers meal for two, where they didn't stipulate the amount that they were giving us, but yeah, it was enough to cover a meal for two, which it wasn't. Go figure. But we did at least get like, a discounted meal at Fuddruckers where I was just like, well, I'll give Fuddruckers this. At least they were smart enough to be like, we will give you coupons. Because people will walk out of that and they'll be like, well, at least we got this Fuddruckers, right? It's like, yeah, might as well. Hey, toasted buns, and the burger bar. You guys know what a Fuddruckers is, right? Like, Fuddruckers is everywhere. Is that just like a Midwest thing? If you don't know, yeah, Fuddruckers is like like I said, it's like a burger. It's like they tried to do like a 1950s themed kind of thing, or it's just like, whoa, they got Elvis and shit. And then, yeah, it's got like a burger. It was actually pretty good. Not in Australia. I wouldn't, I'm not surprised by that. That's kind of why I was explaining it a little bit more, because I'm like, oh, I do have other people in my audience that are, not exactly from America. So heard of it though. I mean, how, it's the lamest joke because we all made it. It's just like, hey, yeah, Fuddruckers, play with that name. What do you get? I mean, come on. Do they have mini? Yes, yeah, they had mini jukeboxes. So there's this place called Johnny Rockets. I think they might still have one in Epcot. I'm not sure, but I know they had one for a long time, and I know they had one in Georgia, that like right by the Coca-Cola Museum. Yeah, Johnny Rockets was a chain that literally, like, they just did the thing where they're like, yeah, it's an old style diner from like the 1950s that, they wore the paper hats and all that shit, and the shakes and all that. Like, Steak and Shake tried to do that, but then a lot of people just caught on where we're like, you don't have to put on the stupid hats. It's almost making us uncomfortable. Fuddruckers was Millennial TGI Fridays. Yeah. Which, I mean, I worked at a TGI Fridays. Yeah, I hated that job. That was one of my shortest tenures. Like, I walked out of that job after a week where I was just like, I'm not coming back. That was the worst. I had a manager that I told everybody, too, on my way out. And I'm like, he's stealing your tips. Turned out he was. But I didn't stick around long enough for it to be my problem, because I got offered another job at another chain place called Chili's, which I hate to say, I didn't hate that gig as much as most people would think. Chili's was very much like, if you've seen the movie Waiting, that was my experience at Chili's. We had a very close relationship as far as all the staff. We had a lot of staff parties like that were, if you've ever been in like a play or some shit, like then it's like a cast party. It was very much the same stuff. But I saw butt fuckers. Oh, that's right. In Idiocracy, that's right. They did the thing. See? See? Okay. That's what the joke was based off. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me. You used to cook at Chili's. No shit. Man. If you know how to make those fucking those tendies, I gotta say, like, seeing the, like, were you there when they started making them hand breaded? Because I remember there was like this big uproar where they were just like, oh man, now you're actually making me work for this shit. They had the big tub that they're shaking. It's just like, man, I was fucking mad about it. Had to show up like an hour earlier to fucking make chicken wings. They're good as shit, though. I still, like, Chili's is one of those places, I know, like, if even as a chain, I'm totally, I'll rock some Chili's. Chili's is good. Not even the baby back ribs, though. Like, honestly, the baby back ribs are always kind of mid. That's not, like, what I would go for. I would totally go for, like, chicken tenders, because their tenders are the best. And also, they're, like, little mini burgers. Those are fire, too. And then their queso. I'm going to stop talking, because I'm making myself hungry. I'm celebrating today's Friday with, japchae. I don't know how to say it. Japchae? I think it's japchae, isn't it? Yeah, but I'm jealous. Yeah, but I had to take tests if You want it to be promoted. Oh, shit. Unpopular opinion. Applebee's has better ribs. They did. I'll admit it. Yeah, no, that I was kind of going to say it. Also, TGI Fridays did have better ribs. It's because they had the better sauce. And also, they did, they like charbroiled theirs. It was much better. By the way, guys, if you don't know why I'm watching weather right now, it is because they are expecting me to have. Oh, wait, shit. Is it moving towards us? Or no, it moved north. Look at that. Okay, so all this was heading this way. Yeah, you see this where it says tornado, wind, all that. So like this area, like northern Illinois area, that's where I was kind of like a little worried. I'm like, oh, if that goes straight to the lake, we're kind of fucked. But it looks like it moved north, going into Wisconsin. This is always the craziest part about at like post tornadoes is that it's so. Whoa! Did you see that lightning strike? Oh shit! That was crazy. Here, I want to rewind that just a little. That was fucking nuts. Yeah, here. Look, right in the corner here. It strikes like right here by the barn. Dude. That was a nice one. Anyway. Chopche. Okay, thank you. Chopche. Thank you for that. I appreciate the education. I try to, at least, if I don't say it right the first time, I try to get it right. You guys becoming the new Tornado Alley is becoming my daily anxiety, Pep. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm not. You think you have anxiety? Wait a minute. Motherfucker. I'm the one living every day with a fucking flood warning and a bunch of tornado warnings. And we had some really bad weather Thursday night. No, Wednesday night, after I got off stream. Yeah, we ended up getting slammed by that. And it sucked, too, because my buddy, he was just like, hey, man, you want to go grab some... We had Popeyes. And I actually got lucky. I got one of the Luffy... not like the actual bento box, but I got one of those Luffy boxes. By the way, the Gum Gum lemonade was fire. It was very, very good. They didn't have the cupcake, though. I was a little upset. Either way. Ended up getting some Popeyes, which, dude, Popeyes is fire. It really is. It's so good. But yeah, we ended up getting stuck in this tornado. Or not even a tornado. Jesus. Like tornadic conditions because, yeah, it was just a really bad thunderstorm, a little bit of hail, and my friend sitting there, like iron clutching his steering wheel because the reason he even took me to go get dinner was because he just bought a new car. He's like, dude, I want to take you somewhere. Let's go grab some dinner. I'm like, oh, okay. He's white knuckling. All I could do is just this. Oh my God, this sucks for you. This sucks so bad. The day you buy a brand new, and it's a brand new car. He was so proud of it. He got himself a brand new Toyota Corolla. Nice car, honestly. You know what? For just like a littler car, honestly, the legroom was insane. I'm glad they finally figured that one out because that was my biggest like drawback with like Corollas. I was just like, dude, I always feel like I'm so crammed in there. But all right, you have climate change, fucking crazy. That was a serious comment. Oh no, I mean it is. The climate patterns are. It's insane how much they've changed. But now that has moved north, I don't need to watch that as much. So what I'm gonna do, I'll take that off the screen. Here, I'll show you guys what I was worried about.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm meteorologist Aisha Scott. Another night of stormy weather coming our way. The Storm Prediction Center does have the majority of our viewing area still under an enhanced risk for severe storms. That's a 3 out of 5 on the scale. So those storms that move through later on this evening and tonight.
Yeah, tell me how you guys feel about like the anxiety portion.
Damaging hail.
I woke up to that where I was just like, wait, I'm in the Oh, we're in the orange? Oh, no.
And wind. We're talking all hazards on the table, including tornadoes and flash flooding, also possible with those storms.
Although Lena, that one hit purple. I wonder.
Will likely produce rainfall rates anywhere from 1 to 2 inches per hour. Notice here, satellite and radar. We've got that cold front back to the west.
Oh,
that will
really?
slowly
You got to
make
meet the
its way
casting
eastward,
director.
and as it does so, we'll notice some
the
storms
live-action One
developing
Piece at
out
No Kings.
ahead of
Nice.
that, cold front. Notice the timing here. So I would
Yeah,
give
I've never
or take
actually
about an
seen
hour or two
like
with the time that
all
you
of
see
like
on Stormcast.
I've seen
So we'll go about
a
7,
few
8 o'clock
episodes of
this
One Piece
evening.
here and
This
there,
line
but
will
I haven't
move into
actually
our west
watched One
suburbs.
Piece. I
It
need
moves
to.
over the city
What
by
up,
about
Nicholas?
9,
How
10
you
o'clock
doing? Good to
tonight.
see you.
And then it
Avatala,
continues to
also
move
good to
farther
see
to
you.
the east.
Isaac,
and
good to
as
see
we
you.
get to the early morning hours on Saturday, most of the storms will be out of here.
Good.
But there could be some lingering rain into early Saturday morning.
Well, I guess I'm doing inside stuff tomorrow.
Some clouds around, and then we will clear those clouds as we work our way into the afternoon. And we do expect plenty of sunshine by Saturday afternoon, but it will be quite chilly as we get to the weekend. Look at these temperatures right now. It is beautiful out there. It's breezy, but it's very
it was
warm.
nice today.
Those southerly winds bringing in all of that mild air from the south.
It was really nice
it's 80
today.
right now in Peru, 76 Kankakee,
First
73
season of One
at
Piece is
O'Hare.
over 1,000 episodes
A little bit
long.
cooler in Waukegan at 62 because we're getting that wind off of the water. Now this weekend, as I mentioned, we will be cooling down behind that storm system, so highs in the 50s this weekend, 54 on Saturday.
Still t-shirt weather. What are you talking about?
51 on Sunday, and there could be a few morning showers Saturday, maybe a spotty shower on Sunday, but I think most of us will get through the upcoming weekend completely dry. Here's a look at the next 10 days. Yes, we do cool down, and we could even have some frost in parts of the area, especially outside of the city, Sunday morning and Monday morning as lows drop into the mid to upper 30s. And then as we get to next week, temperatures, so the cool down won't last too long. Temperatures will climb back to the 70s by the time we get to Tuesday, and likely even into the end of the week, we'll keep those mild conditions going.
By the way, here, you know what? I'm going to just start doing this. The Colorado River, we covered this a little bit about the drought that's happening in Arizona. This is another story about how this is going to impact you guys in the Colorado Basin.
Water experts are warning the Colorado
Sorry that the audio is kind of janky.
River will have less water in it this summer than almost any other year ever recorded.
Yeah, it's so bad because of a terrible winter in the Rockies.
Wow, your weather's all over the place.
Water experts say the amount of water going into the Colorado River could drop by 80% this summer.
And that's bad news for us. 12 News journalist William Pitts explains what that means for Arizona and for you.
The year in water is going to be ugly. Lake Powell, Lake Mead, the Colorado River, they're all way down.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
During a webinar early this month, the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center said they're predicting only a fifth of the normal water runoff will make it to Lake Powell from April to July.
Tons of melt last half of March, and we're ended up with less than 20%, 25% of normal snowpack conditions.
And snow is where the river water comes from. Less snow, less water. Water experts say Arizona could have to cut its water use even more.
If we have another year like this, or even an average year, if we don't have a fantastic year of snow, and there's really no good reason to expect
God damn it, it's turning south again. Fuck.
Then we can expect much deeper cuts in the year to come.
Tom Bishotsky, the director of the Department of Water Resources, says the feds are close to announcing a plan.
They would take about 1 million.
Yeah, remember that the last one we watched was because they had to allocate a whole bunch of water for the mining company, which shut down the damn mine.
Acre feet of water.
I'm sorry, like, if you have
water.
Well, okay, hold on, because the town might be there because of the mine. I hate to say it, guys. This might be one of those times where it's like the Dust Bowl kind of thing, where it's just like, yeah, you might have to move. You might just get the fuck out of there. You're in a desert anyway. What are we doing?
Move that from reservoirs above Lake Powell into Lake Powell. That water will stay there. It won't move to Lake Mead.
Which means, Bishotsky says, Lake Mead will go down. And when it does, that'll have impacts in other places, not just water.
Maybe by the end of the year, Mead will be down to elevation 1035. That's an estimate. I think you lose about 80% of the hydro generation when you get to that elevation.
That's right, down 80%. Bishotsky says the three states that use power from Lake Mead will have to make it up somehow. Bishotsky says probably by buying it somewhere else. but at least that's not forecast during the hottest part of the summer. Still, that's all a temporary fix.
These upstream reservoirs
That's a talent from my own state that I had no idea existed.
are a lot smaller than Lake Mead and Lake
Tonica.
Powell, so they only have so much that they can deliver out, and they're not all at 100%, and really it's a one-year thing.
A permanent fix is nowhere close.
Yeah, because the permanent fix requires, participation from God.
The 7 states that use the Colorado River water have stalled in negotiations over how to divide up the water after this year. Mashansky says they're still talking, but not exactly negotiating. And
every once in a while, I just feel like humans are we're so dumb.
The agreement could end up
like on a large scale. Like we are the dumbest species.
in court. William Pitts, 12 News.
And somehow we're the ones sitting here talking, technology, all this stuff.
Boy, it has been a long drought.
That's all I got.
20
That's
plus
all
years.
like,
We've had a
that's all
couple
the
of good
we
years
got.
in there.
Yeah.
Another round of great temperature.
Man, his mic is jacked up. Ooh. You know what? Let's do this fun little story that I have here. I had to fast forward the bit with the CM Punk pipe bomb, which I highly recommend going to watch. Just look up CM Punk new pipe bomb promo, and then yes, it is cool, man. Like it's really cool. He totally called out the WWE for their ticket pricing, which if you guys didn't know, Wrestlemania is this weekend. And someone like me to not even know that it was this weekend, big deal. And the reason is, ever since TKO Holdings, who owns UFC, took over the WWE, it's been nothing but just money grubbing. And it's blatant. Like, they are some of the greediest motherfuckers on the planet, and I can barely enjoy it. Like, so they started doing this thing, like, if you see over here in the corner, like, just this little bit here in the ring, that never used to be a thing. They never did advertisements in the ring like that. It's diluted the product so much. And then knowing that all these fans are paying astronomical ticket prices and just the way that they split the programming to just get every buck they can, it's disgusting. But you know what? They're eating a little crow this year, and I like that.
For calling out his own company for high ticket prices. Thousands of wrestling fans set to take over the Las Vegas Valley and Allegiant Stadium this weekend for Wrestlemania 42, the Super Bowl of wrestling, Saturday and Sunday night. Tonight, News 3 goes in depth on those ticket prices, as some people are saying they're getting a raw deal. Our Andrew Nemura investigating.
Get it? A raw deal?
Investigating what may be behind this
I'll be here all week.
surge in
rest of the week.
pricing, and he joins us live outside of Allegiant Stadium. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Dana. Yeah, the fans that we spoke to say that going to wrestling's biggest event has certainly put a chokehold on their wallets for the last couple of years.
And
the good news is that the experts
body slam them into credit card debt.
that we also spoke to this afternoon believe that the WWE has gotten its memo from its base. How many WrestleManias have you been to?
This is my 6th one. This is my 14th WrestleMania. We were here last year, and we were at 39, and we were at 31.
It's like a big sacrifice coming here, to be honest, for me.
How
and
so?
It's a year. I have to give money for a year.
Wrestling fans are some of the most loyal in all of sports entertainment, but they will admit the rising cost to attend WrestleMania 42 is body slamming their pocketbooks.
When we heard it was coming back and the prices, we were like, we can't do it. But we took advantage of the last minute discounts.
The WWE recently held a last-minute 25% discount for tickets. This follows a reported dip in sales compared
Yeah, by the way, to sit in the nosebleeds, it was still over $1,000 per ticket. That's insane.
last year's
That's fucking stupid.
record-breaking event. Economic
WrestleMania tickets in the nosebleeds should cost $35.
experts say the dip is in response to the surge in prices over the last few years.
Since the merger, especially of WWE and UFC.
I hope I don't get hit with WWF stuff here, because I just realized that they're using some moving footage.
Yo.
Oh, wait, there's no audio.
There's been a deliberate strategy to raise the ticket prices.
Brandon Thurston is with WrestleNomics.com, a site that tracks the economics of wrestling, like
Knew he
event
was.
cost and attendance. He says the average sold price of a ticket for WrestleMania has jumped from just under $200 a few years ago to last year's average
341
of more than 600.
Yeah.
He adds there are a number
Okay,
of
maybe I was wrong about the nosebleeds. My
factors
bad.
as to why attendance may be down.
Still pretty bad
this year.
And that's just per ticket, by the way.
Same location, no John Cena retirement, and less positivity about the product. Thurston believes.
I mean, they screwed up his retirement so bad too.
And a lot of fans who are vocal feel like they're being gouged. But I think that at the same time, they're sort of it feels like they're reaching their ceiling about what they can get away with charging.
Fans hope so too.
You wait till the day of, those tickets go down, but they'll learn. TKO will learn. Hopefully.
That's how it is with Blackhawks tickets. If you want to see the Blackhawks play, do not buy never buy second market tickets, or aftermarket or wherever you call it. But yeah, just go to the arena, especially now because they can't sell out worth a damn. And yeah, you'll get like the day of ticket price where you can sit in the 100 bowl for under $100. It is crazy though. Like you have to do it literally at the last minute.
Yeah, well, Dana, we were checking.
I'm not sure if they sell late games anymore. Like if the game has already started. I know that they they kind of toyed with just doing we're not selling any more tickets after the game starts. I'm like, that's stupid.
Just most recently in the last couple of hours.
It's always been where they sell them up to the I think it was to the end of the first period and into the first intermission, and then they close the will call windows.
That a ringside ticket for Saturday's event is around $16,000. Once again, that's ringside seats. For all those in the back, the nosebleeds, it's going to run you around $200 or so.
$200? That's a lot of money, especially for, the worst seats in the house for this thing going on Saturday and Sunday nights. But you and I were talking in the newsroom before you left to go out to Allegiant Stadium, and you say ticket sales are down this year.
Yeah, no shit.
Compared
$16,000
to last year when we held this same event.
You got to win the prices right just to go to fucking Wrestlemania.
Yeah, that's right, Dana. We were talking to
no whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Burr, 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 burr.
Brandon Thurston from Russell.
Yeah, Macho Man hosting the prices right for Bob Barker. Yeah. Gotta say, I'm a little disappointed in the way you spun the wheel. You didn't spin hard enough. Yeah.
Nomics, from what you saw in our story, he mentioned that ticket sales are
didn't get the dollar. Gotta give it to the next guy for 90 cents.
Are down around 9,000 compared to the same time frame this year. Compared to the same
I would watch the shit out of that.
Year, I should say.
Yeah, down 9,000.
The price is wrong. Yeah, not the Happy Gilmore joke. No, price is wrong because wrestling tickets are too goddamn expensive. Yeah.
There you go. And high ticket price is probably the reason. And Andrew, we appreciate that. Maybe there's a little WrestleMania fatigue in our community too, because for the first time since the late 1980s, a city will host this event 2 years in a row. We're getting a first look at the economic impact from last year's event, according to TKO, which owns WWE. Last year's WrestleMania in Vegas had an economic output of more than $322 million.
I mean, let's be real. This also does have to do with the economy, and they're kind of missing that portion of this.
The event paid $122 million.
It's kind of a broader side of the economy if they're not enjoying things that they usually would and spending money on things that they usually would.
Salaries.
But let's just ignore that. That's fine.
And wages. Officials also say it supported more than 2,600 local jobs as well.
All right. I'm going to hold off on getting into the other stuff for a minute here. Want to kind of reset, say hello to all y'all and hang out for a minute. Plus it is, WrestleMania weekend, which oh, wait. That's right. My friend has ESPN. Thank God for friends that, pay for the things that you're just like, I'm not paying. No. But it's not like I'm going to his place to watch it. I went to a house show a few days before they had WrestleMania in Dallas, and the tickets were like $60. Yeah, no, dude, they don't even do house shows anymore. It sucks. House shows were the shit. You got to see them work out their stuff. You got to see some tag teams that you never would on TV. Man, yeah, even AEW stopped doing house shows because it isn't really. Unfortunately, it's not profitable. I get it. I mean, AEW and profitable though. That's something that has always kind of left me questioning. Like, what are you doing? Like, it's not been profitable since its inception. I mean, from my understanding, but it's not a public company, so you can't really know. Oh, man. But like I was saying, it was definitely like more of a referendum on the economy as well. McMahon can't glaze Trump unless you buy into WrestleMania. Well, I thought that it would be better without Vince McMahon there. You know, you got to be careful what you wish for. And I know that's one of the, like, it's lame to say, but it is true. You got to be careful, because I was one of those guys. I used to constantly say how Vince was ruining the product, how it was totally his writing that's ruining the product instead of Bruce Pritchard, which I should have pointed the finger at, like, the actual culprit. You know, yes, it's the old guard that Vince kept under him, but I don't think it was Vince directly, because some of his decisions and, like, some of the things that he held off, or, like, not just held off, he, like, blanketly said he would never do. Yeah, Triple H just went all for it. He's just like, all the money, please. That's why, like, the ads in the ring, that was something you would never see under Vince McMahon, because Vince McMahon he understood that was, he would rather get the advertising money from, like, around the boards and, like, use, like, LED boards and shit like that. But keep all that space, like, it's for the product. He's like, he understood the value in that. He understood that it was, you're paying attention to the wrestlers. If you're taking the attention from the wrestlers, you're taking attention from the product. That's a problem. AEW learned that from Vince McMahon, ironically, and that's why Tony Khan even said, he's like, I'm never putting ads in the rings because I want people focusing on the fucking product. Because that's what it is. Wrestling's a product. It's a show. So, yeah, that's why everybody should check out wrestling at least once in their life. And just, I wish everybody had the opportunity to go to a live show before they even, like, could see it on TV, because it's so different. It's, you're hooked after the first time. You're literally hooked. I've gotten so many friends into wrestling that used to make fun of that. Like, they used to make fun of it pretty hard too, by taking them to an indie show where they were just like, oh, man, God damn it. It's like, I like this now. It's like, see? And then women's wrestling in WWE is the easiest for me, where I'm just like, dude, like, what? Come on. Ah. Anyway, Vince was the ultimate hype man. He and Trump were two sides of the same coin. They fed off each other and made money. Well, Trump barely had anything to do with the WWE. I hate when people overinflate, whether they're Republican or Democrat, or now I'm doing it, right or left. I hate when they just overinflate how much Trump was part of the WWE. He was part of, like, 2 angles, okay? And yeah, because he was his friend and because he donated a significant chunk of change to Vince McMahon, yeah, he did get into the, Wrestling Hall of Fame. That was something that happened. I'm not going to deny that, but shut up, Bill. No one cares. The thing is, dude, nobody gives a shit. Nobody's listening to you. Even in the Republican circles, nobody's listening to you. You're just kind of coming here and you're just like, blah, 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 blah. Man, I'm gonna vomit just the same shit that everybody else does about Trump. Blah, blah. And then you gotta fucking devote so much of your life defending the guy. You want to talk about true TDS? There it is, buddy. So, wrestling was fun. My brother and I used to have a good time watching wrestling. I mean, that's some of my favorite memories is when I was with, so I used to go visit my cousin in Minnesota, and that's when Jesse Ventura was the governor. So it was awesome having that connection, and then just watching, he had all, like, the wrestling tapes, and if he didn't have one, then we would go to Blockbuster and we would rent the latest, like, pay-per-view, because that was the other thing. My dad, he wouldn't let me order pay-per-views. He was very much about I'm not paying anything extra. So I did have a babysitter at one point, kind of figure that one out. I'm not going to say how, but he did. which was funny because my dad was just like, now you can watch. I was like, yay! WrestleMania 20, baby. That was my first one I ever got to watch at my own house. That wasn't, on a VHS tape. But yeah, man, that was so funny. Had so many just awesome memories of being up there with my cousin watching, and that we, like, obviously after watching SummerSlam, because he had like all the wrestling buddies too. So, and then yeah, there were some times where we almost hurt each other because they don't exactly tell you how to do it, and that whole "don't try this at home" thing. Don't tell or pre-teenage boys that they can't do something, because you know what they're gonna try and do? Exactly that. So, oh man. Mitch, yes, that's how Jesse the Body got into politics. Yeah, it was legit. Without Vince McMahon turning down the union effort, yeah, I don't think Jesse would have been a politician. That would have been, oh wow, you know what? That's pretty significant when you think about that. So Vince accidentally made Minnesota politics into something better with being a dick? Huh. I wonder who wrote the skit where Kane essay a dead woman. I think that one was Vince Russo, if I believe. Yeah, I think that was him. Let's see. Definitely wasn't Jim Cornette. I think that was after Cornette quit. That's when I was like peak into wrestling, was during the Attitude Era. Yep, Vince Russo. That was easy. Here, let's see. Yeah, because I want to see if he was also behind. Was Vince Russo? Yeah. No, he was also behind the Lita one. Oh, God, that guy was such a creep. But yeah, to be fair, Vince was also very much in line with that shit. We all knew it, too. That's the craziest part. Like, so that's the thing. Even though there was the degree of separation, you guys, so I'm sure if you watch WWE, some of y'all remember when Trish Stratus, I've always had a hard time saying her name, and Vince, they were doing like this on-screen relationship thing, and there was catatonic Linda McMahon, where this is how ridiculous wrestling is. At one point, Vince is out there touting that, he's totally not with Trish, right? So you get Shane, his kid, Shane McMahon, and then Stephanie McMahon, his daughter, who's now married to Triple H, the head of the company. They're all three those two are with their mom, so all three of them are in the ring, but Linda McMahon is sitting in a wheelchair in a catatonic state. And at this point, Vince McMahon was just like, I'm going to show you how much of a piece of shit I really am. And he comes out and he's like kissing her right in front of Linda, and Linda's just staring off into space. And then at one point, he fucking pushes her out of the wheelchair. It is crazy. It's some of the craziest shit that, like, you look back on it, and I'm one of these guys that when he got in trouble, I was kind of like, I'm not necessarily surprised. Like, this was kind of par for the course for the WWE. It was wild, man. And then, yeah, they did the Lita angle where they had Edge and Lita in the middle of the ring in a bed doing the thing. And, like, I don't know. When I was a little teen boy, I was kind of convinced that was actually happening. I was just like, I don't know. I think that they're actually getting it off. Then you find out that broke up a fucking marriage, like almost a marriage. God, I can't do WWE. I love UFC though. I can't stand UFC. UFC's dumb. UFC is so stupid when you realize that, number one, it's impractical in real fights. Like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I love watching videos where Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu assholes get demolished just by a fucking, like, hey, yeah, this is what you're going to deal with in a practical fight. You actually do have a better chance of taking a legit body slam. Like, and I'm talking you know, WWF style, or yeah, actually, no, I'll even call it that one, WWF style. No, just in general though. The thing that I hate the most about UFC is it's head injuries. I like watching performers, and like I'll watch those fake punches gladly, knowing that my favorite performer isn't going to be sucking food from a straw at the age of 45. So, I don't know, man. I can't do it. Look up Matt Hughes. Seriously, if you want to have your love of combat sports just completely fade, then don't watch Matt Hughes. Like, or I should say, if you want to maintain your interest in combat sports, stay away from looking up what happened to some of your favorite fighters. Seriously. Because Matt Hughes is the biggest one for me, where I loved watching that guy. Loved it. He was a fucking tank. Now, the guy can barely speak. And he's confused. Like, it's some of the worst CTE I've ever seen in my fucking life. Cauliflower ears. Yeah. Fake far. It's supposed to be corny. The thing is, Isaac, it's not supposed to get you, like, roused up. Like, whoa, that, like, yeah. I don't know. Watch, nah, don't watch those. I was about to say something totally different. I don't know. Just watch, like, CCTV videos of people getting into fights, if that's your thing. But, like, I don't know. I can't get behind, especially after the way that Dana has come out, like, and just kneecapped any study into CTE with any of his previous fighters, where they have the contracts that these guys sign are just fucking egregious in the way that they're trying to bury the brain damage. Nah, for real, Isaac. The thing is, I think you would understand, like, if you just know what you're watching for wrestling, you're watching the spectacle of it all. You're watching the characters. You're not watching for the other like, the two worst parts about wrestling, I'll admit it, are when they're not doing something convincing, so specific kicks. I love when, like, a wrestler does a convincing kick, but there's nothing worse than seeing somebody that does the fucking, and you see it, where you're just like, that just happened recently. I forgot who it was during a women's match where Queen Amanala in AEW. She had a match where you just saw her, like, slap her leg, and I'm like, oh man, no, that's not the camera guy's fault either, because usually they do kind of, like, plan for TV, like, not like certain angles to not catch stuff like that, but also, like, you're to the audience too, like, you do have, like, again, at least the fucking 1, 2, 3 angle where you got the stage that cuts that off, so you always kind of want to do that shit, like, stage side away from, you know, the obvious. It's kind of like a misdirection kind of deal. But wrestling punches are the dumbest, where they do this like, I've always hated that shit, because, yeah, how are you going to sell this illusion when they don't have anything? Again, like, and then when they joined TKO, I was kind of like, that's not great. Honestly, for you, a good starting point would be New Japan Pro Wrestling. Watch some of those matches between, like, Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay is one of the best ones ever. Actually, Kenny Omega versus Kota Ibushi is one of my favorite fucking fights ever. It was so well done. And the thing is, in Japan, they actually hit you. Like, it's called strong style. So, you know, because they recognized that, where they were like, oh, you know, it's, you gotta you know, you gotta take something, you know. And then you got, like, you know, color is what they call, like, bleeding. So, like, you gotta you know, get some color. Specifically, if you're working in Japan, they say it's like, be prepared, just be prepared. But yeah, it's strictly performance, not to state the obvious. Yeah, exactly. Not strictly. That's not fair. I've seen some shoot fights happen. When you see a shoot, in a match, you're just like, oh, oh no. And I'm pretty good at recognizing that. Although, I'll admit, there's been some matches recently where I was just like, wow, they actually are doing a good job. CM Punk, I got to give some credit. He's doing not just like the out of the ring work. Like, he did kind of make me convinced that, like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that there is an issue between him and Roman Reigns. Like, I'm kind of excited to see their match because seems like there's some animosity there. We'll see though, because that's always really fun to know. Like, when you know that like two wrestlers truly hate each other, there's also something cool about it if they put on a really good match where it's like, oh, there's a respect angle there. Like Macho Man and Hulk Hogan, especially like their later matches in WCW, they hated each other at that point, but they were professionals, you know, so they would still work out the matches and everything. But that's the thing, man. It's so much like. Thinking back to this, I got to watch fucking Hulk Hogan pretty much my entire childhood, and it's not like he ever couldn't work because of, like, you know, brain damage. Now, yes, wrestling does kind of wreck the body in some ways, and the late 90s and early 2000s, there was a string of people, like, you know, it was getting scary. But Chris Benoit was the one that really opened my eyes to this, where I was just like, yeah, that was pretty bad. Also, it sucked because I was actually like a Chris Benoit fan. I loved his matches. Reminded me of the British Bulldog, and I liked the smaller guys because they could do more in the ring. Like watching Eddie Guerrero, early Rey Mysterio, those guys, they were Dean Malenko even. Like, those guys were insane. It was some of the craziest, like, you know, spot. Like, you just had so much action in their matches where you didn't even have to you didn't have to write too much for those guys. But Eddie Guerrero is one of my all-time favorite wrestlers. I loved Eddie Guerrero so fucking much. I was devastated when he passed. Viva la raza. Anyway, not gonna do the whole thing. Anyway, UFC fighters train in boxing, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, and those are used in real fights all the time. Dude, no, it's... Yes, it is, but at the same time, if you get a guy that's just good at hitting somebody, just one punch, trust me, man, I've watched enough of these, like, I've watched it in my own life, where I have a friend that he's really big into all that, and he's good at it, you know? But I've also seen him get one-shotted by a guy that was just a little quicker than him. Turns out this guy never really fought in his life. Just had a nice fucking, yeah, right to the jaw. Because you know what these guys tend to do, too? They tend to, like, square up. Like, it's always like they think it's a fucking, you know, it is a match. Like, so they go into that whole thing. But I'll just also say, Isaac, I know that I hate to do this. Like, if you're feeling a little defensive about UFC, then you should. Because you should know that the people that you are enjoying watching the fights of, they're not going to be the same people in even a few years. So just keep that up. Like, just keep that in your mind. Like, Jake Shields. I'm actually convinced that Jake Shields and, like, his popularity and, like, his place in the right wing is specifically because of his brain damage. Which, not a great look when you have a dude that literally took so many fucking punches to the head that, I mean... I hate to say it, man. Just by next year, he might not be able to form a complete sentence and like, or a complete thought, which I know, rich for me to say. But in general, when that's the sport, though, and the thing is, they're incentivizing it with this, like, oh, well, high pay, blah, 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 blah. Dude, for real. You can't pay me enough to fucking know that I'm going to be a vegetable, you know, pretty early in the later stages of my life, which they prey on that shit, dude. They prey on fucking the adrenaline of the younger dude who thinks he's invincible. That's pretty much every one of these fucking sports. But do you know how many of these sports do not take care of people when they actually do get hurt? Also, when it is like, oh, yeah, that was a disappointment. Like, how many of these dudes got in the fucking NFL? One injury later. Like, they're out of the NFL, didn't have a career, and now they have a fucking, they have an injury that literally kept them from going back and playing football, and so they're like a car dealer that now has a bum leg and a fucking sore back. Anyway. I played hockey. Listen, like, this isn't coming from a guy that never touched a contact sport. Like, I regret how much I played in a contact sport, though. I wish there was more provisions in hockey to limit how much contact I actually had. And it wasn't even fights, man. Like, I don't know. It was always guys rushing the net. And, dude, those rippers. Like, the more... When they introduced composite sticks... and you started facing pucks going over 150 miles per hour, that shit's insane. Well, around then. Okay, 150 is a little much. No, I was about to say, that's like a fucking Ovechkin shot. Okay, the average shot, I would say, from like a college student is about 98 to 100 miles per hour. I really don't care, to each their own. It's like, I love the NBA, but obviously I know people hate it. I don't mind the NBA. I don't hate it at all. I just, the Bulls haven't been good for quite some time. It kind of sucks to have your dynasty when you are like such a young kid and then just kind of see them struggle for as long as they have. Not great. Not great. Wait. Wife's brother, Honey Bryant Award? What? You're saying that your wife's brother got a kickboxer, or was a kickboxer or something? That's cool. I mean, again, I don't not respect fighting. I actually don't, I respect most martial arts. The thing that I don't respect are the assholes that practice martial arts that usually do it for that whole thing where they need to feel tough. Like, anybody that fucking joins a combat sport because they're just like, yeah, I know that. Fuck you. I knew those dipshits in high, actually, I'm gonna just say it. Elementary school, I have a black belt in karate. Good for you. Christian Wayfarer, you a D&D guy? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Anyway. It's so well known, it's bad for you that parents haven't been able to unilaterally sign up their kids for contact sports because they are inherently dangerous under the law. Yeah, and I think that it is... Oh, Hobie Bryant Award, hockey. Oh, sorry. To be fair, you typed Honey Bryant. So, it's my take on 5.5. It's okay. I like some of the changes that they made, but... overall, they nerfed a little too much, so we actually moved on from D&D pretty much altogether right now. Like, my main group, we're playing Daggerheart because it's more fun. I gotta say, I like the fear system, the fear and hope system. It's so fucking awesome. So you roll a d12. You roll 2 d12s, and depending on the one of them represents your fear, one of them represents your hope. Whichever one has the higher one, then either the DM gets to add fear, which they can then add to their combat phase, or you get hope, which will add to your combat phase. I love it. I also like the way that initiative works, where I can... it actually feels like more cinematic. So, you kind of choose between the party, and as long as none of you roll fear and you keep rolling the higher hope, you can, one-shot a guy. Or not one-shot, but you can essentially take out, any enemy just through, do it. And it's awesome. You can call out, cool things from combat. You can be like, yeah, I threw my axe to the mage and let my mage... use a spell to use the... it's cool. It's fucking awesome, but anyway. Kind of like Conan 2d20. 2d12s, but yeah, a little bit like the Conan game, yeah. Got to play that one. Sheer willpower, anyway. Is it any... Oh, yeah, no, it's great. Honestly, Christian, you should check out Daggerheart. I'm not sponsored by them at all. I have no affiliation with Critical Role. It'd be cool if I did. But for real, I love the system. I don't see myself going back to well, I can't say that I'm not going to go back to 5.5 because the one that I want to do on Discord is written for 5.5. So, or 5th edition if you want. I'm not going to be strict about it. If you want to use some things from 5th edition, fine. I don't give a shit. Halo in the World of Tanks, that's it. World of Tanks, nice. I may have to try it. I just usually come in and pick fights with you, so I wanted to see if we have common ground. Yeah, well, I think we do. I mean, if you respect Critical Role, they kind of addressed a bunch of shit that we as role players have a fucking problem with, and I love that. Also, the card system is fucking great. God, they give you enough so you can, have everybody has their spells and everybody has their, their classes and everything just prepared for them, and you don't even you barely need a character sheet. But yeah, anyway, what's up, Reginald? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Also, if you guys haven't already hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, please consider doing so. It really helps me out. I'm getting really close to hitting a goal here. I would like to try and hit 3K within the next month or so. So let's try and do that. Come on, guys. Even if you don't like me, wouldn't you like to see me get a little bit bigger so you can have that whole thing where you're like, oh, I went and trolled Pep Talks, The more relevant I get, the more, relevant your whole engaging with me becomes. So, I don't know. Sorry for your balls. I'm a Celtics fan. Shut up. Shut up. Now I am mad. You're Celtics. Fuck you. Almost time. Yes, it is. It's almost time. The mountain time, but we also call it happy time zone. So, it's essentially, it's 420 somewhere. Hey. Yeah, Isaac, I hate to say it, you actually might have... It went from playful to just uh-huh. Listen, I'm a lifelong Cubs fan. I took a lot of shit before we won the World Series, and then we won the World Series, and the world essentially ended, so, I don't know. I still hold true. I hold that we fucked everything up. We weren't supposed to win. The Cubs were not supposed to win the pennant, and we somehow fucked the space-time continuum. Happened there. Ugh. Maga is just Scientology. Oh! Wow! Boomerang 90! Oh, dude, I wish I could platform it like StreamYard that comment for you, because that's a fire comment. Yes, Boomerang 90 coming in here. MAGA is just Scientology for Republicans. Fucking A. The Cubs winning was like a bug in the system. It was, though. That series was also pretty tense. But we also... Goddamn. That was the time. I'll say that much. Being a Cubs fan, when we won that playoff series, that was... fucking insane. Chicago went nuts. That was the first time I've ever had a Sox fan just say, I'm happy for you guys. It was just thank you. Makes me kind of regret some of my salty Susan moments as the Sox were winning their pennant in 2005, and my pops was, oh my God, he was so fucking happy. Disagree with you a lot, but wish you well. Godspeed. Thank you for the $5, Christian.
At
Appreciate
Christian
that.
Wayfarer 1997.
Just know that that's how life works. You can disagree with me.
I disagree with you a lot, but I wish you well. Godspeed.
I do appreciate that. But I was about to say, even if you disagree with me, I hope that if you are a Trump supporter, the one thing that I ask of you, all jokes aside, is to just fucking think for a second that this guy might be fucking you over. Just try to get out of that whole defense mode for Trump. Just... Because the only person that you hurt with that is yourself, man. Makes it easier to fucking manipulate. Someone failed their mission that day. Can't stand the Cubs, but glad they beat the Mets today. Beat the Mets. Meet the Mets. Beat the Mets. Be disappointed. Play golf with the Mets. I forgot what comic did that, but dude, that shit was hilarious. Kind of sucks that you can't pin a comment in Vert. Yeah, that's what I was kind of bummed by that. Yeah, it sucks. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, but not the same one. Did you know that your gut biome? So what happens when you fart is technically it's like stolen gas from whatever you were eating. So it's technically a fart from your food that you fart out. Yeah. Science. Excuse me. Trying to cough a little less into the mic. All right, folks. Well, let's go into a little bit of the less fun news. So this one is about the oh no, this one's not about the ICE agent. So we're gonna cover the ICE agent getting charged, which is great. But this is kind of fucked up, man. And I want to see, like, if you're MAGA in chat, can you try and give me an honest answer about this? Because I know that some of y'all love ICE, but this can't look great to y'all.
Another high-profile departure is coming from the Trump administration as the head of ICE has announced his resignation. Todd Lyons set to step down at the end of next month. As acting ICE director, he was in charge during mass deportations and when American citizens were killed by ICE officers. And
thank you for the $10 donation, man. Really appreciate that. Let TTS grab this one. If it doesn't, I'll read it.
Reginald Fluffington, 5142, $10.
Thank you again, man.
I was conservatives and called myself a Republican, but not MAGs.
MAGA.
Getting out of the my side / your side mindset took some work.
Yeah, and you know, hey, I really appreciate that, because yeah, that once you get out of that and you recognize that you just have a bias, like you may have a bias towards Trump, fine, but it's a lot easier when you're not just like, I'm MAGA. Like, I love where I'm at politically. Like, and that's where, like, Joe Rogan lamenting that he's politically home. Get fucked, dude. Just admit where your biases lie. Like, he should just admit, yeah, I don't want to pay more in taxes. He's one of those dipshits. Trust me. But mine comes from, no, I have lived as somebody who is more fortunate and less fortunate. And I can tell you that it's like, no, man, when I was more fortunate, I would have gladly paid a little bit extra knowing that my less fortunate self would have something to fall back on. You know, like, it's so fucked up. And in general, it separates us from each other. It creates this system where we're constantly battling over shit that doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Like, you guys can think that, you know, trans is wrong, which I do still think is shit, but it's the shit where it's just like you obsess about it and that becomes your political policy instead of looking at the shit that would benefit you. Because at the end of the day, I have a feeling that any of you guys that, like, if you care about the trans issue, is that your most important issue when you vote? And the problem is, I know a lot of fucking dipshits come in here and they're be disingenuous with it instead of just answering like, oh yeah, I guess.
And reports of his agency's controversial
credit to anybody that can do that. Hence Reginald, I really do appreciate you. Reginald Fluffington.
Tactics continue.
I do appreciate that.
The New York Times details the arrest of an 85-year-old
And the hardline conservatives spread the lie that we just want to raise taxes on the poor and trans their kids. Yep.
Died. They had met.
This is crazy. This is the part that I wanted to get to. ICE arrests 85-year-old French widow who married her GI sweetheart. Literally a fucking World War, like, dude.
He was
what are we doing?
In the military in France. Just yesterday, one Democratic congresswoman told Director Lyons that the fault lies at the top.
It could not possibly be clearer that your
Hey,
agencies
Lauren
are out
Underwood.
of control. The patterns of reckless, incompetent, cruel, illegal, corrupt, and unconstitutional behavior across your agencies and the total lack of accountability to Congress, the American people, and the Constitution. In my opinion, these are...
I do think that if our taxes were going to make life better for us, people would be easier to accept higher taxes.
Problems.
Joining me now.
Again, it's not even about raising the taxes necessarily. It's about raising the taxes on the right people. The problem is most of these people, they believe in the trickle-down economic effect. They honest to God think that, oh, if we tax the rich, they're going to leave.
Barone Lopez, former Senator John...
When somebody brought this point up about specifically what Mamdani's doing, where they're just like, oh, but what? Just wait until these people move to Florida. It's like, those are the people he's taxing, you dumbass. He's literally taxing people who have their fucking money just sitting in apartments that are empty.
Democrat from Montana and MS Now political analyst.
So how in the fuck does that affect
Charles
you?
Coleman, former Brooklyn, New York prosecutor. Thank you all for being here.
It's almost like you guys have been fooled into fucking going to bat for somebody that that you're never going to become. I don't think any of you guys are going to ever own a skyscraper.
Senator, so, okay, you've got a widow and a widower. He's a veteran.
Excuse me.
They're both in their 80s. They reconnect after their spouses die, and they get married. He died in January. Immigration agents arrested her this month while she was in her nightgown, claiming she overstayed her visa. This is what the Times writes, quote, her own 3 children back in France are unable to reach her and fear for her health. What do you make of this? Is it cruelty for the sake of being cruel?
We're locking up the dangerous criminals.
A 5-year-old woman in her nightgown.
It has nothing to do with that. I mean, the sickest part is that it literally came down to Stephen Miller just being like, to hit Obama's numbers, we need to arrest this many brown people or people that are here illegally. But meanwhile, yeah, if you're South African, come on in.
Well, Chris,
what is it about that?
On so many levels. In the first level that it's wrong on is there was no common sense applied to this. The second thing is the Trump administration
monitor's old as shit.
And Todd Lyons has said they're going to get rid of the worst of the worst. And we've seen this kind of activity time and time and time again where
4K, what's that?
An 86-year-old woman or a 5-year-old little boy or a second-grade little girl gets picked up. And
yeah, I saw that. Katie Miller tweeting out that they were lamenting the lower teen pregnancy rate. Yeah, I saw. Did we watch that on Fox News on Wednesday?
And treated like
I remember seeing
criminal.
something about that.
Look, people wanted to see the border secured, and they did it, and they should take credit for it. I think they want to see the folks who are here illegally that are criminals, that have committed criminal acts, and that's not just crossing the border. That's a criminal act taken care of and getting out of the country. But that's not what ICE has done.
Nope.
They've entered houses without warrants.
Yep.
They've arrested people because
and now they're being held accountable.
Might be here illegally.
That's at least
and the bottom
nice.
line is
We'll
is
see how
that
far
you
it
gotta
goes.
apply
But
some common sense to what's going on here. People do not appreciate what ICE has been done. Generally speaking, what ICE has done since the beginning of this term. And I think that it's being showed at the ballot box, quite honestly. And I think that leadership does matter. And if Mark Wayne Mellon does a good job and applies some common sense to what's going on here, and they get a good director of ICE that understands that what they say matters to these agents on the ground, it could change. It needs to change. And hopefully Republicans understand.
That's a little too hopeful. I'm just going to say.
It has got to change or they're really going to get pummeled in the election in November.
So we just got word via the New York Times that this woman is heading back to France. So she's leaving the country, Charles. The judge overseeing this case, though, said there may be...
All right, there's resting bitch face, then there's resting unimpressed face. I'm sorry. I have to call it out because this girl... I've seen this anchor here. Oh, where is it? Her. So every time, it's just... just constantly I'm not impressed, not disappointed, not bitchy, just unimpressed.
This case, though, said there may be potential corruption involved, not just cruelty. According to the Times,
Yeah, it's almost like there's also, you know, these reports of these in these centers of them being raped and having a bunch of sus activities with some of the ICE agents there. But yeah, we can't let anybody in there to go investigate. That'd be a bridge too far.
the judge said she
Oversight.
believes that the woman's stepson, who is a retired Alabama state trooper who now works at a federal courthouse, had used his position as a government employee to have the woman arrested. Now, he denies that. But does this merit further investigation?
That's fucking crazy.
The implication is that he manipulated this for personal gain because of an inheritance.
Sure, and weaponizing ICE because of your personal grievances around probate is not something that should be happening.
What up, you know?
Particularly when you're a law enforcement agent. But this
How you
is the
doing?
bigger issue here, Chris. What that judge said speaks to a larger problem that DHS and ICE has that they need to be aware of, and that is their overall credibility. They are an extension of an American democratic institution, and therefore, if there is no credibility or a decreased credibility in terms of the believability or the accuracy or the integrity of that agency to do its job, then what do you expect when you talk about public support and public compliance? That is an ICE issue. That is a leadership issue. It's
Getting
something
your
that they
daily reminder of this inept administration. Again, dude, like, this is what really bothers me about MAGA is they see this shit and they're well, at least some in there, they're perfectly fine with it. But it's the fact that they also don't recognize that this has turned off a lot of people that will no longer call themselves MAGA specifically because of this.
keenly aware of because it extends far beyond the
Like, dude,
implications of this individual.
You have to recognize that this is just, it was always a bridge too far with these assholes. The fact that you're celebrating these dudes that can just blanketly do whatever the fuck they want, that's crazy to me, man. And it's also like, we've watched enough sovereign citizen videos, especially like, I've called it out how many times where it's just like, oh, this guy is definitely MAGA. And then he says some shit about Trump and we're like, oh, there it is.
Case.
They're always that type where it's just like, yeah, get him, get him, get him. But don't come after me. Don't you dare pull me over. I'm traveling.
We have breaking news. Officials in Minneapolis are expected to announce felony assault charges against a federal immigration officer.
This is a big deal.
Let's listen.
Was reached earlier in this
one
case
super underreported, by the way.
than in the shooting of Julio Sosa Solis and the killings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. I know the community is following the decisions of this office very closely, and I want to be transparent on why these situations are developing at different speeds. This case followed the typical investigation and submission process for cases coming to our office. The Minnesota State Patrol received a 911 call from the victims, who had a gun pointed at them by the driver of a vehicle who pulled up next to them illegally on the shoulder. The State Patrol was able to investigate thoroughly, identify Mr. Morgan, and conduct an interview with him at the Whipple building. After finalizing the investigative case file, the State Patrol submitted the case to our office for potential charges. Virtually none of the obstacles around evidence collection that exist for the January shootings exist in this case. On February 5th, Mr. Morgan was driving illegally on the shoulder of eastbound Highway 62, or the Crosstown, just past the Portland Avenue exit, appearing to attempt to bypass slower traffic. The victim who was driving briefly moved their vehicle into the shoulder to slow him down. Mr. Morgan was driving a rented SUV with no markings or...
Dude, again, this is what they're hiring. Are you guys okay with that? Or are you that asshole that just, you can't wait in traffic, so you take your SUV, you ride on the shoulder, then you get surprised when you get fucking taken down. That's the thing, and you're just like, oh, I would love to do that. Yeah, this guy, he's just getting it, man.
Other features.
Or do you recognize that this guy is an unsafe fucking asshole that was abusing his power?
To indicate that it was an ICE vehicle.
What up, Natch?
After the
How you doing, dude?
victim's vehicle moved back into the legal lane, Mr. Morgan sped up to pull
Where's
alongside the victim's
was here
vehicle.
earlier.
Mr. Morgan then visibly slowed
realized that I
his
haven't seen
vehicle
Action
to
in the Chat in
match
a
the
minute.
pace of the victim's vehicle, opened his window and pointed his duty weapon directly at both victims in the other vehicle.
Absolutely,
while
he's an
continuing
unstable
to
fuck.
drive illegally on the shoulder. Both the driver and the passenger in the victim's vehicle felt threatened by Mr. Morgan's actions. The driver called 911 while the passenger began to video the SUV when it pulled into the lane in front of them. On February 6th, State Patrol investigators conducted a voluntary interview with Mr. Morgan and his partner, who had been in the back seat of the rented SUV at the time.
Damn, you think that he was saying anything about
The
this?
incident. During the interview, Mr. Morgan admitted that he was driving the rented SUV, and he and his partner were headed to the Whipple building to end their shift. Additionally, he admitted that he drew his firearm after the victim's vehicle had
Yeah, this guy's, he needs to be in jail.
already
Like anybody else would be in jail for that.
rejoined.
That's insane. That's actually, he should be more than in jail. He should actually get like double time for that, for being a federal officer, for pulling something like that. That's insane.
The normal flow
If you have a CC and you pull that shit, you're getting some fucking time, okay?
of traffic, corroborating details.
Or are we at this point where we're just admitting that you're just comfortable with like authority just having different rules, and then also simultaneously supporting the Epstein class and just going like, yeah, they're rich, they get to do what they want.
From interviews with the victim. The State Patrol
We really do live in dumb times.
retrieved video of the incident from highway cameras, which is also consistent with the details of the interviews. We have charged Mr. Morgan with 2 counts of second-degree assault, 1 count for each victim for
Good.
threatening the victims with a dangerous weapon.
Good.
Second-degree assault with a gun has a presumptive sentence of 36 months in prison.
Good.
Mr. Morgan's conduct was extremely dangerous. Driving while pointing a weapon out of your moving vehicle at the victims who were in another moving vehicle could have
ICE assaulted someone else. Yeah, and this one they're getting charged.
led to yet another
Because even dude, the feds were just like, we can't help you with this one.
disastrous
It's like, you idiots.
incident.
I'm sure that at some point, like their boss, like that's why the boss is out too. I have a feeling that maybe, just maybe, it was communicated that they could do this.
Community that has already suffered to.
Dude, it's so wild. ICE actually might get not just unraveled, but they're going to at least get fucking bogged down by procedure now, and actually kind of brought down a peg, and they're probably going to have to can the masks soon, and they're going to have to be easily identifiable because of this shit. And it's their own, like, again, it's not the pretty stuff. It's the fact that they're just assholes and they think that they're better than the law. And even the cops are just like, we can't stand up for you, you fuckers. Like, this isn't in procedure to anything. You were just trying to get back to the building.
I want to thank the Minnesota State Patrol for their investigative work on this case and for submitting it to our office for charging consideration. Today's charges reflect an important milestone.
You know what? There's going to be a comedy renaissance after Trump because it's not going to be political humor.
In our efforts to
right now, there's the renaissance because he is the president.
seek accountability for the harms inflicted.
There was actually kind of like a downward spiral during Biden's years where like there was nobody talking about political comedy because you couldn't really do anything. Oh, what? Biden's old? Yep.
On
cool.
our community.
Weekend at Biden's. All right. You made the joke. Everyone else that does is a hack.
During Operation Metro Surge. Our community is still navigating the effects of the federal occupation. I drew daily inspiration from the courage of Minnesotans and the care that they showed for each other during Metro Surge. Our work continues on all fronts, from the killings of Ms. Good and Mr. Preddy, to the shooting of Mr. Sosa Solis, to the incidents being investigated by our Transparency and Accountability Project, or TAP. We will not rest until we get the answers.
I am listening to this whole speech, by the way.
We seek about federal agent conduct across Hennepin County, and accountability is delivered wherever appropriate. Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, Mary, do you know where he lives, and will the state, presumably if not Minnesota, will they cooperate with extradition? I mean, what are the next steps here?
So the question is, do we know where Mr. Morgan lives?
Oh, her media training. Oh, I must applaud. Thank you so much. We have an official that just repeated the question because she knows that we might not have heard him. Wonderful. Oh, if we could just get that in Chicago here. Oh,
we do not.
My news would be so much easier to listen to.
We would certainly hope
At least with these moments,
he would reach out to us.
Anytime the governor speaks, we cannot ever get them to just repeat the question.
And voluntarily turn himself.
I think JB might be getting a little bit better about that, but we'll see.
But
yeah, she's very media literate. No, she's good.
Like
she's good.
It says he has a Maryland address. If he still lives there and if he's still employed by ICE.
The question.
Creepy part is she looks so much like one of my best friend's moms.
Is, the complaint says he had a Maryland address. Do we know if he still lives there and whether he's still employed
it's
by
uncanny.
ICE? We do not.
Are there any concerns about federal?
Maryland. Oh, okay. So there is the extradition thing.
The administration hasn't made. They've said that they won't be pleased if there are charges against any federal officers involved in immigration activities.
The question is, are we concerned as to whether there would be federal blowback? They've indicated they would not be happy, something of that nature, if
Biden never fell asleep during a meeting. No, he didn't.
Federal agents were to be charged.
Oh shit!
Not
Hold on,
a
guys.
concern
Just
of
got
ours.
another
Our role,
shit.
by the way,
I got
is
a tornado
to hold
warning.
people
Bear
accountable
Dog,
if
how you
they
doing, man?
violate the laws of the state.
I hope
of
you're doing
Minnesota.
well, but also
And in this particular case,
hope you're
we
okay.
feel strongly
'Cause, yeah, man,
that
this weather's fucked.
agent committed second-degree assault against both of these victims. We have charged
can
the
we just get a
case,
break
and
for
our
a
intent
day?
is to hold them accountable. Yes.
Yes, Mary, on that note.
Other than watching your friend's mom get arrested, though. Dude, I just saw him this Saturday.
Absolute immunity. A message to them, and a message
It's
to
just
community members who, because of that, probably feel this is
So.
So the question is, the Trump administration has said that
I did get an
agent-
update on it. I asked him if I could talk about it because I mean, he already knew I talked about it on stream. He said that his mom is doing much better. That I guess she's on a good medication regimen. That I guess there was a level of embarrassment there that really stuck with her because I think she realized how many people saw her. Yeah.
absolute immunity.
Yeah, she's okay. I know that she moved out of state.
That is wrong. They are wrong. And I think they've actually walked that back. We know that the
I was
Vice
nervous when I
President
saw him. I was just like, oh!
Insisted that federal agents have absolute immunity. That is not true. They do not have absolute immunity.
No, and that's why. That's why the leadership's going down. Bavino first, then the fucking other guy. Yeah, and then I bet what's his name? The guy that like
What could happen is
yeah, that guy's like not involved because he didn't say, hey, you got blanket immunity, go ahead.
that
But I have a feeling that they could trace back and go like,
could
this guy
ask
said
a
it.
federal court to remove the case from state court to federal court.
Fuck,
Our office was
dude, it's just as corrupt as we all said it was. It's almost like the left wasn't freaking out for nothing.
They'll be prosecuting it, whether it's state court or federal court.
Is that Pepper
If
from
we-
Hawaii?
As part of that, we would expect a federal
It was a
agent
gift from my wife. I think that I don't know where she found it,
assert
but
a supremacy clause.
oh, actually, hold on, it might be because I know that you got that one online.
But
It
that
might be from Hawaii.
requires, and the burden is on the
Which,
agent
that'd
to
be cool.
show that what they were doing was within the scope of their authority as a federal agent. Our
need to get my
opinion
wreath
is
down
that
here.
illegally driving on a shoulder,
realize that.
pulling up to a car, and pointing a gun at the heads.
How's my wife
of
doing? She's good. She's enjoying. I mean, she's a weather nerd, so
members.
she's enjoying the bad weather that we're having, and she's probably the scary part is she might fall asleep because it relaxes her.
who are not doing anything at the time is
It's
well
so funny
beyond
too.
the scope of their
I'll
authority
go
as
upstairs
federal
and
agent.
it'll just be like thunderstorm and fucking hail and just.
So they may say that, but we will litigate that in court. And there is no such thing as absolute
grab something to
immunity
drink,
for
actually.
federal agents
Let me
who
go check.
violate the law in the state of Minnesota or
watch the
any
end of
other
this.
state.
Why did it take about 2 months to file?
Dude, she slept through a tornado warning. What was it, like 2 weeks ago? I just said, I'm
So-
like, did you hear the tornado warning? She's like, what?
We got the case. Actually, I can't remember when we got it. It's because it came in during our normal processes.
Yeah.
What usually happens is law enforcement investigates a case. They submit it to us.
Yep.
I don't.
This was legit just because the guy was such an egregious asshole that like the cops they. I hate to do this because it is kind of it is the whole like fucking ACAP shit, but it is like
Call when it got submitted.
most of the time they would be like, bro, we could have helped you if you weren't doing this. This one was one of the ones where it's like the cops just said, "Nuh-uh, dude, you gotta report this."
Well, it was submitted to us.
Maybe don't whisper into the microphone.
In February on an out of custody basis. Because our office has thousands of cases, we prioritize in custody cases, and we also took our time in making sure that we understood what all of the facts were here and making sure that we were thoughtful in charging the case.
Is it fair to say that there was any delay associated with making sure you got it right, given the national eyeballs on this being an ICE agent versus any random member of the public who might have pulled a gun in a road rage incident?
Well, I would hope that our team, and I believe this to be true, would take the time we need in any case, especially an out-of-custody case, if this incident had happened to any other member of the public. But certainly we were trying to figure out and trying to get additional details so that we could make sure that
believe it
if
or
there
not,
is a motion
I've had this happen.
to remove,
like,
if there is a claim of federal supremacy, that we are prepared.
and all you can do is you can just pull over,
respond
file
to
an
that.
incident report. Hopefully you get the license plate. I did.
I do not. We do not know that.
What if he refuses
Yeah.
to turn himself in? How long does this process go on?
So
White dude, by the way.
there is now
There's a white,
warrant
older guy.
for his arrest. That warrant
He's in
is
a Lexus.
nationwide. And so he could be driving and get pulled over by an officer for a speeding ticket or something like that. It is not a pleasant thing to have a warrant out for your arrest. It impacts many different things that people try to do.
Oh, yeah.
So that's our hope that he'll.
It's almost like, I don't know, he's a dangerous criminal who should be off the streets. It's so, yeah, I mean,
get this.
Is there a contingent of people politically that care about getting the criminals off the streets?
Resolved. If he doesn't, it is also our expectation that law enforcement, if they encounter him, or frankly, ICE, should make arrangements for him to turn himself in.
Yeah, no.
But
I mean, his CO should literally just be like, "Hey,
warrant will
dude, come on in.
out
We got
there
it. You're taking a flight to Minnesota.
Till we get.
And ironically, when you get there, you're gonna be met with ICE, and they're gonna be like, "All right, pal,
custody.
Time to turn you over." And then you gotta go with the boys in blue, and they're gonna probably say the same thing, like, "We're sorry we gotta do this, pal, but you know, them's the rules."
Has there been any contact between your office and Mr. Morgan's attorney, or DHS?
Has there been any
communication?
Yeah. Has there been any communication between our office, DHS, or Mr. Morgan?
God, I love her.
No, there has not.
Thank
As
you.
I said, the State Patrol did.
I just realized how much I
took a
value
statement
that.
from Mr.
God.
Morgan that was recorded. So we don't need anything in addition right now.
By the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed yet, you could be the what is it? 2750? Yeah, 2750.
Any indication that the victims in this case were
Make it a nice even
involved in
number.
any activity in observing
You
ICE
can know exactly which subscriber you were to my channel for when I make it big, because it's going to happen. Trust me, it's going to happen. You're going to be watching pep talks and be like, "Oh, man, now that guy doesn't even pay attention to his chat as much anymore. I could have
No.
I could have engaged with him a lot more."
There is not. In fact, as we make clear in the complaint, this ICE agent
trying
was
to be
driving
convincing.
a black
Is it working?
SUV that had absolutely no markings or any indication that would give anyone an indication that they were ICE agents. So no. In fact, I think they were on their way to go shopping.
Is this the first,
That's even Jesus Christ, dude. I live here. All that was
Yes,
fucked.
this is the first federal agent charged in connection with
Don't forget us when you go Hollywood, Pep.
happened here in Operation Metro Surge.
Why do you think they cooperated now, ICE cooperated and made him available for an interview with state police, whereas they
Pep
would
comedy
not
dogs?
with any of these other cases?
I just go probably either Pep
Why do you
comedy
think?
or
Why do I think they cooperated now?
Talks
I might
comedy.
have speculation on that, but I don't want to be speculating right now. We'll just rely on the facts and see what comes out during litigation.
So is this also the first case of its kind nationally?
Is it the first case of its kind nationally? We believe it is. We believe it is.
Yeah.
You didn't specify. Can you put a point on that? What would make it the first that's
Max.
national?
Well, so there have been federal agents who have been charged in the past on DWIs.
So autograph now? Probably
and
recommended.
things that were
No.
very clearly unrelated to their what they were doing on their jobs, right? The federal agents in this case say that they were returning from their shift to Whipple. If there are
finally got his piece of the pie.
Federal, if they claim that they were on duty, we will litigate that in federal court. So that's what makes it different.
Were the victims in the charges?
Oh, I want to be like what do they call it? Like a mini quarter of the internet famous.
Victims temporarily and
Yeah.
pulled over on
Famous. Fuck that.
Was that legal?
So the complaint says the victims temporarily pulled over onto the shoulder. I think that is something that you will see people do occasionally when somebody is behaving in an illegal way by driving on the shoulder, which was clearly illegal, and speeding up behind them. And I think you've probably all seen situations where people will pull over a little bit to kind of give them the message that what they're doing is illegal. This is the crosstown, and so it narrows to one lane, and so the traffic slows down because it's one lane.
Might not be popular, but I'm popular.
And so traffic was backed up. And
Micro
the
celebrity. There we go. Niche internet micro celebrity.
vehicle, which was unmarked, unbeknownst to anyone, that
Yeah, I
it
like
was
that.
ICE, was kind of speeding up on the shoulder,
I need water
which was
or, like,
illegal,
I need a drink.
trying to, it appears, trying to bypass the traffic. So, is that a good thing to do? Probably not. But he...
That's a nice way of saying it.
The victim had pulled back over.
I mean...
into the legal...
What up, James? Holy shit, how you been?
lane, and was
Good to
there
see you. I haven't seen you
when
in chat in a
the
minute.
vehicle of Mr. Morgan pulled up next
you've
to
been
him
well.
and drew a
We'll
gun
hydrate you, Goober.
and
Yeah, I got
pointed
you
it at their heads.
Well, I
that
wanna finish
we
this.
believe was illegal.
Right, you made that clear, but the question was about whether
Yeah, it's only 5 more minutes to a bladder. That doesn't matter. Hey, Pep, just popping in to make sure you're safe. Taking a few days off
So the
politics for my blood
question
pressure. I'll be
is,
back
with
Monday.
victims
Stay
moving
safe. Josh, I appreciate
over-
that. Appreciate you checking on in here. And also, man, really,
For the
like,
victim
thank you
driver
for
moving
telling me.
over, are we worried about that in our defense? No. And this is why.
Yeah, I'm taking the weekend off. So.
Um,
Although I might be doing my
While they did
my Crystal
that,
Lake thing tomorrow.
the,
because
Mr. Morgan's vehicle slowed down and then
Kind of need a
sped
cameraman
up
for this one.
to get parallel right next to the victim's car, rolled the window down more,
Have a good weekend.
and pulled out his duty gun and pointed it at their heads. That was not legal and had...
That's beyond not legal. That's not just, lady, that's not just illegal. Like, this is why people are starting to kind of catch on to the whole two-tier justice system, because you make it a little too fucking obvious sometimes. Come on.
No legal basis, no self-defense, no
Gotta
nothing.
step out
There's
from
no
politics
legal defense
sometimes.
there
It's
that would
heavy. Yeah, it
allow
is.
them,
Like, what I mean, yeah, my day off yesterday was great.
even
Gotta
if
say,
they
I appreciated it. Of course, I guess the Strait of Hormuz opened while I was off, technically. So maybe, hey, you know what? Maybe Pep needs to take a day off and the world moves to a better place.
thought the driver was trying to cut them off. The driver had already pulled in to
Yeah.
the legal lane.
This
It
is
was
crazy.
After that,
Yeah,
that
they stopped because he almost hit them because he was doing something that was blatantly illegal, and out of his rage decided to fucking show a firearm and be like, "You gonna do that again? You gonna do that again?"
Morgan's vehicle pulled.
This motherfucker is like, dude, this is an example time. This is example time, lady. This is where you do not let Trump step in with his stupid fucking pardons. You don't let any of that shit happen. You need to charge this guy with state charges, and you need to lock him up for quite some time because he's a dangerous fucking individual.
Hold up next to it.
It's almost like these are the types of guys that should not be part of ICE, and that after Alex Preddy and fucking Renee Good, and again this happening at the Whipple building, like them going to the Whipple building. So it's literally Minnesota again. What the fuck?
Slow down to.
When are you going to just realize that it's L after L after L, and that you have not been able to actually prove that, oh, we're going after the criminal element?
The car. And remember, he was driving. Mr.
Yes,
Morgan was
crazy,
driving
dude.
illegally on the shoulder.
Yeah, he was Grand Theft Auto. Like, he joined ICE so he could Grand Theft Auto through life.
Rolled down the window and pointed a gun at these two people. That is illegal.
I don't think there's any question that that's a more serious offense. It's obviously.
I love how the media is trying to fucking literally do this thing. Like, where it's almost like they're running defense for him. That's
That was
fucking
Hennepin
crazy.
County Attorney Meredith Moriarty announcing charges against an ICE agent who allegedly pointed a gun at a driver and passenger after the driver tried to block him from illegally driving on the shoulder. Moriarty says Agent Gregory Morgan was driving on the shoulder of a highway in an unmarked car, apparently trying to bypass traffic, when the other car briefly moved into the shoulder to slow him down. They say when that car returned to the legal lane, Morgan pulled up beside the car and pointed his duty weapon at the driver and passenger while continuing to drive illegally on the shoulder. Now Hennepin County is charging Morgan with 2 counts of second-degree assault. Let's bring in ABC Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas and ABC legal analyst Brian Buckmeyer for
All right, let's
more.
see. Do they have anything
Hi,
to
Pierre,
add to
how big of a
this?
deal is this to have the county charging a federal agent with 2 felonies?
Well, that's clearly what the county thinks is the novel part of this case. But it appears what they're alleging is almost like a road rage incident. It's not directly involved with enforcement against any particular.
No, that's where the cops, I'm telling you, the cops told these guys, you fucked up because this wasn't in the process of your duties.
Individual.
This was you being idiots. Hot dogging down the fucking road thinking you. Also, I bet the cops are even like, motherfuckers, you're making it like you already make our jobs harder enough. That shit.
What's being alleged is that there are 2 cars on the highway. One's trying to get to a location. The ICE officers are in one vehicle claiming that they're going to end their shift. The issue is that the county officials claim that they pulled beside the victim's vehicle and wound down their window and pointed a weapon, one would assume loaded weapon, at the 2 people as they were both driving. So it will likely, according to what we know so far, there has been a war of words involving Minnesota officials and the federal officials that's been somewhat quieter in recent weeks, but there's, suffice to say, there's been tension. So the question will be, how will this case proceed?
Dude, this guy's what, like, is he, I feel like he literally has someone pointing a firearm at his head right now while he stares into this camera with a fucking, and I almost feel like the guy's wearing a fucking, you know, a certain vest.
In terms of his prosecution.
Because Jesus Christ,
And-
could he have delivered that any more carefully?
Brian, Trump administrations have said that these officers have immunity. We heard Mary Moriarty refuting that.
Jesus Christ, how much fucking, like, seriously, like, how much volume are these newscasters on?
What degree?
Like, holy fuck.
What protections do they have, and to what degree does it apply to a case like this? When, as Pierre mentioned, it doesn't sound like this happened in the course of this
What up,
officer's
Batch?
duties.
Oh, by
Yeah,
the
so
way,
law
I was
enforcement has what's called qualified
didn't see
immunity.
in chat for a
Qualified
second. I
in
was
the
like,
sense
where'd
that
it
they're
go?
immune from civil or even criminal
Where'd the
prosecution,
edge go?
so long as their actions fall within the realm of what their actual job is, what their actual duties are.
And now I look back and I'm like,
they're
nah, I'm not
exercising
gonna do
them
it
properly.
Yeah, I'll do it. What the dog doing?
And they're not going against what's called a clearly established
Ew.
constitutional right. That's all to say, at least from the facts that we're hearing right now, this was not in the course of this ICE agent's duty.
No.
You heard questions from
And
some
I
of the
love how
reporters.
they are just like, oh, but if it had been.
Was asking the questions. Well,
Yeah.
were these people observing the ICE agents, or were they following the ICE agents? That could be an issue. Where they're
Doesn't
saying,
matter.
Okay, maybe the ICE agent is.
Jesus Christ,
that-
dude, the fucking mainstream media is insane. insane. It's insane how they're just trying to fucking walk us towards being like comfortable with a police state.
You are inhibiting their,
we get it, bros. We get it.
Their law enforcement. You are obstructing law.
I think that everybody should start asking them, if you ever like run into one of your local news personalities, ask them how it feels to be complicit.
Law enforcement in some way, shape, or form, and that's
especially in the death of the like, dude, if they're literally complicit in this kind of shit, they're coming for the fucking First Amendment, which, yes, you'd think that they'd care about.
That's why a firearm needed to be pulled out. Even that would be a bit of a stretch, because a firearm being pulled out typically is because the officer feels that they or the people around them are in threat of some sort of danger. These officers, or this officer, seems to be the only one creating a danger.
Yeah, the local news seems to just be here to keep the populace civil. Yeah,
by brandishing
it really
a firearm.
Is. Oh, come on, guys. Come on, guys. Oh, you don't want to do that.
So
oh,
I don't see how
oh,
they
no.
have any immunity, absolute or qualified.
Pierre, what are you watching for next as this plays out?
Well, again, the response from Department of Homeland Security, the response from, I think there may be a White House response as well. I think that's going to be the key. And again, what will be the defense, if any, in terms of the actions alleged by the state prosecutor?
Pierre Thomas, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you both.
Brian Buckmeyer. All right, now this is a little bit more fun. I do want, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this tweet here just so you guys can have a moment with it. You'll likely just see this video repeat for a second. I have to go grab something to drink and pee real quick. But I want to cover this Alex Jones thing after I get back. So I'm going to put the music on. Hold, please. And I will be right back. It's a Millennium Falcon bottle opener. I remember when Swipe to Text was its own app. Yeah, dude. Then fucking Apple went out here and fucking ruined the keyboard. It's borderline unusable. I mean, I try to not text as much anymore. If I email, I constantly I come down to my computer now. I mean, I'll say this much. It did get me using my PC a little bit more when I'm off stream, so. Alrighty. Let's do the Alex Jones bit. Some people thrive with it, actually. I mean, yeah, maybe I just need to... You know what? Maybe I just need to get with the times and just do better. Anyway. Alright. Let's laugh a little bit.
For the second time in a week and a half, President Trump has come out and viciously attacked myself and other prominent people that have warned about the Iran war being a total disaster, which has been proven to be. He calls me a low IQ loser and all the rest of this stuff a week and a half ago. Now I'm fired, and he endorses the Democrat Party lawfare against me that the CIA and DOJ ran publicly, and that the same groups that targeted him ran the Paul Weiss law firm that did a $40 million settlement with him last year and admitted to criminal activity.
No.
So he's now siding with the actual criminals. But let's talk about the bigger issue first here.
That's kind of like that last thing we just watched, where it's kind of like you can start arguing that ICE, I don't know, is the bad guys.
Trump had a 56 approval rating 8 months ago when Doge was roaring and Elon was there and all the rest of it. Now he's got a 33. He's lost 80% of his support in independents. The Republicans are going to lose the midterms massively coming up in just 7 months. And even Susie Wiles has told him that and told the press this needs to stop. But he doesn't care. He is committing political suicide for our own movement. And he's turning against all the major pillars of the movement, blocking RFK Jr., trying to get rid of the...
I have a weird cat that likes jalapeno
poison
stuff.
shots all of a sudden.
That's not good.
Giving total liability protection
I'm
to
pretty sure
deadly
that jalapeno
glyphosate,
peppers
Roundup.
are not good
It goes
for
on and on.
cats.
So I don't support this new Trump. But this isn't about his attack on me. It's about the craziness of this when, even on his own True Social and in polls, it is wildly unpopular. And he has all these neocon sycophants that were his enemies and never Trumpers praising him and saying how great he is and that we all need to be arrested because we work for Qatar. Well, I sure as hell don't. So here's where we are right now, ladies and gentlemen. We are at a crossroads, and Trump is committing political suicide. Use the Japanese term, seppuku. No one who has any brain cells can deny that fact. And as I said when this war started back on March 1st, it came out 5 days before that the intelligence agencies and the Pentagon gave him a report saying 92% chance this fails. Israel's lying to you. Iran's not about to attack us with a nuclear weapon. But he went with Netanyahu's lies and his Mossad chief's lies, who said the war could be won in 4 days and then Iran would fall. Now here we are into this almost a month and a half or more. We've been proven right. I'm a loyal American. I supported Maga because so much good
like, I called
was
it.
done
I
to
called
government
it.
Democrats.
He's still. That's all. Like that's the crux of Alex Jones. Is just like I was there before anybody else.
This is a new Trump.
Give it up.
And it's so unhinged. He's the guy that had all these countless bankruptcies for casinos and hotels.
Now you catch up all of a sudden, huh?
And basically,
it's almost like you knew that for a minute, and now all of a sudden you're just like, maybe
he's pumping dumps. But then he looks at me, that was shut down by $1.5 billion judgment. They've tried to shut me down. That was totally rigged, and now he's siding with the people that attacked him against myself and others. So this is the new Trump. He can't be this stupid. He's made some deal with the globalists up above it.
He made a deal with the globalists.
No doubt the Rothschilds are his biggest bankers. That's on record. They're the financiers of most of the
This is the corner of the internet that I like watching.
Not the Russians, the Rothschilds. Out of the UK.
Like, oh, okay.
And he's sabotaging the midterms. This is a deal. He's not this stupid. And watch what happens in 7 months with the midterms. That is the facts. But he's all saying, I'm fired. Fired from what? I'm not ever needing access to Trump. I don't, at the end of the day, care about what Trump thinks about me. I wanted Trump to be good. I wanted his policy to be good and not turn against what he stood for. But I'll tell you this, we are shutting down May 30th because the Texas receiver is cutting off, the satellites and everything. We have the Alex Jones Network, at AGN Live on X, right here.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn. So it's actually happening. InfoWars is done.
On Rumble. Same radio stations will pick it up. All of it. We'll have a new news site we're going to announce very soon. People will find us. We'll continue on. Truth is, our numbers are bigger than ever.
The satellites. Wait a minute. What the fuck?
What we're saying is pop.
Oh, wait. It's because truckers. A lot of truckers listen. Oh, he knows his audience. I'll give him that.
Troops, 70+% against this war. Trump is not out of touch, though. He is run by the Israel lobby.
Yeah.
I knew they influenced him before, but it's just a fact now. They brag about it. And that's where we are.
This motherfucker had his own satellite, or was he renting?
And so we shouldn't have foreign powers running our country, our foreign policy, our domestic policy. It's just so sick. And I told Trump, if he keeps attacking his base, I don't want to attack him, but we have to because it's so crazy what he's doing, and it fits into the larger picture. So we found this with the Tell reports.
Oh, they have a thing with satellite at Sirius XM. I see.
On X at the Alex Jones Show here on Rumble. Be sure to follow us here, and just God bless you all. Let's pray for President Trump to hopefully wake up. But I don't think that's going to happen. We have to continue to promote nationalism, conservatism, Christian basic freedom, constitutional government, free market capitalism, and support the great work of Elon Musk and others and the good Republicans.
He had to throw in kissing Elon's ass.
That are out there that are absolutely horrified by this. I talked to a lot of people in the cabinet, in the government.
Wait, Pragmata came out?
They're all completely freaked out.
Oh, shit.
So I got a lot of information, trying to get Trump back on track. Charlie Kirk thing.
Man, I just got Crimson Desert. My buddy, he was just like, dude, I want you to have this game so bad. So he was just like, we're going to find you a physical copy. We got a used copy from GameStop. He just bought it for me, which was awesome. Gonna say.
Thank me for trying to stop the last Iran war.
He also bought me lunch from Jimmy John's. Dude, I had a good day yesterday.
Back in June of last year, no one was going to lead to this. He thanked me for pressuring Trump publicly to release the Epstein stuff.
Nice when a friend pays it forward.
Plus it's unpopular not to. That is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. And so people are trying to make this a popularity contest. Ooh, the president said you're not cool, you're crying. No.
Pap, did you see the AG video announcing his return? Yeah.
I'm crying over.
I was going to...
destroying Maga and really derailing our American
later,
but it's okay. He just rode in on this wave. We'll keep fighting. There's a global awakening. The tide is turning against the tyrants, and that's just the facts. So we'll continue to fight here as I've done for 32 years, and I'll continue to stand up for Team Humanity. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
All right. Well, that was in response to this tweet below, if you didn't get to read it. So Trump just posted this... what was it, 10 hours ago? So, not just posted. It's easy. It's easy. Tucker is a low IQ person. Always easy to beat and highly overrated. So are Megyn Kelly, Candace, really dumb and mentally ill. Dude, he put quotes around Candace, so, quote, Candace, unquote. Really dumb and mentally ill. In parentheses. And bankrupt Alex Jones, who is completely fried. There are others also. Then we have some that are very good, true to Maga all the way, and very smart. He didn't say very. And smart. He couldn't even say very smart. I should do a list of good, bad, and somewhere in the middle. Wouldn't that be fascinating, President DJT? The fuck, reported on by Mediaite. God damn, dude. I don't know. It's funny when Alex Jones and like these guys, and it's because they see the obvious. And this is where it does kind of suck a little bit, where like, yeah, we've been saying this for a long time. Doesn't that suck for you guys? Like, in general, well, okay, not you guys. I'm talking like anybody MAGA here, which I'm not sure if we have many today, but hey, we happen upon some. But yeah, don't you like ever look at this and just be like, I love Trump I love Trump. I love Trump's pep impression. Thank you for that. I still love your Trump impression. Thank you. Anyway. So, did you guys hear what Zohran Mamdani did? Because it's pretty fucking based, and the right wing is losing its mind. If you didn't catch on that, I'm moving on from that story, even though we do have a fun little bit of MAGA getting exposed, and oh boy, did they get exposed for real. I think that, dude, Benny Johnson, I don't know what he did to piss off so many people in MAGA, but goddamn, dude, at some point he's going to have to quit. Either that or he's just going to have to come out. It's one or the other. Who's watching him that doesn't think that he's gay? Like, it's kind of bringing some attention to the botted audience also of some of these MAGA stars. So, yeah, Zohran Mamdani made a fucking awesome announcement today. If you haven't seen it, this is badass. This guy is, he is the prototype for everything that we need to get, like, that we need to do, what politicians on the left need to do, the way that, like, they're filming this, like, all of it. I'm going to just say, if I was a political strategist, I'd just be like, all right, what he's doing. So, as you can see, this was retweeted from Mr. One Hassan Piker.
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. Dude. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million. This peer-to-peer
Smartest thing he did was just go in front of the fucking thing and explain it as like you would a child.
tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate but who don't actually live here. But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world. And most of the time, these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end. This tax will raise at least $500 million directly for the city. It'll help fund things like free childcare, cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play.
That's Succession music in the... Oh, shit, that's Succession? Oh, god damn it. Well, I might get hit for that. Fuck. Thanks.
Play in contributing to our city. And some...
You would think that he might be a little smarter than that?
A little bit more than others.
Okay. Well, well, fuck it. I'm not getting hit now.
Happy tax day, New York.
All right. Very worst case, I say, go look it up. You look like the streamer Ass Man Gold. He's an Ass Man Gold. It's sorry. No tax on tits. Tax the F out of the billionaires. Hell yeah. All right, no, so here's the funny part about all this. A lot of the online pushback that I've been seeing is specifically at like this whole idea that, oh, it's going to force all these people to leave. He did such a good job of explaining how it's like they already technically left, dude. They don't live here. These are empty buildings that are driving up your taxes. So if you live in New York, you should be pretty jazzed about this. I'm about to sneeze. Sorry. You know what? Instead of talking through a sneeze, we've established this before. I should probably just... Just one, eh? Fuck. All right. Whoa, dude, that actually... Whoa! I think my head is clear now. Kind of did like a hard reset. You would have to make almost $70K in Las Vegas to benefit from no tax on tips, apparently. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was it's a provision for the rich, man. Which, it's almost like anybody on the left that was very skeptical about this kind of brought that up and went, dude, I think that you're cheering on something that you don't quite understand. That's why when we watched that one video, the guy that filed his taxes a little bit early, and he was just like, so I just got done filing my taxes. He's like, I'm a 3-time Trump voter. And all I can say is that when he said the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, I got ecstatic. He's like, they didn't stipulate that it was no tax on, like, it was like broken down, like the way that they broke it down, for like the overtime, where like they only included the overtime, not the actual time and a half, or no, it's time and a half, not overtime. So this guy comes out and he's just like, I feel betrayed, blah, 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 blah. But sure as shit, you look back at this and you look back at when he was proposing the no tax on tips, you had even Kamala going out there explaining what it was and how his was going to work, whereas hers was like, I want no tax on all tips, you know, for people like, you know, hairstylists and, you know, people in the food industry. But no, she laughed weird. She was also, I mean, I'll be honest, she wasn't our choice. Like, the Democrats blatantly fucked up. They did. They fucked up with Biden. They fucked up hiding his condition. They fucked up by even letting him run again. Then they fucked up by not giving us a primary. There was so many fuck-ups there, and they need to own that shit. They really do. That's why, again, the consultant class needs to be completely done, but... You give Asmongold vibes? Oh, again, why? Because I have long hair and I'm into nerdy shit? Cool. There are other people that kind of look the same as me, too. Do they give pep vibes? Is that how that works? I don't know. Anyway, my point was, for this one specifically, was how easy these people are to manipulate to make them think like, oh, this is somehow bad for me. Like, that at that point is just, you're playing tribal politics and you don't even give a shit. So, thank you for acknowledging that. Hey, you're welcome. Moist Critical is a better comparison. Hey, appreciate that. Hey, fellow Charlie. Hey, you know what? There we go. Yeah, there we go. A fellow Charlie. God, if I could have only gotten big gaming and just doing like random shit the way he does, I will admit, I think he's the guy. I remember going through this where somebody asked me like if there was somebody that I like envied in the creator space. I'd say somebody like Moist Critical, because yeah, he does have a pretty cool corner in the internet. He doesn't have to ever worry about anything. He seems like a legitimately cool guy. Like when he just turned off donations because he's like, I make enough and you guys need to stop paying me. I was like, damn. Like, fucking shit. His humor, it'll drop you laughing. Yeah, no, I've watched some Moist Critical content. Like, not a lot. I watch like some of his shorts and some of like his collected videos, but yeah, don't not enjoy the guy. I remember when he had some, opinions that weren't exactly left wing and people hated him, but whatever. Everyone has bad takes, but it's the overall you need to look at. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not a fan of Moist Critical. Some of his takes are garbage. Some of his takes. Yeah, some of my takes are garbage. Dude, literally. Some people don't like me because they think I'm immature because I like to talk about poop. Listen. But then again, you have every right not to like it. Like, if you just say you don't like his vibe, and on top of that, you don't like his takes, but if you're doing the thing where you're looking for a reason to hate the guy, just ask yourself, like, was the take really that bad? Establishment Democrats have been in power for 30 to 40 years and have been screwing us for decades. Yep. Although it's not just, again, I'm not going to just sit here saying it's liberal fucking Democrats. No, the neocons were doing the same shit, okay? Gotta go, see you later. Hell yeah. Zero. Reset the clock. He talked about, I didn't talk about poop. I just said, I mean, I'm not going to. I just said the word, and that, yeah, people get mad at me for talking about it. So, hey, no. We did not speak of actual BMs. So, can that? All right. Home run for Mamdani. Let's get the Morning Joe take on this one.
New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani is backing a new plan to tax.
You gotta be kidding me.
Some of the city's richest residents.
Ah, shit. When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million. This pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate, but who don't actually live here.
All right, so as you heard there, this tax would apply to the ultra-wealthy who own multiple homes in the state.
She's just like,
an
shit.
annual surcharge on homes valued above $5 million when there is no resident who lives primarily in New York City. The mayor's office says the tax is estimated to generate $500 million annually and would impact 13,000 New York City homes. The plan was unveiled yesterday by New York's Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul and expected to be part of the next state
What
budget,
was it that Spock said about the needs of the many and the few?
Are months behind in approving.
And the one.
Let's bring in.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe, let's go to you first on this. You're going to have to get rid of your pied-à-terre. Sorry.
Yeah, I am on the 87th floor of, I don't know. So this is very interesting. It sounds like a plan that most New Yorkers will actually approve of. I remember, as you know, I get one of those bicycles, like somebody, somebody actually drives me. Not city bike, but where I'm being driven behind. Like Louis Bergdorf used to always take me into, rickshaw. That's how I used to get into work. I still do. But we were going past.
R.I.P.
About a decade
Spock,
ago,
he
the
sacrificed
plaza,
himself for the crew.
And it was like, why are the lights always dark when you go by there?
My favorite part,
Lewis, of course, who knows the city better than anybody else, he goes,
is how there's very little setup. He gets up from his chair while he's doing comms, and just they don't have any idea. And Scotty's the only one that's like, "What are you doing?" No.
Of those places, I don't know if it's the case now at the Plaza now, but most of those places are owned by wealthy people from whether it's China, Russia, Europe.
Yeah, it's mostly
Saudi
it's actually
Arabia.
it is taxing other countries.
And they put their money in them, and they maybe show up 1 or 2 nights a year. And so that's happening all over the city. I always thought it was a shame, a real shame, especially because it drove up the costs for other New Yorkers, people who live there. But now this is interesting, a very good way to possibly raise revenue from people who park their money here and actually raise rent for other New Yorkers.
Right. Oh, wow. So they film in New York. I thought they filmed in D.C.
And don't pay taxes. So at least don't pay income taxes. Let's bring in a man who I know is going to think this is the greatest idea ever. Former Treasury official and Morning Joe economic analyst, Steve Ratner. We're going to get to the charts in a moment, Steve. Hey, Steve, even for an old Republican like me, this seems to make an awful lot of sense if you have to raise revenue.
Yeah, look, it's not the stupidest idea in the world, I'll grant you that. We're dealing in a very complicated political dance between the mayor.
I love how they're like tiptoeing around the fact that it's like, taxing the rich works.
Taxes all over the place on everybody. And the governor, who has to get elected across the entire New York state, who is a moderate herself, and but nonetheless needs the support of the progressive side. So this is a kind of clever way to thread the needle, if you will, of taxing people who either aren't here or who can afford it, or a relatively small percentage. And you're only taxing people on their second homes, and you're only taxing non-residents. And so it's not a question of somebody from New York picking up and moving to Florida to avoid the tax. You don't avoid the tax. And so all of that makes good sense. I would just point out on the other side of it that these people already do pay a lot of property taxes on those really, really expensive houses that they have, or apartments that they have in New York, that they don't use a lot of New York services because they are not here, as you will, and that they did contribute a lot of construction jobs and maintenance jobs to creating them. So I'm sympathetic to it. I get the idea that we have to raise taxes, and if you're going to raise taxes, you want to find a way to thread the needle, raise it on the rich, but not drive the ones who pay the New York State income taxes, New York City income taxes, out of the state.
And Mika, just a quick thought on this. For the politics from Mamdani, it's a home run.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, there's those skinny skyscrapers on 57th Street.
Yeah.
That's the issue now in the last 10 years or so. If you look up at them, you realize how few lights are on. And that's because a lot of them are just indeed for wealthy people to park their money. And Mamdani, who's still doing these campaign, like, for instance, a view like that.
Yeah.
For Mamdani,
smart as fuck, man.
We're still doing these campaign-style videos, direct to camera. This is his message, and I think it'll pull very, very well here. Steve is right. It's a little more complicated for the governor, but right now, Mamdani's approval rating is 60-odd%.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea for her to, meet him halfway on something.
Maybe. Yeah. Those skinny skyscrapers, do they move, or is that an optical illusion?
Some of them they're designed to sway in the wind a little bit. They have to.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, they are designed to sway.
I don't live there.
Okay.
I mean, that's just a fact. You can feel it when you're in a pretty tall skyscraper. Jesus. Trying to finish this. Like when I was staying at the Palmer House for something with my mom, she explained that to me, where she was just like, yeah, that's the reason that you can kind of feel the sway. I was like, oh shit. All right.
Well, speaking of promises, there was a promise kept by Mayor Zoran Mamdani in New York
I was
City.
about to say, I want to see them kind of
Emily,
live out about
what's
it.
going on with this? Why don't you take this one? I want you're the #1 Z head on the show. He released a video, didn't he?
He did. He released a very viral video. And Griffin, you could put the element up on the screen. Should we roll the video, actually?
Yeah,
Like,
we'll watch the
let's-
video because
so-
it's good. So then they said that this was their most watched video ever, which is a high bar for them because they've had some viral bangers in the past. So I think that's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. Emily, I'm
And
surprised
we have a
that you didn't
presidential
watch
response
this
to
video.
this as well. Oh, no, I watched the video.
Okay,
and
let's do it.
I have thoughts on the video.
That's why I was feeding you the segment.
already
Let's
saw
do
the
it.
video.
Zoran
I'm
Mamdani.
fast forward it because
view count
it has
currently
that
it is
stupid
at
music in it.
42.4 million views on
42.4 million views on
Pretty
that.
much like a typical Breaking Points clip, basically,
Yeah.
more or less.
Absolutely.
With a little rounding error there. Yeah.
Now, before we get Emily's take on it, I wanted to hear from some of the other haters. Of course, we had Linda.
Are you assuming Emily's a hater?
I'm assuming that
interesting.
Emily's gonna find some middle ground here. I know she's a big Ken Griffin fan, but
I love Ken.
Linda Yacarino says this is actually one of the scariest things I have seen. It won't stop here. It's a nice life then. Very few spooks for her.
This is a lady who worked with Elon Musk.
Yeah,
And that wasn't scary? Come on, lady. Let's be real. Let's be real.
And a few others I'll pull up here really quickly. But this is just part of it. There was thousands of these on X.com, the website for people with expensive condos, apparently. How does Ken Griffin, owning a $238 million condo in NYC, he only visits occasionally, harm New Yorkers exactly? He pays an extraordinary high property tax to the city for services he barely uses. Why ridicule him for this? And of course, we have Trump, who finally had to say something about his BFF. Let's take a read here. Trump says, sadly, Mayor Mamdani is destroying New York. It has no chance. The United States of America should not contribute to its failure. It will only get worse. The tax policies are so wrong. People are fleeing. They must change their ways and fast. History has proven this stuff,
Always the same
in
thing.
quotations, just doesn't work. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that's where we're at with the reactions here. Emily, what do we make of this?
Well, I think part of the reason the video has so many views is that the billionaires freaked the F out over the video and drew so much attention to it. I mean, even just saying this is the scariest thing or one of the scariest things that she's ever seen. She was, the CEO of X. I don't know if she still is.
The
but
thing is,
that's remarkable.
This was a trap, and they fell for it.
Because honestly,
now
middle
class Americans that are paying what we're paying at the pump and just paying for everyday fucking life, we're listening to that like, oh, cry me a fucking river.
class taxes should probably be the scariest thing that you've ever seen. Like, even if you're, that's the scariest thing. The pied a terre. That's like, I'm totally against our tax regime. I'm a flat tax person. So that's like, for the reasons that it would close all of the loopholes. And so don't get me wrong, but like that, even if you're in my camp, the scariest thing I've ever seen is like middle-class tax hikes that are, there was just a poll the other day. Vast majority of Americans believe that they're overtaxed. And the people who believe that they're overtaxed also include billionaires, which is often hilarious because the assumption baked into that one post is that he's paying high property taxes. We actually don't know that in the case of Ken Griffin. He could be using his real estate portfolio in various ways to take his tax bill down. He could be taking advantage of all kinds of different breaks. And people were making this argument that by buying expensive real estate, buying pied-a-terres that they don't use very often, they're paying taxes, they're paying staff, so they've created jobs, and that it's like only a net benefit. There's no like nothing is getting sucked out of the system or out of the city because they're there. Again, why then is it such a big deal for Ken Griffin to pay a little bit more? And I'm not even arguing for that. I'm arguing against the insane freak out that, like, why are you freaking out so much over the pied-a-terre tax? Like, are you serious? You're just making Mamdani look more and more reasonable with your insane reactions to this. So
yes,
it's crazy.
But Crystal, how is this?
Well, it's like I just said. It's they're telling on themselves.
How are you gonna function?
Like, this actually helps us because it is like, dude, you see how we keep pointing out that billionaires will always fight this, but how this doesn't impact you at all.
And if these billionaires can't use all of these apartments as like public storage units, I'm not really sure what they're doing with them.
They will continue
can,
to have
and
those
they will.
apartments. They will continue to have those apartments.
Yeah,
And
where are
that's
they going to go?
what- like, I
Miami?
actually-
Come on.
They are, but that's the thing. They don't even live in New York.
No.
Like that's why they had this second homes in New York that are sitting empty. Yep. So these are people who've already moved to Miami or whatever. I think Ken himself lives in Miami. So, you know, in a sense, if you're playing the game of like, it's going to chase them out of the city, well, this incentivizes them to move to the city. Then they can avoid this tax.
You know what's funny? In Miami, its infrastructure is crumbling and it's sinking into the sea because they're not taxing anybody.
If they just actually lived in the apartments that we all know, like Emily was saying, they're not going to do that. They're going to pay this, and they will pay it without even noticing because it's such a tiny, minuscule.
It's not punishing. It's literally it's taxing at the same rate. Why punish people that aren't successful, Danny?
Pathetic.
Why keep the people that make the least pay the most? Go fuck yourself. Seriously, Danny. Like, this is actually one of the most disagreeable takes I've had with you. Go fuck yourself, you class trading piece of shit.
Be on the ass of their net worth.
Go suck another billionaire's dick.
That it will not even.
Like, seriously, since you fucking love billionaires so much, why aren't you lining up to go fucking do something for them?
It will not even.
At least maybe then it might make sense.
Be noticed.
But for you to come in here and talk like that, fuck you. Just fuck you.
To them, it would be like, you know, an average person.
Why become successful? Get fucked.
Buying not a Starbucks coffee, but like, you know, a coffee at the.
No, then nobody. You know what? Whoever contributes to that success, you know, it's also like a cost analysis on who actually buys the product or any of that shit. Like, get fucked.
Bodega that's actually inexpensive. Well, the coffee's probably gone up and it's probably expensive now, no matter what. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. So the freak out, I think,
Stoner Joker over here,
that Emily points to is kind of the genius of this little piece of film.
Agree.
You know, we should be realistic about $500 million is a lot of money. It's not going to close what I think is a $5 billion budget deficit in New York City. It's not going to fund all the proposals. It will help, right? Like they're going forward with the public-owned grocery stores. I think those are supposed to cost about $30 million a piece. So, okay, we're funding those. That's fantastic. But the freak out is kind of the point. You know, it's a very Trumpian play in a sense where Zoran knows, look, if you poll, I don't care, Democrat, Independent, Republican, New York, Kansas, Oklahoma, wherever you are, if you poll, should we tax billionaires a tiny bit more? The response is going to be overwhelmingly yes, absolutely.
Actually, Bernie's tax proposal is tax anybody that makes over $400 million, including himself.
Let's do it now.
That's actually what the progressive tax is.
Now,
but you know so much.
Let's do it today. So he picks the fight.
Keep fighting against your own benefit, like anything that would benefit you for a bunch of people that will never recognize that you exist.
On his terms.
You guys are pathetic. Honestly, you're pathetic.
Where he knows.
I'm not going to be nice about this anymore. You guys are fucking the most pathetic human beings on the fucking planet. Honestly, do something better than coming into my chat with your fucking class treacherous bullshit.
He's got
I can handle you being MAGA all fucking day, but you being fucking just straight up class traders.
Especially in the city of New York, it's like would be like an 80-20 issue at worst for him.
Everybody in this chat, including myself, we all work too fucking hard. We get taxed too goddamn much to hear your bullshit. You fucking being mouthpieces for the billionaire class. Get fucked.
The predicted
you losers.
Meltdown in
you fucking exactly. Such cuck shit. Seriously.
Which is why he personalizes it, because he knows that will also trigger the right wingers here. And
I have one, asshole.
And he comes off.
I also do this. I'm way more productive than you.
Looking like.
What do? You come into fucking chats with 22 people in it, spouting off about how the billionaires need to be taken care of. Why tax the successful? Get fucked, Danny. You really are a fucking loser.
An absolute political genius.
I'm going to keep pointing that out. You're the biggest fucking loser in chat today.
Populist hero. He also,
like I said, I can handle the MAGA shit all fucking day, but this shit's pathetic.
Comes out really being able to advertise the fact that
I don't even need to know how much you make.
He
you
was
don't make
able
enough
to deliver on
to fucking be out here. Why tax the successful?
Or promise. He says, I said I was going to tax the rich, and now I'm taxing the rich. Now he's not doing the particular tax that he said, that was the original plan, but. The fact that he was
not begging for money. Why don't you pay for your entertainment like an actual consumer, you piece of shit?
Able to get Kathy Hochul to go along with this.
You're not gonna be part of chat today. Fuck you. Seriously? Fuck you.
And work with her is in and of itself a significant political achievement and something that people did not think he would be able to achieve. She has been very smart in recognizing that Zoran has a real base and is a real force to reckon with politically. And so she has had to bend a bit and come towards him. And he is very
have a nice day.
Clever in spinning this.
Don't care if I ever see you again. Get fucked.
As a
seriously, if any of you guys see Danny Turner and you're MAGA, just know that he is a class traitor to you as well.
Total.
Don't ever follow his example.
Victory. When in reality, it's more.
He already licked boots for ice. He already fucking lines up to suck on Trump's little tiny mushroom. And then this shit, like, dude, seriously.
Or symbolic.
How much more of a fucking just cuckbag can you be?
And more of a political win.
For people, again, that don't give a fuck about you, that consistently make your life more expensive. You ain't, dude, Biden's not the reason you're paying more at the pump, asshole.
Than anything else.
Yeah, and I just, like.
And you know what? None of the talking points work anymore. The rest of America is finally, rightfully, pissed off at the fucking Republicans. They're pissed off at Trump. Trust me. So the only thing you have to do is sit here and be like, the Democrats are going to rig the elections. They rigged 2020, but they didn't rig 2024.
I want to contrast this with the California.
Mamdani's going to tax the billionaires. Why would you tax success?
Billionaire tax, which I know we all disagree on. I'm
Jesus
sure you
Christ.
two disagree with me on that. I think there's really good evidence that people actually will leave
You do not have enough billionaire cum in your stomach to fucking be doing this for them.
California. Like 30% of the base has already actually left. That's according to a Hoover Institute study, obviously conservative. But
Wow, I actually really got bothered by that guy. Fuck him.
I mean, we all have seen the.
I think that we've all, like, my favorite thing, like, that I'm picturing here is like a guy at like an auto mechanic that hears, this kind of shit, and then they hear their buddy just be like, yeah, but why would we tax the billionaires? Why are we taxing success? It's like, motherfucker, you barely make $100,000 a year. What the fuck are you on about?
Of billionaires and centimillionaires who have left California. All that is to say, this is not that. They are right now defending higher taxes on fifth homes. That's what they're saying. It's one of the scariest things I've ever seen.
Good luck.
And
go ahead.
The billionaire.
Good luck.
I would also
What's
say
scary is the
California-
political numbers in favor of defending billionaire fifth home.
I still can't believe how it is like, I really can't get over it, where I'm like, every fucking MAGA chud bullshit chat that Danny has put out there, I've somehow just been like, meh, whatever.
Homes in New York City.
But that one got me where I was just like, even if he was joking, I have no place for that.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's, again, like, this is so different. So the California tax, which is something that Rose very supportive of, he sees it as an...
But go into MAGA chat and keep saying that shit. Go into MAGA chats and say how fucking great the gas prices are and how inflation's just not real.
Revolution.
Because, he said that today.
Tax. I actually agree with
It's
him
a
on that point,
hoax.
that it probably
Inflation's a
is
hoax.
something like that. But I think
his brain's totally not putting.
it's a one-time thing. I hate the precedent that it sets in terms of just like wealth confiscation from the government. We don't have to have that debate to just say that it's completely different from what this is. And the freak out is almost at the same level. They're not going to leave New York because the reason that they have their pied-a-terres is that they have meetings in New York.
Same people who think 100K is anything, think $100 go to towards cancer treatments by itself.
Once a month, once every 3 months, and they want a place to go. So that's not going to change. They want a place to entertain and have like Epstein-style dinners. That's what they want to do.
Yeah, Epstein class shit.
So they're not going to get rid of them because they have to pay a little bit more. You might see like one or two dramatically being like, okay, well.
The saddest part is if Danny's not a bot. Honestly, like I hope you guys know that like the fun's over with this specific one where I'm like, fuck this guy, because that is what's dangerous. And that's the blatant bullshit that they're trying to keep us fucking divided. That guy is single-handedly a fucking soldier for the Epstein class.
Well, I'm going to be a renter in New York now, or I'm going to go to Connecticut and have my dinners there. Enjoy that, but it's there.
I have no more patience for it, and if that's what you think, bye.
In large part, you're not going to see
sound
people,
off so I can ban you because I'm done. I'm done.
Going to happen.
Yeah. Well, and I would just. Go ahead, Griff. Go ahead.
I was just
the definition of an NPC.
People who live in New York City, like speaking of an 80-20
ooh, ice cream so good.
issue.
Ooh, stand up for billionaires. Ooh, don't tax the rich. Ooh,
people hate these billionaire row buildings.
MAGA so good.
That get built in like Hudson Yards or ones that cover Central Park and are just
fucking loser,
completely empty, and all they do is create like a shadow
Jesus
on the park,
Christ.
and they're basically just like pieces of like metal garbage that get put up in the city and where no one's even living in them. So
yeah, I mean,
think,
Sagar has talked about that in the way that it hollows out these cities and makes them so that they're not real. They're just like, yeah, they're a stomping grounds or a resting place for the global elite as they happen to pass through. And you see that certainly most of all in Manhattan. So, and I mean, obviously Sagar's conservative, like conservative populist, but I don't think that is a totally unique view. So that it's really is a proposal that
his brain is fucking as smooth as one of those mouth ball or the mouse balls.
Feel like
you guys remember
it's very
those
hard
things
to oppose.
where you just The good old days where it wasn't all like lasers and shit, where it actually had the little trackpad.
Because even if, okay, let's say Ken Griffin gets mad and he's like, I'm going to sell my $278 million condo. I'm moving out for a tiny little tax
Go
that he
ahead.
wouldn't even know. Okay,
I'm not sure if you can clip my live stream.
Like, you don't live here to begin with. And now you have, more housing stock that is available. Now, of course,
No.
you're not going to have working class people moving in. But if you actually did reduce the demand for these like super, super luxury buildings, then developers would have more of an incentive to build things that ordinary people would be able to afford. Because I'm far less concerned about Ken Griffin moving out of the city and far more concerned about all of the working class people who cannot afford to live in New York City. They're the ones who have actually fled and are unable to sustain a life there, even if they would like to.
So one last note, Trump is deciding that he has to, really play hardball now with Mamdani and talk about how Mamdani, he talks to him all the time, but he's ruining New York is now what Trump is saying out loud. But it is funny.
And he's the poop knife of the elite.
Because Zoran has gotten yet
there it is. That one is what resets the counter. Damn it.
Another thing from Trump. This is in the New York Times.
Thanks,
in a reversal,
bitch.
the Trump administration agrees to release nearly $60 million in funding for New York City's Second Avenue subway. So he just can't say no to this guy.
Griffin, what did you think of the cinematic elements of the Tax the Rich video?
I think that the freeze frame. I think that close-up freeze frame is going to be in a museum one day.
The big floppy disks.
I think that's
already
something
being memed.
Yes, I think something about that really struck home to people. And we talk a lot about taxing the billionaires, but looking down the barrel.
Was it the Apple II that had the front big floppy port
tapping the lens? That's something like we're coming for you. So I appreciated the cinematic quality of it and the directness of it. And calling out someone by name. He had a similar dust up, didn't make a video for it, but there is a city council member in New York that's been getting in his way named Julie Menon. She is very, very rich. I believe she owns like a lot of real estate. She might be one of those
I had one of those in my bedroom.
Multi-home owners as well.
I had Oregon Trail, Frogger, and
seems like now she is bending to Zoran's will, at least on a few city council votes. So it does really seem, like you said earlier, Crystal, like there is a base that people are aware of, afraid of, and the online billionaire rich people is not a real base because they have 5 homes all over the place. They don't have a constituency. And Zoran is actually
and they have no loyalty. They have no loyalty to a city. They have no loyalty to a country. They have a lot of class loyalty to one another, as we saw demonstrated in the Epstein files. But, they play us all like fools, like, oh, I'm going to take my toys and go home. But, with
all the time, every single time.
Regards
and
to Zoran.
The biggest tax contingent that actually falls for it is hers. I'm sorry to point this out, but it is true. The ones that make a couple million a year are the ones that really, they're like, okay, we're not making as much as them, so we're not saving as much. We're technically the ones getting fucked now. And that's where you get assholes like Danny that are just like, white tax success.
I still think it's such a shame he can't run for president because I do think he has both the talent, the right messaging, and truly understands how to
that's why I don't believe in the flat tax. I think a progressive tax does make more sense.
Do politics today.
The more you make, the more you fucking pay. Plain and simple.
Villains, which the Democrat Party refuses to do, and people
that makes it so it is a little bit even, percentage-wise per fucking
abundance, as recline people refuse to do.
Although, hold on, because a flat tax would essentially do something close, right?
Which is name villains and identify them, which is how people can focus politics.
And to intentionally provoke, and he's able to do it in a way where...
Not the tax expert, but I will say this much, that we pay way too much.
Unlike
where they pay way too little,
Trump,
especially corporate taxes. It's insane, dude.
Who's angry and outrageous and whatever. Zoran will just say a thing in his cheerful, big smile, very polished.
Yes, there needs to be more than just taxing the rich. Well, technically, it would be cutting things that fucking the dipshit before him.
And he knows how.
Because that's the thing. Republican land is trying to sell that this is somehow Zoran Mamdani's shortfall. No. This was Eric fucking Adams and his bullshit.
To press buttons.
So, now that we know who to blame, now I will say... Yeah, at least he's doing something about it. $500 million ain't nothing.
Cause the freak out that he wants.
Or billion, 500 million. Yeah, towards 5 billion, sorry.
I think he expected that
it ain't nothing
from this. And the other one that I think it's funny.
Yeah, I think taxing the businesses is next.
That there was such a freak out over is the grocery stores, which is We're talking about 5 grocery stores in a massive city. It's the most insignificant part of his agenda. Now, I think it's a great pilot. I think it's good ideologically to demonstrate, like, here's a thing government could do. But
and if you're gonna roll it out, you roll it out to the like the disenfranchised boroughs, like the food deserts.
It's almost,
you know, like we tried that, but somehow, some way, that got fucked up in a very short, time frame. Because I think it was Rahm Emanuel that did it, but Lori Lightfoot, she fucked it up.
It seemed like in the campaign, outside of the Zionist piece, that was what the biggest freakout was about. From, it was, oh my God, breadlines and communism, and this is Soviet, blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's literally the federal government runs grocery stores and basically every military base here and around the world. This is not that crazy of an idea. So everybody relax, it's going to be fine. And when he got asked about, like, well, what if it doesn't work? He's like, then it didn't work. Then we try something else. No big deal, right?
Yeah, why not try it? Why do we always
it's like
listen to the rich
people really
consulting class telling us, like, you can't do that, it's not going to work? It's like, we haven't tried it. It's not going to work!
Pay way more attention to Roe describing.
It's like, okay, so you're just showing that you have more fear that it is going to work.
The California
Okay, got it.
piece as anti-revolutionary, because the more that you treat these things like the pied-à-terre tax as total, scariest thing you've ever seen, or, like the end of America, grocery stores, like the end of America, what they're really saying, the reason the right goes into hysterics over these things and the kind of business center goes into hysterics over these things is because they're correctly sensing that the country is saying the system is broken. If you have an alternative that I feel like is going to work better for me, I do not care if it is called socialism or democratic socialism. Do it. Do it.
Right.
And people are going in that direction. So the billionaires and the centrist business people are correct to sense that that's happening. What they're doing is freaking out and saying, you're a horrible person if you support this. You are Stalin. You are Mao. You are taking America down that path, instead of realizing, and there are all kinds of quotes from the Gilded Age, to the first Gilded Age, about this, where people like Carnegie were realizing that the way the system had been set up was sending people into like Bolshevism, and that the enemies of capitalism were the capitalists. The capitalists were starting to make capitalism unsustainable because it wasn't working for everyone. And what they should be doing, instead of freaking out at anybody who's like, hey, a city-run grocery store might be nice, I can't afford the price of milk and eggs right now, they're treating that like it's Bolshevism, instead of offering alternatives that are viable and making the case for their alternatives. They're just making the case.
That's how Republicans have governed and have continued to govern since before Trump even. Like, this is why I can't understand why Emily can recognize this, but not recognize how this is what she votes for consistently.
Socialism, but they're also like inflating it to this cartoonish, like they're inflating the 5 grocery.
It's almost like you've consistently bought into their narratives.
Stores.
God, I just noticed her underbite. Oh my God.
The pied-à-terre tax into this cartoonish version of what it is, but they're not wrong about what it is.
It's like a fucking
which is
Tex Avery cartoon.
Evidence that people want a new system and they're willing to accept, more government intervention in the market.
Yeah.
Yep. And if the store
gonna be out there looking like Sling Blade in a few years,
grocery stores don't work, well, we can just go back to the poly-market grocery stores that are popping up all over the place.
That's the alternative they're offering.
You got Ryan Greenman talking about some socialism.
Alternatives being offered.
There are alternatives offered by
I
billionaires.
misspoke. They're doing the work.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show.
Man, we were watching that at 1.25 and they somehow sounded like normal. Ugh, I hate that. I hate when that happens. Like, oh boy.
The Iranian foreign minister on X.
Okay, so let's get into the details on this one.
Says that the Strait of
This is
Hormuz.
This is almost brain breaking because it is just like, okay, so the Strait of Hormuz is open, but the U.S. is still blockading it, so no ships are going through, and it's only a 5-day ceasefire. But Trump's out there like, I win. And Iran is also just like, I win.
Is open for all commercial vessels. We're just learning this right now. Let me read where we are getting this from X. The foreign minister.
Oh, fuck off. You're getting this from X? This is the death of journalism right there. Fuck it. We're going to go to an actual fucking, news station, I guess.
Well, Iran says the Strait of Hormuz will remain open for at least the next 5 days.
President Trump is celebrating the development, telling ABC News he believes this will be resolved very soon. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has the latest.
The announcement today came from Iran's foreign minister that the Strait of Hormuz is completely reopened along predetermined routes while the ceasefire with the U.S. lasts. That's for at least the
Wow, X is not a news source.
next 5 days.
No, and they have too many goddamn people on the ground to have that be how they find out any breaking news. What? Like, god damn it.
The news sending stocks soaring. The Dow up 1,100 at one point. U.S. oil prices also coming down to around $81 a barrel, their lowest level since the first days of the war. There are about 250 tankers carrying 165 million barrels of crude.
We'll see if it goes past the 5 days, then yeah, I think the markets will even out, and I think it's going to start by the end of summer. Like I said, you're going to see lower prices.
And product stuck in the Persian Gulf, according to Matt Smith at Kepler.
This is why the Democrats sitting on their fucking hands while all this is happening was kind of a miscalculation.
Clear.
It's almost like they're actually going to have to do something.
When traffic will get back.
It's almost like they have to craft a narrative.
To normal.
Uh-oh.
President Trump hailed the news on social
Expect
media,
them to
saying
do
the strait
anything.
is fully reopened and ready for full passage, and thanking Iran.
The U.S. Navy's ability to blockade the straits was kind of a checkmate move on them. They no longer have leverage.
In a phone interview, the president told ABC's Jonathan Karl the U.S. will work with Iran to remove its stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which he calls nuclear dust. Trump says it will be brought to the U.S. in what he calls a very peaceful manner, adding that the Iranians have had enough. On social media, the president said Iran has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. But the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps may not be on the same page, with Iranian state media reporting the IRGC is tying safe passage through the strait with the lifting of the new U.S. naval blockade, which the president says will remain in place until an agreement is finalized. Iran's foreign minister saying the opening of the strait is in line with a new 10-day ceasefire between Lebanon.
The nuclear dust. Yeah, did you see that? He even said, he's like, our beautiful B-52s, they're creating this nuclear dust. It's like, I hate it. I hate how stupid he is. I every once in a while, I genuinely am just like, why do we have the dumbest person as our fucking president?
Lebanon and Israel.
It's fucking so... It's so bad. We replaced an old feckless dude with an even older, another old but more feckless dude.
The agreement between Israel and Lebanon is separate from any deal with Iran.
Yay,
He said
America.
today the U.S. would prohibit Israel from bombing Lebanon again. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Well, that was actually good reporting. You know what you get for that? A like. Ooh, that was the 10th like on their channel. Wow. 342K for a local news station? That's not great. I mean, where are they out of? Washington? Yeah, it doesn't say. Fuck it, and I don't care enough to look. But here's the kicker. Ships aren't actually sailing through the Strait of Hormuz despite Trump's assurance. Oh, God damn, is there an ad? Of course there's a fucking ad. Mediaite.
But with Ebglyss.
Okay, do your thing. Fuck you. You never know when these pharmaceutical commercials are going to have some music all of a sudden. You know, like the oh, whoa, whoa, Zempic. And thus ruining that song forever. Because now, I mean... I'm sure you guys have done the same thing, right? I can't be the only one. I can't. Oh my God, come on. There we go. Breaking news!
We leave this hour with breaking news. President Trump telling Axios that negotiators for the U.S. and Iran will likely meet again this weekend and that he expects a deal to end the war in a day or two. This is happening as Iran has announced that the Strait of Hormuz is now completely open for commercial shipping, though its Revolutionary Guard is now laying out conditions for actually getting through. President Trump quickly touted the announcement of the strait's reopening, adding that Iran also committed to never again closing the vital waterway again. The president also said that the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports will remain in place until a deal.
Iran has the opportunity to do one of the funniest things.
To end the war is complete. Iranian state media swiftly responded to that, warning that the strait will close again if the blockade continues. Today,
Oh my God. Could you imagine being even Jared Kushner in this position where it's like, we got it, we did the peace thing, and then it's just like, no, you didn't.
Way for 20% of the world's oil is reopening.
Oh,
you see,
man.
stocks have jumped, oil prices have tumbled. CNN business editor at large Richard Quest joins us now. So, Richard, when will free shipping firms, I should say, feel confident enough to send their vessels through the strait again?
I think they will only do that when they've received guarantees, however so they be given from the Iranians, that their ships are not at risk. We've heard from Maersk, we've heard from Hapag-Lloyd, and their CEOs have all told us, yes, we're ready to sail, but only want it safe. And that is certainly not the case at the moment. Boris, if you just look at the introduction that you've just given, the number of this has happened but dependent upon that, over there's going to do this but only if this happens, perhaps over that. There are so many slips, conditions, preconditions that...
Dude, this guy literally speaks in the exact same cadence as that guy who's literally a character that speaks in this exact same cadence.
Nobody can say with any certainty that this deal, this opening of the Hormuz Straits will continue for any length of time. We haven't actually seen the ships, by the way, going through. And so, yes, the market has given an extremely positive reaction because this is what they want. This is exactly what they want. But whether these gains hold in the short to medium term relies on actual evidence of it taking place.
And we'll have to watch for that evidence, Richard.
God, it's almost like if we lived in a world that made sense, they would wait until the evidence was presented instead of just doing all this speculative bullshit that actually moves markets.
Thank you so much.
Why is the entire stock market just being used as gambling?
Much, Jessica?
I mean, it used to kind of make sense, I guess. Jesus Christ. Okay. A little bit of a pivot. We're going to talk about some Epstein stuff because, yes, that will be back in the news as quickly as this war is out of it. So, just so you know, this is at least one of the funny bits of the corporate media where they're just like, we're not going to be caught with our pants down. We're going to have the next scandal ready to go.
Picture of a creepy guy and a really clear question. Why did so many people who had so much to lose keep hanging out with him? We sat down with a couple of experts and said, you look at this, law enforcement people, tell us what you think.
I think women, as I said the last time, have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive? They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like myself, find unexplainable.
So Melissa Merola, as a former profiler, Christine Dunn as a former federal prosecutor, when you hear that, what do you see?
So I see somebody who clearly knows how to take advantage of a situation, how to size somebody up and determine, is there a way that I can spot vulnerabilities and that I can use those vulnerabilities and exploit them in some capacity?
I don't think he viewed any of his victims as actual people. They were, things to
Creepy guy, the biggest understatement.
be used by him.
To what degree do you think this lavish lifestyle that he
The fact that that place hasn't been wiped off the face of the earth is kind of insane.
Exposed people to was also just...
You understand that it still has staff?
Part of the whole equation.
Why?
We know that most of his victims were vulnerable individuals. And so they see something like this and they think, this is opportunity for me to get ahead.
Well, again, why it's not being talked about in the mainstream media more, that technically, this is something that has been known in, modeling agencies and just, in modeling circles forever, that this is just how it goes.
To have a stable income, to have, a place that I can go. And so it's part of the grooming process. It really is.
I'm in a privileged position to have some of the world's smartest people come to my house and tell me what they think about different subjects.
What up, Diego?
Well,
How's it going, dude?
All of
Welcome to the
these
show.
famous individuals
Good to see
gave
you.
him legitimacy. You come into this situation and you see, well, Jeffrey Epstein is good friends with this person that I admire and respect, so there must be some legitimacy to him.
One of the things he talked about was his contact.
Selling your children to the highest bidder
with other people
what it
and
is.
opportunities he could make for them.
He said there's this company called he said he mentioned it to you. He thinks they'll pay you $2 million to be on the board. You're going to make a lot of money. You're definitely going to make a lot of money.
You know, by being connected to Jeffrey Epstein, it opens up a world of contacts and profitable opportunities. That is hard to say no to, and maybe that's why
I just
people
realized that my cat snuck in
were
here.
willing to overlook some of these red
Oh,
flags.
look at him. That little tiny kitty on that big old bed. Look at
I
him.
think he played his part very well. He knew what worked.
He clearly liked to present himself as, and
By
other
the way, guys, if you haven't already liked the stream, please do. Also, guys, we are one subscriber away from 2750. So if you guys want to be a memorable number on the subscriber list there, just
people
consider
saw him
hitting that
as
subscribe button.
very intelligent.
How do you describe in intelligence? Deception. Kids who never lie aren't very smart. They're not very intelligent, right?
Do you see an intelligent mastermind, though, or do you see a con man?
He fits what we see in a lot of our domestic violence cases when we see somebody who has the ability to physically, emotionally, mentally, psychologically continue to dominate. And that's what I think I see with him versus true intelligence.
There's this one clip when he's trying to rehabilitate his image, basically. And he's being asked by Steve Bannon for a potential documentary they're going to make about his impression of himself.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware. You're suggesting I was somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. Just, it's strange.
You do understand that he's not like a special type of gross. Everybody, like Howard Lutnick, all of them, Trump himself. They're all just as bad as him.
Unable to accept blame, unable
to
feel
he was the patsy. Like, honestly, like, this is what's kind of weird about this. He thought that he was like working all of them, right, with his blackmail fucking scheme. At some point, like, they're gonna make a movie about this where it did turn, where it's like they all got together and they're just like, okay, something needs to be done about this, and it probably turned when Trump actually had a shot at the presidency. I think if Trump didn't become president, we would have never even known about him.
regret, feel remorse. If he were still alive, I could see him continuing to proclaim his innocence. He just does not value
Yeah, and a lot of people would just be like, meh.
the gravity of what he has done and will not and did not truly take responsibility.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody
the devil
knows
smart?
The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
I mean, he's acting like he's the victim here.
Correct, which is not surprising.
He was charming, and he was able to give people what they wanted, and people wanted to believe it so that they could stick around in this Shangri-La that he created.
And that is what you have going on and why it went on for so long.
That's why when I see shit like Vanderpump Rules and any of that bullshit that's just like, look at all the lifestyles of the rich and famous. It's just like, ew.
Really informative to sit down.
The fact that we've been sold that that's what happiness is also kind of like, oh,
with these
that's crazy.
experts and see what
Like, I don't even have kids, and I can admit that it's like, no, it's about family, friends, and experiences.
they can see here, because
That's why you guys are so fucking miserable, is because they get to that point where they can buy anything, do anything, and they're just like, what next?
I'll tell you,
That's why it's so believable for everybody to just be like, oh, they were totally doing this shit.
so much you cannot see here. We don't have the metadata on this. We don't know who took the video, where the video was taken, who was in the room, and some of it is so blacked out by the Justice Department, all you can see the edges of the frame. In that sense, this release leaves a lot to be desired, even as it's so much video you can barely start plowing through it.
You know, anyway, I understand this is a lot, but it would be nice if it said why parts of that were redacted or why you couldn't see parts of that, because it's also just so weird to hear from him and to hear his voice.
Yeah, I think a lot of people really have never heard him speak. And to sit and watch him talk in these interviews and to see him moving around, it's just a very strange world, a little window into it, and I think there'll be more windows to come.
Tom Foreman, thank you for looking through all that for us and showing it to us. It's illuminating for sure.
Vice President Vance raising questions with this comment about Jeffrey Epstein and Pizzagate.
One person sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein saying, oh, there were some really nice, like, pizzas and grape sodas or something like that. And I remember it sounded like the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, but here it was in like an email from a guy. And my reaction to that was, we should absolutely investigate that person.
It is unclear what Vance is referring to, but it's just one of a multitude of questions that the Epstein files raised. For some Epstein survivors, the files have raised more questions than answers. And that is the case for Danielle Bensky, who returned to the townhome where Epstein abused her in search of those answers.
That's a second Conan the Barbarian reference today. That's crazy.
MJ Lee is out front.
At the beginning of the show, we were talking about the like role-playing games, and somebody brought up the Conan the Barbarian double D20 game.
You okay?
Yeah. It's just not easy to see. Like, it's just, it holds a lot. And just like who I was before I stepped into these doors and who I was after.
That just gave me chills right there. That's fucked.
It's so long ago, but I think like now, after becoming a parent especially, you start to realize that 17 is so little, you know. I remember standing right there. There was the JE on the side. Would have been here. Yeah.
What did you think you were coming here for? What were you
To be
told?
a masseuse, yeah. It was like
By
nice.
the way, guys, just set a new goal, and if yes, we fail that, then the cat, since he's down here chilling, I'm gonna get him one of those little special treat tubes that he goes completely bonkers over.
Shook our hand and then just like got down
He'll
on the
sit there and he'll
massage
do this.
chair
Like,
on the
he'll,
table.
like, paw and
was
like, just hold
you
it,
start
and then
up
he'll
here,
just
you
kinda,
start
like,
down on
like,
your
more,
legs.
So it
please.
wasn't until the second time when you came by
Adorable.
yourself.
He said, ballerinas are crazy and they love to get naked, right? And, you know, if you want to be a ballerina, like, is that like, are you like that, right? Do you like to get naked too? Like, you should totally try it. And I got naked and massaged him.
So it was a gradual
Yes, very
process.
gradual. And that's part of the grooming process and grooming tactics. Look at how many cameras there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So like that was what I expected to see when we were originally looking through the files. I was expecting to see a lot of footage of girls at least in and out. Nobody has that footage.
Yeah.
So where is that footage?
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, it's all coming back, guys. I'm telling you.
That footage is...
That's why Trump is like, "Man, maybe we'll do the blockade. I don't know."
among the things that Danny began searching for when President Trump's Justice Department recently released the Epstein files. What she found instead was what she told law enforcement about Jeffrey Epstein in 2008 when she was subpoenaed by the FBI.
I was like terrified. So I remember calling my mom.
Yeah.
And my mom had
That was really hard to hear.
said, you're going to derail your whole life, you know, and
Yeah. And just remember that this is usually the age that, like, this is where, like, modeling agencies normalize this.
thing that Jeffrey had
They go after 15-year-old girls, and then this is what happens.
already said to me multiple times, basically, you'll be brought up on prostitution charges.
That's the headspace you were in.
Completely. And so I kept walking back, like the amount of times, the level of abuse, I blamed
Might have to
it
dip.
on a friend.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And a lot of the time.
But I get
Let's
it.
go through it
Yeah,
a little
yeah,
bit.
yeah.
This person became very upset, and Jeffrey ended up throwing
Talking about AOC and her drama after this.
the money at her and yelled at her to get out of his home.
That was me.
But also, this is important, guys. This is, honestly, this is the stuff that needs to be heard. You need to be uncomfortable with this. Now that I think about it, no. If you're feeling uncomfortable, that's actually because of the situation, good. That means that you're a human. I'm not trying to say, like, you know, especially if you have trauma, like, I get it, but this is the stuff where you should feel this rage. You should, and this is where it should push you to share this and to show more people, like, no, guys, you don't understand what you're ignoring here. The fact that we have just moved on as a fucking nation and didn't do anything or didn't actually make real demands, and the Democrats are sitting there just more than comfortable not doing anything, that's a fucking problem.
That was you.
Like, they need to actually do something. They need to come out and speak out about this even more. Like, dude, the fact that they're not Well, no, because you don't want to politicize it too much. I do.
So,
Well,
that's a rough one.
You're talking about
friend.
your experience
Yeah.
as though you're somebody else.
yes, because that is disassociation. If I can remove myself and I can look at it as if it's someone else, then I don't have to experience it again.
Danny was interviewed by the FBI one more
Oh, heck no, they were much younger than that in Stanley. Stanley is where these modeling agencies were based, and they were going after girls that were 10.
time in 2019 about Epstein. She said,
Yeah, how in the hell are some of these agencies even still a thing?
She again.
What is going on with America where we just decided, nah, this is uncomfortable. I don't want to deal with this.
was unable to share the full truth.
I find it so hard to reread these.
No, I understand. No, that's why I'm saying I may not understand the damage, and I'm just saying but this is where it is important that we have to share this stuff
because it's like, why couldn't
and deal with it as a society and go, oh fuck me.
you just be
And honestly,
honest? Why couldn't you just tell someone?
It makes me appreciate how much strength goes into what they're doing.
Danny,
what she's doing here, and you know what we get. A bunch of MAGA chuds fucking victim blaming, saying that she was going for the payout.
Found her MySpace.
Oh, she was 17. They're playing that game too.
Account from 2008 and photos of familiar rooms and objects inside of Epstein's townhouse.
I sense that with you, there's this fear that this moment is going to pass.
There are people out there right now, 17-year-old girls right now, in parts of the U.S. that are being exploited and trafficked, right? So I think that there's a lot of responsibility for those of us that have taken this story and turned it into advocacy. This was part of a claim that I had to actually tell my story for the first time. My mom was diagnosed with a brain tumor called an acoustic neuroma. We looked at my mom's scans, and he said that all it would take was one phone call to Mount Sinai to get her.
See, that's even more despicable. Like the fact that he was doing this and he was using their financial situation and their parents' health.
Top of the line.
Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Every once, it does hit even more where you're like, this guy was a fucking, not just him. These people are monsters. They're monsters. And that's why I'm so adamant that we know that this was the Epstein class, not just him.
He asked what I would do for it.
God damn it, dude.
He told me.
We as a society need to be a lot more angry about this, and we need to not have such short memories with this. The Epstein files should be making their comeback and be focused on all summer. If the Democrats somehow fuck this up, I genuinely am just like, okay.
Wanted me to procure
It's the elites
others,
and they're
which I
part of
never
it.
did.
Time for us to call them out exactly the same way, even though they kind of are. But did you notice that TMZ is, they promised that they were going to go after some of these fucks? They're going after the left, specifically just left-wing ones. They're really, Lindsey Graham, come on.
So intimidating.
You catch him with a bubble wand and you expect us to think that that's the worst thing that you caught him doing?
By him. At our sessions after, he repeatedly physically abused me and made me do things to him. Finally, my mom had her surgery, no help from Jeffrey. And so I stopped answering the calls. Before Jeffrey, I was a vivacious dancer with a love for ballet and the arts. After Jeffrey, I quit dancing because
Why is Chuck Schumer still the
couldn't
representative?
look at myself. I couldn't look at my body in a leotard. It felt like my body was
Justice Department whether there is any footage from the cameras that were outside of Jeffrey Epstein's house. And a DOJ spokesperson told me that
this This was rough. You know what?
That all of the footage, the camera footage that is in the Justice Department's possession has been released. Now, meanwhile, the DOJ did not comment on my inquiries about Danny's name still appearing in the files. But we will tell you that since the filming of this interview, her name no longer appears in the files. Aaron?
Thank you very much. An incredible piece. Incredibly brave of Danny.
Somehow they made that sound disingenuous. Oh, do I care? Oh, fuck it. Let's see.
Controversial influencer Clavicular says he is home from the hospital after he appeared to suffer an overdose during a...
Did you hear that he's a Peter Thiel plant and how his number one fucking donator is just named P? And he donated like $160,000
live
to him.
stream last night. CBS News chief
Awesome.
correspondent Matt Gutman has more.
This story focuses around Braden Peters, also known as Clavicular,
Oh,
an
hey.
online influencer who was one of the pioneers of something called looks maxing. Tuesday night in Miami, he appeared woozy on this live stream. He live streamed constantly and then appears to overdose. He is carried out of this nightclub by security, loaded into a waiting SUV. You could see an ambulance right behind. And then very early the next morning, he posted about having taken too much of a substance and getting these scratches on his face from some sort of respirator that was used in the hospital. Now, Peters, also known as Clavicular or Clav as he prefers, has gained a lot of controversy recently because of looks maxing and the extremes he has taken and other young people have taken to increase or maximize their attractiveness to women. Peters has talked about smashing himself in the face with a fist, sometimes using a hammer, to try to get a more chiseled look on his
Not hard enough.
cheekbones and his jawbone, to taking methamphetamine, to steroid use since the age of 14, to the use of
Some of us call this body dysmorphia, but cool, looks maxing, sure.
amphetamines in general just to stay slim as he tried to bulk up. He also gained controversy in February for allegedly instigating a fight between two women, which he live streamed in order to get clicks. He was charged with a misdemeanor in that case. He has not yet pleaded and hasn't been convicted of a crime, but it's part of a general trend which has gained him a bunch of criticism for alleged misogyny and his approach towards women in some of the live streams. And recently he did an interview on 60 Minutes Australia in which he was not apologetic for what he did, but when the interviewer asked him about
We're just going to ignore the fact that he ran over a guy.
his reported association with people like Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate, two very
And then he kind of like said that he hoped he was, you know, whatever, man.
online figures.
This two-tier system fucking sucks when it's assholes like this getting away with it just because they're useful to fucking make the youth even dumber. Holy shit. Yeah, you know what? It makes sense that Peter Thiel would be his number one fucking donator.
Out of the interview.
Fuck.
We don't know if he is going to face any charges for this. At this point, we understand he
Him
is
crying
not,
in his last
and
interview.
Already posted again online.
I don't know. They
talking
seem to be
about
like really doing this like they're kind of walking on eggshells with this story, you know? Like they're trying it sounds like they're trying to normalize this and just be like, "Oh, he's a pioneer of looks maxing."
new club that he is opening very shortly. Back to you. All right.
Oh, now he's gonna be a club owner. I hate everything. I genuinely do. This is why, like, I don't have. This is the shit that makes me go like, "There's no God. There's no fucking God." This motherfucker, like, he hits himself in the face with a hammer. He gets famous from fucking just using bots on it, no shame using bots. And then this is what we reward in society. Cool. I think that I'm going to go find a hammer and bash myself in the head with it in a totally different way because, yeah, you know what? Got fucking over it.
Speaking of evil commies, let's go to AOC. We've got AOC.
Sorry, you guys are talking about me again? God.
Here in a clip where she was asked by Julian Andrione from Drop Site News.
Shout out to Julian. Yep, friend of the show, Julian, Drop Site Capitol Hill reporter.
And she was asked about the race between Shaikat Chakrabarti and Scott Wiener in California.
There's another Wiener running for politics.
Shaikat
Too many wieners in politics.
Obviously, your chief of staff.
Too many dicks. Too many dicks.
Former chief of staff is running in San Francisco. That primary is in June. Obviously,
There's too many dicks on the dance floor.
you're not going to have a reporter tell you to endorse, but like, is that something are you at least monitoring the race, looking at it? I mean, what's your stance on Shoykot? Because like, you have a close relationship.
I think for me overall, it's more about I'm trying to think about the role that I am trying to play more broadly in these things. You know, we've got 435 seats in Congress, right? And
come on, put your differences aside and just swallow the wiener.
there is this kind of moment where it's like and not just with this race, but with any race, once you go in, then it's like, what about this? What about this? What about this one? And I'm one person with, you know, a pretty amazing crack, but also lean team. And so we're thinking about kind of like how much of myself I'm pouring into this and how much of myself we want to make sure that we're, you know, pouring into the task at hand. Like, you know, what we've got going on here. So, but I think that what I will say is that I think that the primary environment that we're seeing is really great. I think that progressives have already notched some really impressive victories this early into the primary season. And we've got another, 6 or 7 months of it to go. And I'm looking forward to having a lot of new colleagues here in November that we can, you know, it's been a really lonely road for the first 8 years. And I'm really hoping that it'll be a little less
She's been in there 8 years already?
lonely in November.
My boss has.
Wait. Really?
Emily,
Oh, whoa.
your phase.
Well, so for context, Julian's
that
like
was one of those
6'5".
moments that
He's
like kind
literally
of broke my
giant,
time.
so that's why
the
AOC is
brain
Important
time
context for
machine.
audio-only listeners, yes.
Yes.
Or is she talking about just Trump in general? Because when did she get elected?
But
Wait.
I mean,
wait. I thought she
you
was
guys
2020.
you guys can cook on this. I'll let you guys
No,
go off,
she
but
was there in
that's
2020.
that's a little bit of cope. A
So,
little bit
Crystal,
of
they
you
were
know,
like
she's-
former allies, right?
He was her chief of staff. I mean, he was with her
18.
during her upset campaign where,
Still, Jesus
no one
Christ.
thought she would win. And then Ryan has done the reporting. I don't think anyone clearly, like, listen, I'm reading into this. She's got some sort of a personal issue with him because otherwise.
Walking around the neighborhood for help.
This
Hell
is your
yeah.
former chief of staff.
Go
There
Diego.
is another progressive in the
I'm
race,
sure that the
but
weather's
he is the
crap
one that,
outside, so.
according to the polls, has the actual chance to win. He is part of your ideological project and movement. He's up against the state senator, Scott Wiener, who is generally progressive except Palestine. He's tried to reposition himself, recognizing where the base of the party is, but it's very
Man, it's true.
clear Shoykot.
So I was talking to somebody, another creator. I'm not gonna out who it was though. We were just kind of talking about how on Fridays there's like this new dip where people are just like, I'm done.
That is the left wing.
Thursdays seems to be like a peak for politics, so I might have to like change
candidate
up
with the
what I
best
do
shot
here.
to win. And not only does she not endorse him, she doesn't say a single thing about him. Nothing, no kind words. No, I think he's a great progressive, but I'm just about no. So
Nice.
she
I had
clearly
one
has
of those
some
earlier. I think that's why I'm like a little slower than usual,
sort of a personal beef.
or it's just
And is allowing that to cloud her commitment to a broader movement. So she says in that, like, I'm trying to figure out what kind of role I'm going to play. It's like, lady, I thought you were trying to play the role of a progressive leader. So, you know, if you're trying to do that.
I'm looks maxing, guys. And I've already had my one Mexican Coca-Cola, and I have another bottle of Mexican Coca-Cola. I think that
Then whatever your
Fuck it.
hurt feelings
I think I
are,
get
whatever
it.
happened in the
Ugh.
past, you put that aside because
full
you're
bloat.
supposed to be helping to get these candidates in so you're not so
Welcome to 40.
lonely in Congress anymore. I mean, the whole thing, everything about it is cope and nonsense too, because she also does this thing like, oh, our staff is so lean, blah, blah, blah. There's plenty
I
of
can't
other.
not see her underbite now. Oh my God. She looks like the fucking jaw guy from fucking He-Man.
people out there who manage to
you
make
don't think do with the hook.
endorsements and, you know, serve in Congress, and it's not that hard. And you yourself have made other endorsements. So it's not like you're waiting to rip the Band-Aid off, you know? So I don't know. I just look at this and it's very It's not honest.
Emily, agree.
Number one, it's not direct. None of it makes
I'm sorry.
sense. This
Oh,
does not
man.
appear to me someone who is comfortable
I'm not going to make friends in this business if I keep pulling this shit.
or truly desires to be in a leadership role. And so it's just very, honestly, just very sad to me because she has so much potential to be such an important force right now at a time when the political project that she has been a very important part of is taking flight, does have this momentum. Ana Lilia Mejia won overwhelmingly in New Jersey last night. That's awesome. By the way, AOC managed to endorse her without a problem, without it stretching her too thin or whatever. But in any case, right at the moment when she could really be pushing the ball forward, she's so reticent. And, I feel like, and not to over psychologize her, but she's taken so much criticism from the right. She's taken criticism from the left, from myself included, because
You need to have a massive overbite to fucking kiss Emily and have it make sense.
I do hold her to a higher standard.
It would fit like a puzzle
As
piece.
someone who wants to position herself as the vanguard of
I'm very attracted to
the
her.
left.
Yeah.
I expect her to be occupying that
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You just hear a little click.
space, and there have been instances where she has not.
Oh,
And in
kissing.
response to that criticism, rather than going out there and making her case and kind of doing battle, she's withdrawn. She doesn't go on shows like ours, and not just ours. She doesn't go on
The camera at least off. I don't know.
she'll
Maybe it's the angle, but goddamn.
occasionally go on with Hassan.
This is not
Maybe
okay.
she's gone on majority before at
But
once.
she'll go on
Has
Hassan for
she?
like she'll go on
This is just why is this being over dramatized? Dramatized. I can talk. Just extrapolate the information and move on.
Hassan for like 4 minutes.
Because I think that there is. I don't know. What's Crystal doing? Like, but her, like, are they ops? Are they just here to convince us that nobody's good enough and that, like, even AOC, like, they're just gonna constantly, like, do this fucking microscope bullshit? Like,
Right, like
Yeah.
these aren't even
the way that the Republicans and Trump are just able to skate on everything, and it's like she can misspeak, and you have this where you have Crystal literally in the middle, just going, "Yeah, well, this is actually a bigger deal than we should really talk." What?
and like long sit downs, and that
That
is
is 4
kind of
hours.
that is kind of the interesting thing about, I guess, AOC's theory of media, which is to do Instagram videos, to have like complete control, right? Do your stories, do your Instagram lives, and have complete control of your media message. Do a quick snippet to a news camera outside the Capitol or whatever, and sort of
You're a filthy
have a
doucher,
full
but I still hope your wife gets
control
better.
there. We came out of 2024,
When I say that's a filthy doucher,
which was the podcast election,
wait, what was it?
or that's how people referred to it. It was really like 4 guys. It was like Schultz, Theo Von, Rogan, Tim Dillon. Maybe
Lex.
that. Lex has kind of disappeared a little bit. Now he's
This
like,
is,
Yeah, Lex Friedman
this is
hasn't
Trump.
been
Trump.
like
Erasure.
relevant. That's
I'm
weird.
so
Yes,
sorry. Yeah, it's
that's
the Nelk
true.
Boys. We can add them, but those were like the 4 horsemen of the
also have not been relevant.
podcast election. Maybe 2028, maybe they aren't the 4 horsemen. Maybe they actually don't have as much sway in 2028. Like, who's to say there? But I do think it's clear that, like, can you imagine AOC doing
Emily's resting her hand.
a 2-hour podcast anywhere right now? I do think it's like a weakness for her.
Yeah.
But I guess her theory of the case is like maybe she doesn't have to do them. Maybe she
Pulling out a macho man call out.
can just
Yeah. Gotta say, watching politics is something I'm not exactly into anymore. Yeah. Too many memories looking at the fact that we're all being worked on, to use a term of phrase from the business. We're being worked hard. Yeah. Too much, too many times. Got people coming out here trying to get the crowd go for. They're trying to say you need to go and Team Red. Yeah, they're the face. Then you have Team Blue being the heels. Then you do a little flippy floppy. Gets a little old in the ring. Yeah. Then all of a sudden, when you do the thing and you actually turn face from a heel. Know all about it, yeah. Then all of a sudden you're everybody's hero, yeah.
Stay on Instagram. Stay on these places. Not
the Grape Academy story. Oh God, probably not. No. I'm gonna be honest because I progressively set this up to go into the fun half, and I don't want to bum out again.
Just sit down for a long time.
I would have covered it. Before the last story.
Anyone
didn't we already?
What's a summary? Give me a summary. I'll read it in chat.
Didn't we already learn that that's not the case with
I actually watched a supercut of all the Slim Jim commercials
Kamala Harris?
just recently.
Like, didn't we already find this out? And even if
My wife came downstairs, she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Getting my daily dose of Macho Man," and she kept moving on, just like, "Oh."
let's
Like,
say
totally
that
normal
general
thing for me to
media
do.
theory is correct, that she can do her own media and she's a big enough star that people.
I've missed this pet, been wrapped up in life, watched school interviews and traveling. Man,
Will come
fuck
to-
yeah. I hope you've enjoyed the traveling, but yeah, dude, for real, missed you too. Believe it or not, I do notice when somebody goes missing in chat, especially when they don't announce their announcement or they don't announce their departure.
See what she has
Announce
to
their
offer.
announcement.
Number one,
I have an announcement to announce.
I think Zoran's content is vastly
Listen to my announcement.
Like-
I'm gonna say announcement one more time just to say announcement.
more polished and effective than hers. I haven't seen anything she's put out
In a weird move.
that is like hit anywhere close to like what his
Seattle is the shiznit. Hell yeah.
billionaire tax video or even
It
his
is.
like
I
halal
like it
cart
there.
video or any of those, right? So that's number one. I don't even think that she's doing a like particularly good job if that's the theory. But number two,
Crystal, I swear to God,
remember when she went to that
every once in a while, like, I'm getting to the point where I'm just like, is Breaking Points actually worth my time?
what was the
Because, like, God damn it.
Munich security conference, and she kind of fell flat on her face. Even
Yeah, great. Oh, we'll bring that up again.
people who want to defend her
What about, like, the stuff that's, like, good about her? Like, this is what I can't stand about him. I can't
had
stand
to
it.
admit that it wasn't exactly a polished presentation. And I personally had
Everybody did. I'm pretty sure even she did.
some issues with the
God
ideological
damn.
content of the answers as well.
I have a feeling that you ain't going to see AOC on Breaking Points anytime soon.
Well, that doesn't come out of nowhere.
And then you're just here like, well, AOC won't come on our show because she doesn't want to be challenged. It's like,
That's because she's not putting in reps. If you're not facing hostile questioning, if you're not having to
interesting.
deal with the questions that
Totally.
people have.
Oh, shit. Thank you, Edge. Hell yeah, Macho Pep. Let's effing go. Can't wait to see. All right, I'll be right back. I got to go grab his.
You're not going to be good at it, no matter how talented you are.
It was like Tim Walz.
It requires practice.
It was like Tim Walz. Like JD was going on all of the shows. JD was getting his reps in, and then you go to the VP debate. All Tim Walz was doing was eating corn dogs at the county fair and like hiding from reporters. And then
Great point.
you go to the VP debate and he gets walloped by Vance, who Vance started out not that great on camera. We interviewed Vance before he was the nominee, and he was far less talented back then. I mean, you can say what you want about him right now if you don't feel he's talented currently, but he did put in reps. He got better.
So or Walls would go on like really, really gentle, like dad podcasts and that type of thing. That's actually a really good point about the media. When you're in an environment, you can study all you want, but when it actually is like you're at the Munich Security Conference and people are asking you about Taiwan, you can tell that she sort of freezes because she's trying to like bring up the points that she's studied for, which is what all politicians do. But that's very interesting. And it also, the thing that stuck with me from what you guys have been talking about, because from the outside, I disagree a little bit. And again, I'm observing this from the outside. I think she's actually I think there's a chance that we look at this 10 years from now and we're like, she played it pretty cleverly. I think her relationship with Nancy Pelosi, which I wonder if that's involved in the Scott Wiener situation,
Probably.
I think she was fairly clever about that, because when I look back at the trajectory of the left since she won and galvanized candidates around the country and the broader movement, it's been on the up. The question is, I think the point that you guys are both raising, is she up to be a leader of that movement? She obviously wants to be a leader of that movement, but when you look at this answer to Julian, that is not the statement of a leader. When you look at the performance at Munich, that is not the performance
so
of
mad
a
at me right now.
leader,
He's like,
somebody
"Hurry
with the
up!"
capacity to really take the helm of the movement from Bernie, who clearly wants to appoint AOC the heir. Their Fighting Oligarchy tour was a massive runaway success. Could she have done that on her own or with another person that she chooses in the future to go on a sort of tour with? Is she exhibiting like really the capacity to be a leader? I think that is the point that
I was
you guys
about to
are
bite it.
hitting
I'm
on
like,
that
I
really
really should not
resonates.
do
That's
that.
very, very interesting.
Yeah, and Emily, to your point, I've been thinking about this lately. You know, the disappointments of the left in the squad, which really, you know, kind of AOC is seen as the leader of, and she comes in with all this fanfare and knocks off this Joe Crowley, who, you know, came out of nowhere, and there's all this post 2016 excitement. The reality is the left is very weak, right? No institutional backing, public still very much in love with the Democratic establishment leadership, in love with MSNBC in terms of the Democratic base, et cetera. And so it was, perhaps it was a savvy calculation. I still don't totally agree, but I can see why the calculation was made. Look, we just don't have the institutional support to do this renegade thing right now. So I need to get what I can from leadership, right? We're in a different moment now. The base of the party's with us. They're not with Nancy Pelosi. They're certainly not with Chuck Schumer. They're certainly not with Hakeem Jeffries. It's a different moment now. And the institutional power needs to be built. She could be an important part of building that. As far as I can tell, she is not doing that. And she's very reluctant to do that. And so to see her there saying, I don't really know what my role is, it's like, okay, well then, you know, don't pretend like we should all defer to you as some leader of the progressive movement or take seriously a presidential bid if you don't even know yourself if that's the role that you want to fill. And I just look at, you know, I look at, we've had huge energy and outrage on the left over ICE. We've had, you know, a massive national conversation about the Epstein class and the Epstein files. We're at war with Iran right now. And on all of these things, she will take the correct positions, right? She'll vote the right way. But is she the one leading the charge? Post the Fight Oligarchy tour, I have not seen it. I have not seen it. And so, you know, when she says, I'm not sure what role, I think that's actually very revealing that she is not secure in the role that she wants to fill. And you know, if you want to be that person who is out front, you really do need to go into some spaces that are going to be uncomfortable and be unafraid of making your case and be unafraid of, look, yeah, of course, if you're going to be a very visible leader, you are going to take incoming.
Okay. I didn't
that
plan
is the
for this to
nature
take as long
of
as
the
it is.
deal. And it may not always be fair. And that has certainly been the case for her. And, you know, the way she's been sexualized, all of that stuff is disgusting. But you have to be prepared that you're going to take incoming. And then you can, you know, play it like Zoran does and provoke the fights you want to provoke. And help guide and take the incoming you want to take so that you're driving the narrative. But instead, I feel like she turtles and has just become increasingly insular. And that's, you know, it's not going to serve anyone. So anyway, I find this whole thing very frustrating and just so lame. Just so lame. Like, it's just so dishonest too. Like, if you've got, you know, at least have the respect to say, listen, we had some issues in the office. I'm not sure. You know, like, okay, at least I can deal with that. But to pretend to not even say his name, to pretend like, oh, this is about some other higher minded principle. It's like, this is just all total spin and nonsense and everyone can see through it.
It definitely felt Kamala-y, where it's like, you know, you're going to get these questions. Like, you should have something to say, even if it's something that we disagree with. But she is, you know, the last thing I'll say positively for AOC is I do think she would be the only 2028 candidate to actually unite liberals and the left. Whereas I feel like every other candidate, there'd be a lot of schisms between. But I do think most leftists would probably, like, come over to her. I don't think that they're as critical as potentially we are on this show of her. I do think there's still a lot of good feelings for AOC, and I do also feel like liberals would trust her. Do you disagree, Emily?
No, I mean, I just am thinking about like how Glenn has covered AOC, which is, I think, appropriately critical, and how we've covered her, which I think has been totally fair.
Pre-tube only once.
And I wonder how that trickles into the average.
Unless, I mean, if you want to give him one more, I guess we could give him one more, but this takes forever.
Kind of leftist base Democratic voter in a primary. So I don't know. It's an interesting point. I think, it depends on who you're running against. Because if you're running against Kamala Harris, then it's easy to consolidate people in support of AOC.
I mean, I would just say, I think you're right about that, Griffin. I think she is broadly popular, right? I think she's broadly one of the most popular figures in the Democratic Party right now. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Can you imagine her holding up on a debate stage? I mean, I can't. And so the Kamala Harris came into the 2020 primary with a head of steam and with that same position. And people thought, okay, she's for Medicare for all, and maybe she can bridge these divides, and she's got this incredible resume, blah, blah, blah. And then she had one great debate performance, what was it, her tagline? Like, that little girl was me. It really did in the moment, like her polls went up and people were responding to it, blah, blah, blah. And then after that, she just kind of crumbled. And people, as they watched her under that scrutiny, were like, I can't really see it. And so it's hard for me to imagine. I'm sorry. I hate to be so brutal, but it is hard for me to imagine.
Hey, Weasel Lord, what up?
Imagine AOC
Weasel Lord, thank you for becoming a member. Really, really appreciate that, man.
She hasn't put in the time and the reps really holding up.
Sorry, I was giving the dog and the cat some treats.
Under that scrutiny. And the few glimpses we've gotten of her under pressure have not been great. So it makes me very skeptical of her chances and even really her desire to put herself into that role. I mean, I think that's a part of what else is going on here. She may herself be kind of reluctant. And you got a staff around you saying, oh, you've got this favorability, you've got this name recognition, and your Bernie's there and blah, blah, blah. And so she's being pulled in this direction. But I'm not sure that she's entirely comfortable with it at this point. Maybe part of what we're getting as well.
Hey, if you like.
Hey, wow, I just realized that she could have said that a lot sooner, and I would have just been like, okay. But, yeah. All right. I just wanted to go over just how funny Cesspool is. So I noticed that Pondering Politics was using this a lot on Twitter. I was just like, damn, dude. Like, this is how he gets like 90% of his content because it does the work for you. All right, so let's see. What do we got? This is mega disaster. Here's what some of Trump's most fervent 2024 supporters have to say about him.
Wars. No more wars. No more wars. We're now getting the exact opposite. We find ourselves bombing Iran.
This is a mega disaster.
Blow people up with fucking drones and missiles.
13 dead Americans.
MAGA went from being America first to now it's America last.
The war is costing $1.9 billion per day.
Damn, this is... It seems a lot more effective when you clip it.
Has gotten poorer.
Gas prices, which are starting to skyrocket.
Diesel is at $6. Milk, bread, and eggs. It's going to cost substantially more money. How the fuck?
Oh, they even got Tim Pool.
Does it benefit me?
We're destabilizing the globe.
He made it. He's one of the big ones. Woo!
You psychopath!
You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization. Fucking shut up about that shit.
Committing war crimes every day.
Changing stories every 5 minutes.
He's a liar.
He is completely losing his mind.
Only 25th Amendment is asked.
He is a coward for doing this, and that's going to be his legacy.
Old, disheveled, evil person.
He looks really unhealthy. His belly swole up. His calves are swole up.
The Antichrist is president.
Trump ran on no regime change.
No more stupid, senseless wars. No more wars. No more wars. We're now getting the exact opposite. We find ourselves bombing Iran.
This is a mega disaster.
Blow people up with fucking drones.
Basically he's pump and dumps. But then he looks at me that was shut down by $1.5 billion.
Oh, we watched this one already. Wait. This is the one. There's one that we didn't watch yet.
Trump had a 56 approval rating 8 months ago when Doge was roaring and Elon was there and all the rest of it. Now he's got a...
Wait. Stephen A. Smith?
Going to sense an opportunity, Stephen A. And I don't know whether he's going to want to let it pass him by this go round or whether he might contest this or sort of just generate a bunch of press that's damaging to JD to the point where it's like, for the good of the party, I got to do it, which is going to not heal the rift.
Going to
it's going to
Coachella
divide
tomorrow?
MAGA
Oh,
further,
shit.
right? Everybody's
Nice.
going to choose their guy and have a fight. And then
Have
do the
fun.
GOPers go into the real contest weakened because they are likely to have a pretty brutal primary battle of their own. Maybe I shouldn't say.
Can I
are
chill
likely
here
to.
for a bit
They
before I get
might.
ready to go to the Guar show? Hell
Rubio's
yeah!
basically said,
Dude,
if
that's gonna be
JD
sick. Have
runs,
fun.
he's the nominee. But let's face it.
Also,
Marco Rubio
appreciate
has been
having
running
you
for
here
president
to
and in politics a lot
chill
longer than
before
JD
you go
Vance.
and enjoy
And
some
he may
Guar.
sense some weakness on JD's part because he's so
Male version.
tightly linked to Trump. More so, you could make the
Wait.
case than Marco, even though they're both very linked.
The
And maybe
name
he's going to
Meg?
sense an
What do you
opportunity,
mean?
Stephen A. And I don't know whether he's going to want to let it pass him by
Nicholas,
this
I'm glad
go
you're back.
round, or whether he
Welcome
might
back.
contest this, or sort of just generate a bunch of press that's damaging to JD to the point where it's like, for the good of the party, I got to do it, which is going to not heal the rift. It's going to divide MAGA further, right? Everybody's going to choose their.
I do love how they're all kind of now they're trying to figure out their pivot, or they're just like, well, I mean, technically, I think that Trump did what he could do, and yes, he definitely had some, he had some problems at the end there, but all right,
which podcast he would about last night, the vice president JD Vance on the stage at TPUSA was asked about which podcast he would recommend in the middle of this event. And here's what he had to say.
Who are some of the conservative influencers or the political influencers today? And there are a few people that I look to who I think have very, very smart and wise spiritual wisdom. I mean, I think Andrew and Blake and the podcast that they have at TPUSA is amazing. I listen to it all the time. I think it's great. I think if you want a good laugh, I love Theo Von. He's one of my favorite. I think he's just incredible, and he's got one of these senses of humor where 30% of the time it goes completely over my head, and 70% of the time he's the funniest person imaginable. But
it's also one of the dumbest.
I think Theo has a good heart, and that's one of the reasons why I really like listening to his show.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Part of it is part of an act, but he really is as stupid as he presents himself. Let's just put it that way, okay?
Theo Von is a low IQ conspiracist.
You're gonna make me fucking agree with Ben Shapiro? I don't like this.
He has himself routinely propped up Candace Owens. He has lent credence to her insanity. Here was Theo Von alongside Dave Smith on his show just a few months back.
Bro, you don't like Theo?
It's really, really tough because you can't
he's just very stupid.
You gotta just believe anything Candace says, man. That's the new world we live in. I don't know, dude.
She's pretty. I mean, she's brave, dude.
Oh, she's brave. That's an understatement.
That's
man.
what we're saying at the beginning.
Not saying that I don't like him. It's just
dude, her kids play games.
He's dumb.
Instead of playing.
He's not he's not one of those comics that I'm like, Bill Hicks or Carlin, where I'm like, oh, okay, these guys know a little bit more about this. I also like how they can talk about politics and smart issues and actually have an opinion kind of come through, but also make a really solid joke. Where him?
Cops and robbers they played. Who killed Charlie Kirk? That's so crazy.
Now, of course, Theo Von's half-retarded conspiracism doesn't end there. Of course, here he was recently with Joe Rogan spewing out mind vomit.
Dude, that's such a prick.
People are like,
how does he have friends in this business? Here, I'm talking about yeah. Obviously, I'm going to have problems making friends in a business when I keep shitting on people, but this is who does he have left?
Democrats.
Who's standing up for Ben Shapiro?
Next time, it's but it's all the same.
I haven't actually asked that question yet. Who is? Because his views are so low lately. Listen. I try not to do this, especially because yes, I'm not exactly the most popular YouTuber out there by any means. But fuck, there's legit a video recently where I had more views on one of my VODs, and I was like, that's weird for a fucking channel that has 8 million followers.
Forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting politicians slurp on kids. All of our money goes to Israel, and they're using it to genocide people. It's everybody is scared.
And I don't drink this much soda ever.
Wits right now. It's our religious leaders are afraid to speak out,
and that's why you will see
it's a time where it's Satan is amongst us, and our religious leaders are talking about
Jabba the Pep tonight.
It's just what is going? I don't know, man.
We got to get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill.
I'm here.
Yeah. Gets injected with Peter Thiel's special brew.
Theo Von is basically just a Bernie Sanders leftist who does not like the censorious impulses of the left and engages in all the same conspiracy theories and, of course, is good friends with Candace Owens.
You just described me.
And all the rest of it.
Wait a minute.
And
maybe I don't like Theo because he reminds me of me. Oh no, I got to tackle this in therapy.
That's the guy the vice president thinks that everybody should listen to. Now, listen, maybe the vice president thinks he has to kiss Theo Von's half-retarded
the black
ass
cherry.
in order to
I
keep
mean,
him in the
honestly,
coalition.
dude,
and that's his political
It
calculation. I
is.
think it's
Wait,
a
are you
bad
talking about the Pepsi, the black cherry Pepsi?
There's no
I don't know. I've
politician
been
who is
thinking
fully
about trying
capable
that.
of just picking up a prior president's coalition and then just carrying it forward.
Yeah, I got back into Mexican Cokes because like they had them on they had a super sale where I was just like 50 cents up for it was 50 cents per bottle. I was like, don't mind if I do.
Sitting
on. This is realistically it's either this or the McDonald's fountain. That's the only way that I'll really enjoy it. A Coca-Cola. All right, guys, let's do it. Let's talk about Benny Johnson pissing off Elon's baby mama, number 28 or whatever. Ashley Sinclair is going scorched. Wow, I can't present tonight. She's going scorched earth with the Maga influencer base, which, yes, comes off as a little pick-me-ish as far as just like, remember me? I'm here. I used to have shitty opinions, but I changed my mind. Like me. At least there is something funny to come from it, where Benny Johnson, again, you'd think that he might choose his targets a little bit better, because if they got receipts, he might want to shut the fuck up because, dear God, man, too many people seem to have receipts of him being, like, gay. Just a gay man that is living in the closet, and there many, many people know about this, apparently. Like, dude, it seems like all of TP USA knows about it, but they're just like, meh, which is weird in itself. But I do have to say that it is kind of funny that we get to keep repeating this scandal because he keeps denying it. So how many, I mean this. I'm not even trying to be jokey here. I might have to change the poll. How many of you guys think, there's not going to be enough people to answer this poll. But how many of you guys think that Betty might come out after either this one or the next one? Do you think it's going to be one more, or do you think that it's coming soon?
So, Benny, I have been sitting on the receipts of you for far too long. So you want to go, Benny? You want to talk about my children and make this personal? Let's go.
So, bimbification is not going away. It's going to haunt Trump's second term.
I don't know what it is with these MAGA men and their weird sex scandals that keep popping up, but frankly, I am here for watching it all burn down.
Man, really American fucking blew
As
up.
they tear each other apart. Because not only is
I remember when this was one of the smaller channels.
another civil war brewing here with MAGA influencer Benny Johnson's gay scandal being
what a picture.
resurfaced by former MAGA influencer Ashley St. Clair, who claims to have receipts of some shady things Benny's done. More on that momentarily, but now you also have Byron Nome of bimbofication fame getting rocked by a fresh new family scandal between him and Kristi Nome.
At the same time, we have somebody who was on a webcam on a laptop like this, we assume, or is mobile, and talking to cam girls. That's the sort of data, information that foreign spies live to find.
Suffice it to say, these hyper-homophobic MAGA Christians are never beating the every accusation is...
Do you think that anybody in the tech world kind of like nudge these guys like, hey, man, you kind of got a digital trail, Mr. Boobies, like...
The confession allegations.
Also, what's up with the one, like, the confused boobs where there's like one's over here, just I was just like
Months after Benny Johnson said this,
my number one priority is having
the one guy with the lazy eye looking at him just like, what do you mean there's something wrong?
children and starting a family. Because
I see
we're gonna just outbreed them. Can I get a witness? Can I get an amen?
Grindr experienced
That's mean.
a severe outage in Texas. Why is it whenever a bunch of Republicans meet, Grindr always seems to fail?
It is crazy.
So help us humiliate and expose these hypocrites by smashing that like button and subscribing to join the Really American Resistance. And let's start here with the MAGA civil war brewing around Benny Johnson and Ashley St. Clair.
Oh my God.
Former MAGA
Excuse me.
influencer Ashley St. Clair of Elon Musk baby mama drama fame.
God, he's such a dork. The richest man on the planet, he wants to be cool. That's the one thing he wants, but he can just not get it. Everybody thinks he's such a dweeb. Even the people that like him acknowledge it. It's like, he's a bit of a weirdo.
This moments ago to Instagram about MAGA diehard Benny Johnson, seemingly implying that he is gay after teasing that she will be spilling the beans on Johnson. Here is a video she posted today to TikTok, calling out Benny Johnson and threatening to release receipts of his shady behavior.
This is a message for Benny Johnson. Since I came forward about my experience with that predator, Madison Cawthorn, I had mentioned in my video that Benny Johnson...
Wait, the guy that exposed the coke orgies? Wait, that guy... Wait, when did this happen? Wait a minute, I missed a part of this story. What's with the Madison Cawthorn angle? Does anybody here know what the hell she's talking about here? Or do I have to make an entire fucking U-turn here? Go look that up after we're done, because there's more drama to this. Because what? I didn't even know that this guy, number one, forgot his name. I used to just call him the young wheelchair congressman that got, that exposed the whole, I don't want to say it again, but
that I had
the parties
experienced this behavior with Madison Cawthorn, and
look it up. It's wild.
That Benny has continued to platform this awful human being. However, I'm not a consumer of Benny Johnson content because I value my IQ and I'm not one of his cerebral speed bump boomer followers. Unfortunately, I've watched his content in the last 24 hours because it's been sent to me, and before yesterday, I was unaware
What's her fucking name?
of the content that Benny Johnson had been putting out about me on his show, including about my family and my children, and that I should lose my child, that I am not a sane parent, that I am a narcissist, making up lies about my finances and my family situation. So, Benny, I have been sitting on the receipts of you for far too long. You and your sociopathic behavior and the way you operate your businesses and your grift. So you want to go, Benny? You want to talk about my children and make...
I was not aware that this was part of this, but holy shit.
this personal? Let's go. Because I have been sitting on this for far too long. And guess what? A lot of people have been sitting on things about you for far too long.
She's pissed.
And
she's pissed. And I think that the line that she just threw that lighter on, I'm pretty sure that this one's actually attached to something. Because oh boy.
I'll remind you that if you live in a glass house, stop throwing stones for your little Facebook dollars. TTFN, you're next.
And that ominous threat was in direct response to this clip of Benny saying this on his show the day prior.
No, it's sick. It's crazy. And it's wrong. Period. Just is. And so, yeah, the only thing that you can hope in this scenario is that the child goes to the sane parent.
And what he's referring to there, I guess, is her wanting her kid to be trans or something. He posted saying, I have no idea what she's talking about. I think we're all sick of the grifting e-girl drama at this point. Been many years since I've spoken to
I mean, that's a fair criticism.
Ashley. She wrote a children's book calling transgenderism a lie, then fully embraced trans ideology to appear to her new woke audience. After this, Elon Musk said he wanted full custody. I covered this on the show. Transing your little kids is an immoral, demonic evil. Which is a fucking wild statement to come from Benny Johnson, given the very credible allegations that have been lobbed against him by his own MAGA counterparts.
Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men. Younger men, not underage. At least I don't.
Why do I get this thing that he does know what he's talking about? It's like, George, George.
His wife was crying
You got something to
drunk
say,
in
George?
the lobby 3 sasses in a row.
Dude, everyone knows. It's seriously, it seems, and like, I gotta give Milo some credit on this one, and I hate doing that because this dude, he sucks.
Her husband was
But goddamn
upstairs
it.
with boys.
Come on.
Like, go Oscar.
The thing is, he didn't get sued, and he hasn't gotten sued for saying this shit.
Come on.
That's the craziest part. Like, that's kind of how I gauge this. It's like, oh, damn. Like, they ain't suing him. Oh, damn.
Go Oscar.
Come on, Milo.
Go Oscar.
Milo.
That's why, like, again, with the people that, like, you can say anything about Trump, and he's like, I'll sue you. I'm coming after you. I will sue the crap out of you. But if you call, it's like, yeah, but you, I don't know, man. You seem like a pedo. Are you? Like, Trump's a pedo, allegedly. I'm good. Well, maybe I won't sue you for that. It's just like, what?
Aren't you ever scared of getting sued?
Anybody like find that just completely kind of crazy? Just stop short right there.
I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the
see you.
lore,
Yeah.
and you're.
Hey, I'll sue you.
Ability to
audacity.
just,
Just,
like, I mean, like, there's
you
no
know,
teapots in this room right now to express
come
how
on,
I
yeah.
feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right.
And that is true.
Right.
That
And
it's objectively true. I looked it up and I was like, oh damn, he really has only been sued 3 times.
Well, no, that they do not
And
go through discovery.
Actually, I want to say,
yeah, one of them settled though.
Say this.
So that one was, I think he learned his lesson where he's like, oh, I can't just be I can be a goss queen, but I can't just lie.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
And don't get me wrong,
well, I mean,
I don't think Ashley St. Clair comes out of this looking good either. I mean, first of all, why are you sitting on receipts? Just drop them. Because she's been doing this a lot recently. She accused Representative Madison Cawthorn of inappropriate conduct just days after his engagement to his girlfriend. Just yesterday, Ashley St. Clair, who shares a child
seems
with
like
Elon
a
Musk,
sus moment to do that.
posted a Get Ready With Me video on TikTok where she accused Madison Cawthorn of inappropriate conduct. And she also prefaced the video by saying that she never
Go be a mother to your kid. God damn it.
wanted to discuss the incident publicly, but changed her mind after multiple women
Get ready with me videos, fucking calling out right-wing commentators.
recently came forward to accuse
spending all
Democratic
day on
politician Eric
Twitter.
Swalwell
God damn,
of SA
dude.
and
No
misconduct
wonder
as well.
Elon
And while
likes
she
her.
has
She's a
every
fucking
right to
moron.
accuse these people, especially as she has credible receipts, you can't ignore the blatant fact that she was a part of this hateful MAGA
Great, we get it.
movement
Cute.
famously and for
Great.
so long. But yeah, that's the story there, and personally, I will be eating my popcorn, watching
Excuse
it
me.
all fall apart as they tear each other apart. And frankly, I hope it backfires as much as Byron Noem's bimbofication scandal has been recently, because after that humiliating scandal, now their finances are getting a closer look, and y'all, it is bad. Apparently, Kristi Noem and her husband have taken out at least $2.6 million in loans since 2020, according to a new report. The embattled
crazy.
couple's large liabilities, first revealed by the Daily Mail,
Maxing's hard
were
work.
awarded
Yep.
in a period when the
By the way, guys, if you haven't already subbed to the channel, please do.
56-year-old Byron Noem was
One
allegedly
away
spending
from the,
tens of thousands of dollars
nice
on
50
fetish
mark.
models and cam girls. Now, the article doesn't say that they were using the money they were getting loans for to pay for these cam girls, but Byron's secret life is a cause for concern among national security experts who believe his affinity for fetish models could have made Kristi susceptible to blackmail by foreign adversaries.
Already, the Inspector General for
All
the
right, guys.
Department of Homeland Security is going to be investigating. The Democrats, who right now are in the minority, they don't have subpoena power.
Who am
they
I?
are writing letters demanding details. And what Trump has got to worry
Wait,
about,
I gotta
and
get the
why
angle right.
bimbofication is not going away, is that the Democrats are almost certainly going to win the midterms. The moment they get in January next year, they can start issuing subpoenas. They can start demanding every bit of paper. They can haul people in front to ask questions, and they are making very clear that questions that one of the
DJX is coming out with
the big areas of questions are
Yes.
that they're going to be asking about is what was Kristi Noem up to at the Department of Homeland Security? What was Corey Lewandowski up to at the Department of Homeland Security? And they are going to start asking about what
Is that a jacked picture of RFK he has, or is that himself?
background checks were done.
Either way, wait. Oh, I thought that was a binger. Is that a binger?
What happened to them?
No, it's part of
And
his
crucially,
microphone, and then it's just a weird tube.
Who knew?
It's a not fun tube.
And who knew is
Why would you do that? Why would you have a not fun glass tube?
hanging over this.
What a tease.
So bimbification
I'd walk into that office, I'd be like, oh, hell, oh.
is not going away.
What is this? It's a vase.
It's going to haunt Trump's second term.
This is going to haunt Trump's second
Right, so
term.
it feels like one of those sort of slightly...
That is RFK. He has jeans on. I hate...
silly, insignificant personal
The tube's a thermometer.
stories where someone gets
Well, what kind of...
It's
It's a not
humiliated
fun
and then we
thermometer.
move on.
Yes.
But in fact, it has much
Oh,
bigger
shit, dude. We're getting
ramifications
close.
because it shows the government, certainly the FBI with Kash Patel, not doing his job. No surprise he's not doing his job. We saw him chugging down beer at the Olympics when he should have been trying to find out what on earth happened to Savannah Guthrie's mother, who's still missing and no sign of
Although I said Christopher Wray conducted the initial
He's still
background check,
missing,
one
and I
thing that
mean,
was-
I think
that
she's
became clear during
gone.
the Rob Porter affair was that
I think
the
that everybody
FBI
kinda thinks
feel
that
they have
now.
an ongoing duty. So if they had become aware of something, and let's
Imagine
just put
they
this
actually find her alive, though.
in context. Christy
wild.
Nome, we assume, goes back to
That
her home in
means
South
that their
Dakota now
her
again, where she lives with her
kidnappers
husband.
went out of their way
When
to make
she-
sure that they
where-
had
where she
enough
shot the
supply
dog.
of her medication under a different name.
And as Megyn Kelly said,
There are
thank goodness
15 tornado warnings right now. I know, and I'm not actually in one of them.
didn't live
I have
to see the
WeatherWise up right now.
But one other dog did because one is in the background.
Oh, okay. But
Oh,
but
shit.
credit at
Actually,
least
hold on.
to
She went
this mystery.
home to South Dakota.
Oh,
When
God
the
damn
Homeland
it. No,
Security
we have
Secretary
another one.
travels, She has to be it has to be possible to brief her on the nation's most
man.
important secrets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm under
And
a
she
tornado
travels
watch
with
right now.
secure technology. At the same time, we have somebody who was on a webcam on a laptop like this. We assume
this
or
one looks like
mobile,
it's actually going to hit me.
and talking to cam girls. That's the sort of data, information that foreign spies live to find.
Right. I mean, talk about demonic and evil hypocrites. But hey, I guess we shouldn't really be surprised that all these MAGA sex scandals are happening in front of our faces and on the internet, given who their fucking president is.
I'll admit it. I did try and fuck her. She was married. I took her off her and I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there, and she was married. And
You
all
know,
of a sudden,
I'm kind of glad that we get this reminder of who our fucking president is because, yeah, isn't this fun? Isn't it fun?
now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look. I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet.
Dude, you can't catch a break. No, I can't.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
It says that I'm
Grab
under
by the
it
pussy.
until...
Thanks for watching, folks. For Really American, I'm Kenny Hess. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Thanks, Kenny. I appreciate that. Severe thunderstorm warning, and then possible tornado watch. Ooh, expires in 18 minutes though. Okay, hold on. The tornado watch. Oh nope, got that wrong. Sorry. 2 hours. Tornado warning. About 35 miles or so out. Oh, Jesus, never mind. This is about, 35 miles, actually. 35 miles outside Chicago in Genoa, Sycamore area. Jeez, dude. Yeah, no, I was right. It's about 40, 50 miles. Still. Close enough for me to be like, oh shit. Let's hope that I don't have to deal with this. That clip I wanted didn't get come up, so I'm gonna go get it for you. Cool. All right. Little fun part here. I don't think he peed his pants. I think it's just an unfortunate shadow. What do you guys think? Did he pee his pants? Actually, you know what? Here, let's end this poll. We're going to do this one. And we're coming up to the fun half. There. And then some music. Now, I'm going to let this poll go for just a second. Is that chair leather? Yeah. Wait, his? Is his chair leather? I don't think so. This makes his head look huge. I can't unsee it. Severe weather alert. God damn it. Flash flood warning. You've got to be kidding me. A fucking warning, too? God damn it, dude. 1 to 2 inches, causing rapid onset of flooding in straits. God damn it. Fuck. Okay. I actually think Mark Levin might be worse than Bannon. Oh no, I would have sworn the storms passed you. No, not yet. No, because it seems like there's a whole bunch more coming in from the west. Here, I'm getting the composite right now. Yeah, it's all coming in from the west. There's a huge wall. What was that? 20. Here, let's go. 52. God damn it. Yeah. I'm right in the line of it. No, this one I'm not going to escape. This one's actually 1 to 2 inches causes rapid flooding. Near our area, yeah, because we also have like pretty poor drainage. So, yeah. Luckily, I mean, knock on wood. This is real wood, right? Yeah. There we go. I've gotten lucky on this one because. Yeah, we've had like crews come out and take care of some of the drainage issues that we were having, but because we keep having this weather, I've noticed that the drains were actually, I noticed it on my way home today. I was just like, oh shit, dude. Like, yeah, those drains are fucking plugged. Although outside my house, I do make sure that all my my drains are taken care of. Okay, I found the shortest clip I could of it. Political punk. I like the political punk. Where did you send it? Did you put it in politics? Where'd you send it? Does he looks like Ron White? Yeah. Did he pee himself though? Yes. Okay, you guys think he peed himself? Yeah, you know. All right, I actually kind of disagree with you guys. I think it's an unfortunate shadow. Although, the more I'm looking at it, did he pee himself? Yeah, let's see. Classic internet moment, the stain on Bannon's pants. Oh, no, it's his pants. Okay, it's the pants he's wearing. Yeah. It's okay. It's an unfortunate shadow. Let's see. Erica Kirk. Video of Erica Kirk's walkout moments ago is going viral because people realize what song is playing. Well, I can't play the song, so oh, no. The fuck? Trump just told TPUSA he has ended 10 wars now. Wars because now he's including Iran and Lebanon. I ended 8 wars, and if we add Iran and Lebanon, it'll be 10 wars I've ended. Jesus Christ. It's constant with this fucking asshole. Oh, really? You put it in the general. Okay.
I don't know why people engage in this trash. It's bad for the soul. But to the people out there that do it, I forgive you. Christ forgave me, so I forgave you. Okay, Benny, you seem a bit confused, so I'll make it real clear why people are engaging in this trash. It's because you said I'm transing my child and that my child should be taken away from me. You're talking about my baby. I'm glad you found Jesus, though, because you're gonna fucking need him.
Boy is a pawn, a personal vendetta. Narcissism
I like,
should be
dude, I
fueled
like political
by a crowd of haters
like to do something
who would
like
happily
that
see the
at some
child's
point.
life ruined
He's cool,
if it
dude.
meant Elon would suffer.
I watch his content for
She's
a
chasing
little while.
clout at the expense of her son's future. This innocent boy deserves protection from a father who has a heart to save him. That is a matter of pure and total fact.
So, dude, you see that, though, what he said there? He's talking from a tweet about her and her kid, and, like, this kid needs to be saved from her. And he says, it's pure and total fact. She says, Benny, you have profited and raked in clicks by making my child a show topic. You have stated lies as a matter of pure and total fact. Defamation, by the way. You are no family man. You are a demented clout goblin who promoted harassment against my children for money and views. My children are not a news topic for your YouTube channel, you hypocritical, closeted demon. But let's air out the record I have on you and let the public decide who is the narcissist grifter. You punch first. May Jesus have mercy on you, because I won't. Oh, dude, popcorn. Where's the popcorn? I mean, dude, yeah, I want it. I want her to unleash. Dude, I want the truth to come out about these guys so badly, because they're all so scummy, guys. Dude, Benny. Look at Benny. Guys, I'm telling you right here, I don't know whose D Benny is getting right here, but like, dude, look at Benny. I have never seen him look as happy as he does in this image. Like, Benny's usually just awkward and like not very happy at all. But look at him, bro. He looks like a Chippendales dancer who just won the lottery.
I don't know why people...
All right, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Oh, man. Which I love. Have you guys seen the influx of people like trying to feign like and clutch their pearls over, oh, isn't it homophobic of the left to be even pointing that out? I thought you guys didn't support outing people. It's like, no. Not it's the fact that you guys are now hiding behind all like your worst impulses and the fact that you guys were doing that. And no. We're just going to stop with that shit right now, and we're just going to say it's not homophobic, because we're not. It would require a level of actually like being like, ooh, icky. That's you. It's literally just holding up the mirror when you're firing those lasers, you know. Which you're gonna hate on us for. Also, did you notice how like he went to his tailor, they're fitting him, and he's just like, hey man, can I just wear that? That's actually kind of a dope look. So I'm not sure if you heard, but Dave Chappelle slams Trump and Republicans, and there's a good possibility that he might make a comeback. I'm not sure if he's going to cover that part, but he did say, man, if you just asked me that a year ago, I would have told you a hard no. But, man, now... I don't know. And it was just like, oh, shit. That's the closest he has gotten to, like, just saying, all right, yeah, we might be getting another Chappelle show, which I'm for, man. Fuck, man. I just hope it... Okay, but here's the problem. I thought I wanted a new Scary Movie until I saw the trailer for the new Scary Movie, and also the fact that they're marketing it towards just like, we can be funny again. It's like, oh no, but Oh, no. No. They're trying to make 2003 cringe comedy fucking funny. Oh, no. Like I said, guys, and like then you mix that in with like the claviculars and all the brain rot that these fucking kids are watching. I don't know. But either way, what happened to Chappelle? The left got mad at him for making some trans jokes, but then he's now getting mad at the right for weaponizing his trans jokes. I don't like, honestly, I don't think he was transphobic. The thing that annoyed me was the fact that he just was blatantly like the money comic, and he was kind of like the prototype for like what Bert Kreischer, Tom Segura, all these guys, you know, and it's almost like you could say he kind of killed comedy with that, because holy fuck, each one of those guys, the more money they made, the less funny they've been, which kind of sucks when you think about it. His trans jokes would have been fine if they were funny. That too.
You're right.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, exactly. They weren't funny. I don't even know what the fuck that was. How did I just push play on?
All right, I have a quick question.
Okay.
So I suffer from anxiety. I have my vape in my hand. Is it okay if I hit it?
If it's necessary for you to participate in the virtual platform.
Oh. Okay. Okay. I am so glad that I accidentally played that. Just so you know, that's a little teaser for what I have coming up in the fun half here. Fun half is already started. Hope you guys are ready. Let's get some info on the Chappelle thing, and then we're going to go into even more fun. And no Piers Morgan, no more real, like, hard politics tonight. We're just going to have fun.
Dave Chappelle just called out Republicans for, in his
time to start the weekend,
words, weaponing his transgender jokes.
Matter of
And
fact,
that's just one of the things that's blown up today with this whole new NPR interview we did. Let's start with his trans jokes controversy, which was sparked by his Netflix special, The Closer, though definitely not limited to that. And in the special, among other things, he referenced J.K. Rowling, saying gender is a fact, and then added himself, I'm Team TERF, I agree, gender is a fact. With that and other parts resulting in Netflix employees actually holding a walkout and protest, and the backlash was huge. But it became one of the defining moments of the culture war around comedy and transgender rights, with it then also being something Dave returned to in other specials and other places. But in this NPR interview, you had Dave saying the whole thing was just blown out of proportion.
So much of that was a media phenomenon. What was happening in actual life versus how the media was reporting on my show. And I feel like the way they reported on that show was rage baiting to some degree. They almost reported on it as if I was doing something other than a comedy show.
And then you had Chappelle going directly at the Republican Party.
And I did resent that the Republican Party ran on transgender jokes. You know, I felt like they were doing a weaponized version of what I was doing. I didn't. It's not what I was doing.
Chappelle then also told the story of being on Capitol Hill and saying that, you know, he was taking photos with whoever asked, dozens of people without knowing their politics. And then
here comes Lauren Boebert. And she said, can I get a picture? And I'd already taken 40 pictures. I didn't want to say no in front of everybody. But I didn't know the phrase. I respectfully declined. So I just took the picture. And then she posted a picture before I could even get from there to the show and says something to the effect of just two people that knew that it's just two genders. She instantly like weaponized it or politicized it. So I got to the arena and I lit her ass up for doing that.
And that post from Boebert's actually still up. And at the time, you had a lot of people seeing Dave smiling with her and assuming that he'd gone MAGA. But at least based on what he's saying now, he's saying that was never his intent. And while you've seen a decent amount of people celebrating him, going after Republicans, though a lot of Republicans not loving that, you also have people pushing back on Chappelle here, saying that he's rewriting history, that he's kind of trying to manipulate the narrative. And then also with that, arguing that he was already using Republican talking points in his material, so he shouldn't be surprised by the audience that followed. But then you also saw people defending Dave's argument, saying that there is a difference between a comedian
Diego, bye.
And working through ideas on a stage and a political party that's turning those ideas into campaign messaging. But that also wasn't the only controversy that he addressed. There was also the backlash over performing at the Riyadh Comedy Festival in Saudi Arabia, where critics accused him and other comedians of turning a blind eye to human rights abuses for a paycheck.
The United States government does business with the Saudis.
Yeah, none of it. Yeah, okay, yeah. When he's like, I'm Team TERF. Yeah.
Netflix does business with the Saudis. Everyone. The Saudis finance tons of movies. All these things. I know. I see them financing boxing matches and all these things. And none of these things were an issue until I went there. And why is that? As soon as a black man can make money off the plantation, they try to tell you that the money is dirty. Well, okay, I'll go home and spend the money with actual slave owners on it. Where is this clean money?
Chappelle also argued
I hate to say
that exporting
his last special, it was really funny when he was just talking about like buying the firehouse
comedy to audiences who can't
and I usually hate that shit again, rich dude comedy.
always speak freely is
But like the way he went about it,
actually one of the most
it was
positive
kinda
things
funny.
American culture can do.
That must have felt
Fuck it, I bought the
incredibly
firehouse.
cathartic if you can't say everything you want to say, but you see somebody model that behavior. Oh man, you're gonna want it. So if you think of all the violence and all the things we export to the Middle East, I think our culture is
Oh, you're saying buy
the
a Donald.
best
Oh, dude, he's got to go to Guar.
export we got.
And again, you saw people split. Some saying that his defense, it makes sense. So you had others saying
bad.
they felt like it was weird that he mentioned that he was a black man and he was trying to turn this into a situation about race because a lot of people were angry at other comedians regardless of their race. Others
Oh fuck.
arguing that it's very weird that he's trying to act
fuck.
like a hero for
Oh,
bringing
fuck. Oh,
comedy
fuck.
somewhere when he's getting
This
such
is
a big
actually
paycheck.
happening?
And actually, on the note of gaining
Oh, shit.
wealth from the Saudis, we then get to Trump. Ricky Chappelle was also asked about Trump, specifically the idea that some people find him funny.
Maybe if he wasn't president, I think that was funny. Or maybe at times, I mean, I do think, that's wearing thin. There are funny things about him. Like if I were to talk about him,
He might be losing power.
it would be funny. But I think what he does is so consequential.
We're about to get slammed with these wins.
So essentially, Chappelle is saying there is a line and
Right
humor
back.
requires
Yeah,
some
check.
distance from consequences. So this idea seeming to be when consequences are real, things like wars, constitutional crises, people's lives being destroyed, the isn't he funny framing stops working. And then the final thing I'll say that has popped and spread from this interview so far is that NPR noted that Dave, he's been ending his shows by telling audiences to stay sane together and take care of each other. And you had him explaining why in clips that have been getting shared around.
Information and the types of things we're hearing every day in the news and seeing around us, it's almost like a psychological torture. What we're collectively going through, the amount of animosity we have for one another. It takes so much courage sometimes just to come see a show, and they come, and we're together. And I feel like the exercise of doing that show is like people actively trying to stay sane together. Like, let's just stay at it. Like, remember how good it feels to be together. Take care of one another.
Right, and then on the broader question of free speech and comedy, whether a stage should make room for every voice, even ones that you disagree with, you had Dave saying this.
I don't silence your champions. In fact, I make space for your champions to have a voice. But I'm not your champion, and I am someone else's. You can't silence the team that you don't like, what they're saying, but you do have the opportunity to go on after them. Say your piece. If I see these same people throughout my life, then clearly they're part of my community, and everyone's in it. There's
shit.
trans stand-up comedians.
That sounded like
There's
I thought something got hit in my yard. That was so fucking close.
sexuality, every kind of identity, and we support one another.
That's why there's not fun. And I just got an extension on it.
With all that, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts here? What are your reactions, your opinions, all of that? I'd love to see it in the comments down below, especially because depending on where you go on the internet,
there, thanks.
very different reactions. Because there are the Dave Chappelle defenders, but also he has pissed off people on the left and right with this interview. You've got many on the right saying, what is this? Why is he going woke? Why is he throwing Republicans under the bus? Right, a number of them saying things like he's a coward or a hypocrite. And then on the left, while yes, you have people liking that he's taking a shot at Republicans, you have plenty of people saying that he's trying to, one, either rewrite history, or two, he's being disingenuous. You're seeing people say things like Dave Chappelle not understanding how his jokes against trans people contributed to our current political hellscape illustrates how so many of y'all are dumber than you think. And others saying that Chappelle was doing the same thing Republicans were doing at the time. Just instead of gaining power in office, he was making money hand over fist with more Netflix deals. But again, I really would love to know your thoughts here. But then we're also seeing
You always like to know our thoughts.
the political divide play out in schools because Turning Point USA now has nearly 3,400 high school chapters.
God. I'm so glad I don't have kids. Oh my God. I couldn't imagine having kids in this fucking bullshit, especially if you were like politically like me. Alrighty. So I haven't watched Dark Brandon in a little bit. Really love this channel, and honestly, you guys should go follow Dark Brandon, if you do not already. It's a fun. Honestly, I love the fucking concept. I kind of wish I would have thought of something like it, but also I gotta say he's damn impressive with his animation. So, and I think it's a channel like now, right? I think there's multiple people on the channel, so, but still, like when I say a channel, like yes, it's a channel. But all right, I'm play this now because dude, I'm ripped.
Hey there, folks. Hope you're doing well today.
yeah.
Well, this has been a very busy week for the internet. We're seeing all different
a new strain.
sorts of
It's
outcomes for all
good.
sorts of different people. And there's a common theme between all
man,
of them.
it's good.
Of embracing toxicity, embracing hate. And like we've been seeing, it's just a matter of
I also think that I have like a little adrenaline rush going from just watching the
time
storm right
before
over us.
those people on
Yeah,
the
if you guys
right
are in Chicago or like the Chicago area, please be weather aware.
turn on them. Indeed.
If you need to leave my channel and go watch Max Velocity or look up weatherwise.com, please
come
just
the next punchline of the
make sure
internet.
that you guys are
let's
not
dive
in the
There's
path.
3 different people we want to look at today. Sneeko, whose feud with Nick Fuentes just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and now Sneeko has a hard time walking down the street without being
And if I lose power, guys, that is that is what happened.
physically. We're going to look at the quartering, where the entire internet has turned on him. And then finally, we're going to look at
this video is going to be so much fun.
Clav, who recently OD'd in public and live streamed the entire thing. Okay, so let's begin with Sneeko. You don't have to go far to see Nick talking shit to Sneeko. Not only that, but Sneeko really is making this argument that Nick is turning his audience against him, and Sneeko isn't able to post without seeing a backlash of racist comments.
I have slot fatigue, and he puts my thumbnail. The first ever racist was Satan. True. Sneeko's LARPing. Sneeko's a rat. What mud race that degenerate? Sneeko the mud cuck. Fuck Sneeko. Like his audience is completely turned. It's completely